got me feeling kinda hot, hot. We could be a team, baby, I could be a mascot. Get my name and number on the back of my crop top. Waiting for you way too long. No one feels right and kinda wrong. Got me on repeat, I'm your favorite song. You and me together, yeah, we belong. What's your bag? For if you want it, claim it. Get on top and tame it. But I'll keep on dreaming. If you want me like that, then you gotta say it. You should know I'm patient. But now I'm just sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm just sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love.
Hello, everyone. How are we doing? Let's see. I've just been informed that Contrapoints wants to go on Hasan's stream, even though like a week ago she was like, I think we should all just ignore him. She never called him out by name, but we all knew who she was talking about. Oh my God, wait. Let's see. Okay, I thought something fucked up on my OBS. Trump for prison. Yo, Lisa's learning. What's up? Let's see. I hope Hasan's open to it, though. I don't think her behavior or her positions are easily defensible. I mean, like, what are her positions? Genuinely. Like, it's a genocide, but we need to be more concerned about anti-Semitism. And also, there's nothing you can do about it, so don't even try. But she's done things like charity for it. I just don't understand how you like reconcile all these positions. Like by her saying it's an intractable issue and it's like never going to be able to be changed, you're like contributing to that attitude. I know she's just one person, but in a small way, the same way that like one person's vote doesn't determine an election, like that's the direction that you're pushing in when you say things like that. And they're not even grounded in fact, because you can see a demonstrable empirical difference in people's opinion of Israel, of the Palestinian cause, the genocide shift over time. So it's not even true. Is that even a productive convo for Hasan or anyone really? I think so. Contrapoints is like still held in really, really high reference from a lot of people. I mean, I still like Contrapoints. I just think this is like, I think she's wrong on this. Or like, it's not so much, I'm sure her like nominal individual position is indefensible. It's just, she clearly has an issue with the way people are going about talking about this. And I just don't see how that's more productive, like criticizing it without a prescription of what you ought to do instead, how that's more productive. Like, yeah, she raised money, and I'll always give credit to people who raise money. It's like certainly more than like the overwhelming majority of people have done, but still. J Ray, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Just wanted to say the cello is by far the superior instrument. You're allowed to think that. Thank you so much for the $5 donation. Remember when she said it was leftists who were spreading videos from Gaza as if the people who are there aren't the ones recording? Yeah, she was making it sound like the left just loves like sending around like gore videos for no reason, as if like, yeah, that wasn't news, that wasn't recorded by Palestinians and trying to show the world like what is going on. That wasn't leftists on the ground. Those were journalists reporting on news. I mean, this far into a genocide, what is the point anymore? Getting people on record as having defended the indefensible, or showing that their priorities were incredibly skewed, to say the least. The fact that they are worried about like the way people are going about advocating or like drawing attention to the genocide instead of like directing that energy towards calling out the genocide itself. Like, I'm always incredibly, incredibly skeptical of people that endlessly critique the way somebody is going about doing it instead of just like leading by example, which is funny because her like the big meme from her is the like, they don't want power, they just want to critique power. It's like, yeah, well, isn't that like your whole channel, you know? Or if like nobody's mind can be changed on anything, why do you, what are you doing? What's the point of your channel? Her channel is like video essays talking about, of like her sitting in bubble baths talking about like Freddie Gray and systemic racism and transphobia. If it's that futile, then why do it? It's almost like she doesn't really think that. She kind of going the Chomsky bad takes route after initial good takes. I hope she doesn't go to the Epstein's friends route, LOL. No, I don't think so. I don't see her like befriending many people over this. I just see her like actually distancing herself from some people that she wasn't even closely affiliated with to begin with. Big Joel criticized her and she deleted or her replies to him because it made her look bad. I mean, she deletes like every tweet. So there's a whole Twitter account dedicated just to Contrapoints' deleted tweets because the woman will not keep a tweet up to save her life. I feel like the second that she gets significant pushback or whatever, she just ends up deleting the tweet. And most of her videos are about, and again, I like the videos, but most of them were motivated by Twitter drama and Twitter beef. So why she does this, I don't know. I mean, probably because it makes her like, what, $100,000 on Patreon every year or month. I don't know how much she makes. Probably a lot. She says she's a complainer too. She said in a stream recently, she's kind of blackpilled lately. Well, same, aren't we all? But you guys, Marjorie Taylor Greene is criticizing Trump for being like satanic. And then Trump posted a photo of Trump Tower on the moon. No, I'm not having a stroke. No, you're not having a stroke. What I just said is true. Give me a second. So obviously I'm the first person to break this, but did you guys know that Donald Trump posted an AI photo of him looking like Jesus Christ? Oh, wait, I mean, a doctor is the cope that we're landing with. Oops, hold on. This is the... On Orthodox Easter, President Trump attacked the Pope because the Pope is rightly against Trump's war on Iran, and then he posted this picture of himself as if he's replacing Jesus. This comes after last week's post of his evil tirade on Easter and then threatening to kill an entire civilization. I completely denounce this, and I'm praying against it. Like, if I told you that Marjorie Taylor Greene, of all people, would be the one saying this just like a year ago, 2 years ago, would you have ever fucking believed me? Absolutely not. And then apparently she went on CNN to like side with libs over this. Look, Caitlin Collins and Khanna. This is like a stacked cast. It says Marjorie Taylor Greene shreds Trump for blasphemy. Says I was very offended over Jesus, so she was triggered even. And because it's Mediaite and it's immune to my ad blocker, we have to play the ad. If it lets me skip. This is the weirdest timeline, but the best.
Green, I have to ask you if you believe that the president thought he was depicting himself as a doctor, not Jesus, in that post.
No, absolutely not. I thought that was blasphemy. As a Christian, I was very offended. And a doctor, President Trump is not a doctor. And that picture had him in a robe, as Jesus is often portrayed, with light coming out of his hands. And he talked about healing people like a Red Cross worker. I think there would be many people that would argue with that, saving lives. So I think it was blasphemy. I was offended. I think he should apologize, not act defensive, and many Christians across America and the world were very offended.
Those are definitely Donald Trump's strengths. Apologizing, not being defensive, not tripling down, quadrupling down on something that's stupid. He's not enabled in any way, shape, or form by the entire Republican establishment or his cult-like fan base. Nope.
Offended by that.
I think the split between you and the president is well known now. Obviously, you've talked about the death threats you've gotten because of what he said about you and what has happened there. Some people might hear your answer there, though, and remember things that you have said about the president in the past, things like this.
Caitlin Collins not going to miss an opportunity to make this about Marjorie Taylor Greene being a fucking hypocrite. Let's fucking go.
President Trump is joining some of the most incredible people in history being arrested today. Nelson Mandela was arrested, served time in prison.
Martin Luther King.
Jesus was arrested and murdered by the Roman government.
When obviously
the Roman government, isn't it just like the Romans and the Pharisees?
you hear those comments that you said before. How would you respond to people who might say, well, comparisons like that are what led to the president posting what he did yesterday?
We're talking about people being prosecuted unfairly by weaponization of government, political prosecutions, things that happen, such as like the political protesters. That's what
At least she didn't say it was the Jews who killed Jesus. You know, I was about to say that if she were to have made anything approximating that comment today, it would have been that. But even Tucker Carlson still feels the need to dog whistle when he goes up on stage and says that Jesus was killed. It was Charlie Kirk's memorial where he said, yeah, and then Jesus was killed by these people that eat hummus or whatever. Like, even he feels the need to not just come out and say it. So I don't know that she's at that point yet.
What I was referring to there, I wasn't talking or President Trump trying to portray himself as Jesus. I think that was completely different. President Trump and I have had our differences on a few key issues.
It's different, but they'll never explain how it's different.
I'm not a Democrat at all, Caitlin, but we did have our disagreements on the Epstein files and the war in Iran. And I've always been very anti-war. That was under President Biden. I was anti-war, voted that way, voted against funding foreign wars such as you.
Why does she say it like that? She gives the impression like she was in Congress while Biden was, or wait, did she say Biden or Obama? Hold on.
And I've always been very anti-war. That was under President Biden. I was anti-war.
Oh my God, I'm having my own moment. For a second, she said Biden. I even said that she just said Biden, and I thought she said Obama for a second. No, she was in office when Biden was there. Never mind.
That way, voted against funding foreign wars such as Ukraine and aid to Israel. And I've also been very vocal about the Epstein files, which is what led to President Trump calling me a traitor, saying he would destroy me.
Maximum V, thank you so much for subscribing with your Twitch Prime. I really appreciate it. Hope you're having a good night. Well, we just got started at the early hour of 1 a.m. practically.
And run a primary opponent against me. So I think that's a completely different comparison.
So the only institutional bulwark against...
Isn't that fucking convenient? I wonder what she and Khanna were saying to each other. I kind of wish I had this whole segment. But Khanna's been like shouting her out, and Tucker Carlson on Twitter being like, yeah, we're going against the Epstein class pro-work, or like, yeah, anti-Epstein class pro-working class. That's like his whole thing. And honestly, I kind of love that for him, that he's using Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson, because they're not actually people with any institutional power. Obviously, they command a lot of attention in the attention economy, but they're not somebody that he has to actually do legislation with or anything like that, so he can just get the benefit of virtue signaling and being like, oh, they're saying the right things, I agree with them, but not be pressured to do anything more than literally just say, I'm praising them for this one specific thing. That's it. Yeah, Marjorie Taylor Brown. But I honestly don't think, I mean, he's been on like a posting crusade, man. I don't think the photo of Trump Tower on the moon is like getting enough attention. No caption, just it speaks for itself, obviously. But let's get into this beef with the Pope. What a sentence. Okay, so this is MAGA reactions to it. So this is Allie Beth Stuckey, she's like a big conservative YouTuber. I do believe that he didn't think of this as a depiction of Jesus when posting. Still, there has to be more care and discernment here. Okay, so this is after he's like already said, oh, I thought it was a doctor or whatever, and so they're trying to help him out. Graham Allen, I don't believe this guy. I'm pretty sure was on Her Take. He was on an episode where he bitched to Jillian and Lindy that the California like coastal guard or whatever don't give a fuck about the millionaires that want to establish do real estate deals there or something like that. Like they're tyrannical and that they're doing communism. That's what I remember about this guy. I don't believe the president intended to depict himself as Jesus when he posted it. He is a believer after all. I do appreciate that he deleted it. Something President Trump has rarely done. AI is fucking involved in this. Discernment is learned, not always automatic. And that seals dude, how do these people not realize how fucking stupid they sound when they just word for word copy an AI prompt like this? I cannot believe people were so confident, displaying their idiocy, showing every grammatical error under the sun until AI came along, and now people want to copy it verbatim, even though it is literally making you sound far more stupid than anything grammatically incorrect you ever posted before it existed. Why people feel I had no idea this was an insecurity of people. They have to let AI do everything for them. I don't get why they don't even try to hide it. And maybe they really just don't realize, or they think they're fooling everybody when you're fooling nobody at this point. It's like so obvious that it's AI. I use M dashes. So you mean you use AI, Kilo? He's a believer is the most I know. Like Trump is an atheist. Obama is an atheist. It's very, very clear. Or like they don't, like Obama's an atheist. Trump doesn't believe anything. He like jokingly says, I'm trying to get to heaven a couple of months ago. But that's, again, it's a joke. He doesn't actually fucking know or think about it. Personally, I don't believe the president intended to depict himself as Jesus when he posted it. He is a believer after all, dude. This is like all of them, just literally the same. Either they're putting in the same AI prompt or they're copying each other. I do appreciate that he deleted it since it's something President Trump has rarely done. Discernment is learned, not always automatic. Keep praying for President Trump. Unfortunately, you just gotta stop using M dashes now. I know. It's fucking Sisyphusian task watching some people be like, no, I shouldn't have to stop using the M dashes. It doesn't, not everybody who's using them is doing ChatGPT. Sorry, they're ruined. You can't use them anymore. Nick Shorter, I seriously doubt he understood the image was blasphemous prior to posting it. Trump's a little baby, you guys. He doesn't know what he's doing. But I know a lot of devout Christians were very offended by it. I totally understand why. Like, they take their marching orders and off they go. So, let's see. Before we do that shit, let's see. I think he deleted this one as well. Trump attacks Pope in the Truth Social rant, calling him weak and attacking his views on foreign policy, Iran, and even his legitimacy as Pope, claiming he wouldn't be Pope if Trump weren't president. So he said this on April 12th, so this is 2 days ago now. Pope Leo is weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy. He talks about quote-unquote fear of the Trump admin, but doesn't mention the fear that the Catholic Church and all other Christian organizations had during COVID when they were arresting priests, ministers, and everybody else for holding church services, even when going outside and being 10 and even 20 feet apart. I like his brother Louis much better than him. That I like him because Louis is all MAGA. He gets it and Leo doesn't. I don't want a pope who thinks it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon. I don't want a pope who thinks it's terrible that America attacked Venezuela, a country that was sending massive amounts of drugs into the United States, and even worse, emptying their prisons, including murderers, drug dealers, and killers into our country. And I don't want a pope who criticizes the president of the United States because I'm doing exactly what I was elected in a landslide to do, setting record low numbers in crime and creating the greatest stock market in history. Leo should be thankful because, as everyone knows, he was a shocking surprise. He wasn't on any list to be Pope and was only put there by the church because he was an American. It's like literally the first American Pope. It's like in spite of that. And they thought they would be the best, that would be the best way to deal with President Donald J. Trump. If I wasn't in the White House, Leo wouldn't be in the Vatican. Unfortunately, Leo's weak on crime, weak on nuclear weapons does not sit well with me, nor does the fact that he meets with Obama sympathizers like David Axelrod, a loser from the left, don't disagree on that one, who is one of those who wanted churchgoers and clerics to be arrested. Leo should get his act together as Pope, use common sense, stop catering to the radical left, and focus on being a great Pope, not a politician. It's hurting him very badly, and more importantly, it's hurting the Catholic Church. President Donald J. Trump. We're fighting on all fronts here. It wasn't enough to go to war with Islam. We must also go to war with Catholicism. So this is the New York Times reporting on a Trump attack on Pope and posting of Jesus image draw widespread criticism. President Trump faced a groundswell of criticism from Christians across the political spectrum on Monday for his social media posts attacking Pope Leo and depicting himself as a Jesus-like figure. Pushback was swift and forceful, coming from top leaders of the American Catholic Church, as well as some from Mr. Trump's supporters. By late morning on Monday, the Jesus image was deleted from the president's social media account. The president's tirade on Sunday night against Pope Leo, 1 week after Easter Sunday, accused him of being too liberal and weak on crime, even falsely claimed credit for the Pope's election. For months, tension between the White House and the Vatican has been mounting amid the turbulence of the Trump admin's aggressive deportation and military operations. Mr. Trump's extraordinary eruption, the first major attack from the president against the Pope, put on unavoidable display the starkly divergent moral visions of the two most powerful Americans in the world. Pope Leo, leader of the world's 1.4 billion Catholics, has rebuked Mr. Trump recently for his comments about Iran and has condemned the violence stemming from wars in the Middle East. He replied on Monday morning to Mr. Trump's outburst as he departed for a 10-day pastoral trip to America. Just going back a little bit, them saying like the Pope is like the most powerful American of the two most powerful Americans in the world. I don't think so, no. I'm sure Catholics would love that to be the case, but no, it's not true. I think a billionaire, like literally just any American billionaire is more influential than the Pope by having that much capital. Pope Leo, we saw that. I have no fear of the Trump admin or speaking out loudly of the message of the gospel, which is what I believe I'm here to do, the Pope told reporters on his way to Algiers. Archbishop Paul S. Coakley, the president of the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops, issued a highly unusual statement to defend the pontiff Late Sunday night, I'm disheartened that the president chose to write such disparaging words about the Holy Father. He said, Pope Leo is not a rival, nor is the Pope a politician. He is the vicar of Christ who speaks from the truth of the gospel and for the care of souls. Several bishops across the political spectrum followed. Cardinal Blaise Cupich of Chicago said the substance of Pope Leo's message should be the focus of discussions, not distractions. In Las Vegas, Archbishop George Leo Thomas said he was, quote, grateful to God for sending us Pope Leo, who is willing to speak truth to power just when we need him the most. Bishop Robert Barron, a prominent conservative voice who serves on Mr. Trump's Religious Liberty Commission, called on the president to apologize. Mr. Trump's comments were, quote, entirely inappropriate and disrespectful, he said on social media. It is the Pope's prerogative to articulate Catholic doctrine and the principles that govern the moral life, he said, adding that Mr. Trump has shown more respect for religious liberty than any other president in Bishop Barron's lifetime. Give me a fucking break. Spartan Spear, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Pope has influence power, but his military is very weak. But in theory, a pope could call for a holy war. I mean, yeah, but does it sound like Pope Leo's doing that anytime soon? Thank you so much for the 100 bits. Mr. Trump's attack was reminiscent of his anger at Pope Francis, who took many vocal stands against Mr. Trump and even suggested that he was not Christian before he became president. Dude, like, we're never going to have another pope like Pope Francis. Many conservative American Catholics then saw the papacy as too aligned with the agenda of former President Barack Obama, as Francis prioritized issues that resonated with many progressive Catholics like climate change and immigration. But Pope Leo's soft-spoken style and return to more traditional elements of Catholic life have endeared him to many conservatives. Sunday's outburst was astounding, said Father Robert Sirico, president of the Acton Institute for the Study of Religion and Liberty, a policy group that endorses free market economics. Love a religious zealot who works for a policy group that loves capitalism. He said it reminded him of when the prominent atheist Christopher Hitchens attacked Mother Teresa. Oh my God, they're still on this. They're still on this. Okay, I can't even get into that. Both men seem like, if you've ever actually read that book, there's not much substance to it. Both men seemed, quote, unable to grasp the moral horizon from which the church speaks, thus making any reasonable exchange impossible, Father Sirico said. Later, he added that Catholics were not obliged to treat every prudential judgment of the Pope on foreign policy or crime as infallible. The church's mission is not to micromanage Pentagon strategy or crime bills, he said. Dude, he's not doing that. It's like a broadly pro-humanitarian, pro-peace message. It's not micromanaging crime bill. Like, what? Tim Bush, a co-founder of the Napa Institute, a conservative Catholic-oriented network, declined to comment. Pussy. Fucking pussy, man. These cafeteria Catholics over here. You think you can't... You have to call him out. You have to call him out for this. You literally are not a Catholic if you don't recognize the Pope. You can't just, like, pick and choose. Leading Catholics in the Trump admin, including Vice President JD Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio, have so far not commented publicly. Other prominent conservatives, and not only Catholics, quickly expressed outrage at the apparently AI-generated image that Mr. Trump posted of himself as a Jesus-like figure healing a sick person. Does he actually think this? Riley Gaines, the anti-transgender rights activist, posted on social media, God shall not be mocked. Thanks, Riley. Very cool. David Brody, an evangelical journalist with the Christian Broadcasting Network, called on Mr. Trump to take it down. Last year after, but not to apologize, notice, just take it down. Last year after the death of Pope Francis, Mr. Trump posted a photo of himself as Pope and joked that he would like to be the next Pope. This was after, and reminder, Pope Francis died shortly after meeting JD Vance. Some observers wondered if Mr. Trump was responding to Sunday night's 60-minute segment that featured a rare sit-down interview with three high-ranking American cardinals who led archdioceses, Cardinals Cupich, Robert McElroy of Washington, and Joseph Tobin of Newark, who vocally condemned American foreign policy this year, citing events in Venezuela, Greenland, and Ukraine. Cardinal Tobin said on Monday that Mr. Trump's actions and statements, quote, convey a grave misunderstanding of the Holy Father's ministry and a troubling lack of respect for the faith of millions. The graphic exploitation of sacred imagery is deeply offensive and undermines the reverence owed to what believers hold most dear, he said. At the White House on Monday while receiving a McDonald's fast food delivery. What the hell does this hyperlink to? President erupts at Pope. Why is this? Okay, it opens with, while receiving a McDonald's food delivery to the Oval Office, the president told reporters that he posted a photo that depicted him as a robed Jesus-like figure because he thought it depicted him as a physician. I thought it was me as a doctor, he said, adding that news orgs had misinterpreted the image. It's supposed to be me as a doctor making people better, and I do make people better. Nice save, Donnie. The McDonald's just, really, again, hammers in the, Burger Reich thing. Even though he took the image down, he held fast to his comments about Pope Leo. There's nothing to apologize for. He's wrong. I mean, you simply must respect the double down, right? His approval dropped with Catholics prior to this. He never really commanded a lot of support from Catholics. It's pretty much like 50-50 that Catholics support Dems and then other Catholics support Republicans. Trump said he didn't like Riley. I know. I just reposted something on Twitter not long before I went live, and I had no idea it was in reaction to this. Soft power versus hard power. Leo still wields substantial influence in the world, but different than popes have had it historically. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that Pope Leo isn't incredibly influential. He obviously is, and he's a really important historical figure, more so than like a billionaire or something like that. But it's not... Is he like the most influential American besides Donald Trump? No, I think that's still like, did a Catholic write that article? It's not true. I just don't think it's true. Let's see. And this is the video of the Pope responding to Trump. So funny that he has to do this, man. Like he just said like war is bad. Like they weren't even partisan statements at first. Wait, give me a second. Just want to play audio. Hello, can this play some audio, please? Oh, wait. It is playing. I think it was just muted for me. Hold on. No, why is it doing this? Okay, I don't know what's going on. Let me see. I do want to see his response. So let me pull up a YouTube video. War do be bad. I mean, it's a bold thing to say these days, apparently. Responds to Trump.
Ordinary.
Okay, here we go.
New front that the president of the United States is now taking his fight to, taking on the Pope. And Pope Leo is responding, a statement that no Pope has ever made before, or quite frankly, ever has had to make before. The Pope saying this morning that he has, quote, no fear of the Trump administration after President Trump went after him, as if Pope Leo were just any other politician, saying the pontiff was, quote, weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy. Here is Pope Leo's message.
The message of the church, my message, the message of the gospel, blessed are the peacemakers. I do not look at my role as being a politician. I don't want to get into a debate with him. I don't think that the message of the gospel is meant to be abused in the way that some people are doing. And I will continue to speak out loudly against war.
CNN's Elena Treen is at the White House for us to start us off. This is quite a way to start a Monday, Elena.
Pope is a political role no matter what he says. No, for sure. But like, there's a difference between it being like hyper partisan versus broadly making political statements. And what it's closer to saying is that the Pope is not really supposed to be partisan. And they actually do stick to that. The Catholic Church that I went to growing up, like our priest started being like too pro-immigration, and they threatened to take away his to move him to a different church, or started monitoring it, because if the priests are not in conformity with the catechism and with the teachings of the Catholic Church, you will be removed from the priesthood. They will not tolerate you deviating from it and trying to say that it's Catholic doctrine.
Absolutely. I mean, a remarkable statement and comments you're hearing from Pope Leo XIV this morning. And they come, Kate, in response to the president issuing sharp criticisms against the first American Pope. He had called the Bishop of Rome, quote, weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy, while also claiming that Pope Leo would not have been selected if it was not for the president himself. Now, we later saw Trump double down on comments in person while speaking with reporters last night.
Odds the U.S. gets excommunicated because of Trump. I think you mean JD Vance.
Before,
because Vance was asked about it, apparently. Let's see. I saw, and then the way that I even found out that it had escalated to the level that it had is because I see this Daily Wire TikTok come across my feed. I was in enemy territory for some reason, and it says POV, you're in the middle of defending Trump, and he posts a picture of himself as Jesus, and it's this fucking gif of Jonah Hill. But oh my god, look, the Daily Wire audience is a thing to behold. Regret voting for Trump? Yes. Regret not voting for Kamala? Not at all. You're so epic, dude. I'm on the wrong side of TikTok. I love the policies and I love the admin, but don't get me wrong. I love Trump too, but sometimes, man, just put the phone down or keep the opinions out of the speeches. Dude, a speech is like almost nothing but opinions. If I read too many MAGA comments, I'm going to crash out, so I have to put this away. And so obviously it didn't end there. So Trump has to respond back to the Pope's comments on him. This just kept going for some reason.
And they're going to go back filled up with oil. Okay?
Why did you attack Pope Leo on Truth Social?
I don't think he's doing a very good job. He likes crime, I guess. He hit us. Think of it. He's worried about fear. What about the fear when the ministers and the priests and all of those great people that were arrested during COVID, and in many cases they're outside 10 feet apart and they were arrested. So we don't like it. We don't like a pope that's going to say that it's okay to have a nuclear weapon. We don't want a pope that says crime is okay in our cities. I don't like it. I'm not a big fan of Pope Leo.
A thing he like literally never said.
He's a very liberal person, and he's a man that doesn't believe in stopping crime. He's a man that doesn't think that we should be toying with a country that wants a nuclear weapon so they can blow up the world. I'm not a fan of Pope Leo.
I want a pope that says it's okay to have a nuclear weapon. I mean, you have that pope. That's Pope Leo right there. That's what he said. Oh yeah. So he did delete it after all. He fucking bent the knee. Let's see. McDonald's thing. The post removal was a rare retreat for Mr. Trump, who had posted the apparently AI-generated image shortly after using the same platform to attack the American-born Pope Leo, a vocal critic of the U.S. war in Iran. The appearance of the image had sparked an evening's worth of backlash from religious leaders and Christian supporters who were hurt and shocked that Mr. Trump had appeared to depict himself as a Jesus-like figure. And it's so funny that they draw the line at him doing it himself, when if you've spent any time on like MAGA Twitter, MAGA TikTok, MAGA Facebook, all of the fucking supporters of this man love depicting him as a martyr, as Jesus, as a god, compare him to him. And like, they draw the line at Trump doing it himself or something. I mean, like, it's tacky, don't get me wrong, it's a bit gauche, right? But if you're really not okay with it, like, you would already not be in this cult at this moment. Later in the day, in an interview with CBS News, Mr. Trump repeated his explanation that he believed the image, which he said he thought was made by a, quote, very beautiful, talented artist, had depicted him as a doctor. It was made by a very beautiful, talented artist. I viewed that as a picture of me being a doctor and fixing. You had the Red Cross right there. You had, medical people surrounding me, he said. And I was like the doctor, as a little fun, playing the doctor and making people better. So that's what I thought it was viewed as. That's what most people thought. He said he'd taken the image down because I didn't want to have anybody be confused. People were confused. Mr. Trump did not apologize for either post. I mean, again, has he ever? Just as he did not apologize for threatening to wipe out the Iranian civilization last week. I'm fine with it, he said of the threat on Fox News on Sunday, because it had brought Tehran to the negotiating table. The post attacking Pope Leo as weak on crime remains online. Oh, so he didn't delete it. I guess I just couldn't find it on his Truth Social. And so do countless posts from legions of critics who believe Mr. Trump's mental fitness for office should be evaluated. As a rule, Mr. Trump does not apologize for doing and saying things that hurt or offend people, and officials in his White House characterize his behavior as radically refreshing and transparent. Outrage from people representing powerful constituencies that helped elect him to a second term has only rarely prompted him to backtrack or retreat. I mean, yeah, this is kind of why he got so much fucking press coverage back in 2016, because he would break an unspoken rule or gentleman's agreement, say something that you're not supposed to say. Then the media would try to harangue him for an apology, and then they wouldn't get it. And then they tried to report on the fact that he wouldn't apologize for it, but he would say something else that was outrageous that they just had to move on. And so he would just always get away with not apologizing for it. In February, Mr. Trump deleted a racist video depicting former President Barack Obama and Michelle Obama, the former First Lady, as apes after several members of the Republican Party, including Senator Tim Scott of the Republican Party, of South Carolina, the Senate's only black Republican, called on him to remove it. Gee, I wonder why this particular Republican senator was the only one who was moved to ask him to delete it. Mr. Trump took the post down, blamed a staff member, and never apologized. I just looked at the first part. It was about voter fraud in some place. Georgia, Mr. Trump said, told reporters of that video in February. I didn't see the whole thing. A little over 2 months later, Mr. Trump was again in a position of explaining the thought process behind something inflammatory he posted to his social media account. Other posts sent on Sunday night included a rendering of a Trump office building on the moon and a meme mocking the long careers of Democratic politicians. Mr. Trump was talking to reporters in the first place because White House officials had staged a fast food delivery to the Oval Office to promote a Trump admin-led policy that has removed taxes on overtime and tips. Oh, they actually got this done? Was this via executive order? This immediately links to an article that's no tax on overtime is at all it seems to be for workers. I mean, it was always a stupid policy. A woman named Sharon Simmons delivered the bags of burgers and avoided the president's questions about whether she opposed men playing in women's sports. Ms. Simmons stayed on message, "I'm here about no tax on tips." God, he is fucking mental, dude. He is losing it. Standing next to Ms. Simmons, who wore a red shirt that said DoorDash Grandma, Mr. Trump refused to apologize for his post attacking the American-born Pope. "I'm just responding to Pope Leo. There's nothing to apologize for." Will they talk about this? Later on Monday, Vice President JD Vance, the highest-ranking Catholic in the federal government, which is terrifying to read, was asked to respond to the president's criticism of the Pope in an interview on Fox News. Mr. Vance said that he would advise the Vatican to stick to matters of morality, to stick to matters of, what's going on in the Catholic Church, and let the President of the United States stick dictating American public policy. Dude, kick this motherfucker out already. I don't get why he's not been excommunicated. Other prominent conservatives and not only Catholics quickly expressed outrage at the image that Mr. Trump posted of himself as a Jesus-like figure. There were literally, I'm sorry, I'm so distracted by this. There were popes calling on, which is against the, you're not supposed to do this, calling for Biden because he was pro-choice and because he took communion even though he was divorced, which, Pope Francis changed it so you could, and it was no longer it's still a sacrament, but it wasn't a sin to do that. Which a lot of Catholics disagreed with Pope Francis for doing. But they said because he does those two things, he's not really a Catholic, but they're not supposed to be saying who is and is not a Catholic unless they're going to formally excommunicate somebody. David Brody, whatever. Then joking, he'd like to be. They can't, he might visit the new Pope like he did the last one. I mean, what's stopping them, Let's see, Brett Baer asking Vance about this. Is this where he said it?
Tracy dreams to be like every kid.
I don't know what it is. Ad blocker does not apply to this website.
Has expressed problems with the war in Iran, says that we should be peacemakers, been very vocal. The president took to Truth Social saying Leo should be thankful because, as everyone knows, he was a shocking surprise. He wasn't on any list to be Pope, was only put there because of the church, because he was an American. They thought he would be good, best way to deal with President Donald J. Trump. If I wasn't in the White House, Leo wouldn't be in the Vatican. Just wondering, as a Catholic, how you consider this Truth Social post, and then the post of the picture, which a lot of people took as the president posting.
Sean Pierre, thank you so much for the $10 donation. I really appreciate it. Trump turned water into Diet Coke. I must have missed that sermon. Thank you so much for the $10 donation.
A picture of himself as Jesus. He later said that he posted it as thinking as a doctor saving people.
I thought it was me as a doctor, and had to do with Red Cross, as a Red Cross worker there, which we support. And only the fake news could come up with that one.
But it really...
I really want to know what Rod Dreher thinks about his anti-Pope Jesus posting nonsense. Dude, Rod Dreher is probably sad about Orban not being president anymore. And once he's, done with his fugue state from that, then he can process this and probably play defense for it. Brother Rod.
A kerfuffle, Mr. Vice President. I'm just wondering what you make of all of this, and whether it's what you think of this back and forth with the church.
Well, first of all, Brett, I think the president was posting a joke, and of course he took it down because he recognized that a lot of people weren't understanding his humor in that case. I think the president of the United States likes to mix it up on social media, and I actually think that's one of the good things about this president is that he's not filtered. He doesn't send everything through a communications professional. He actually reaches out directly to the people. When it comes to the disagreements with the Vatican, look, we're going to have disagreements, Brett, from time to time. I think it's a good thing, actually, that the Pope is advocating for the things that he cares about. But we're always going to have disagreements on matters of public policy, or I should say, sometimes we're going to have disagreements on matters of public policy. The Pope has been critical of our immigration policy, but ultimately the immigration policy of the United States is set by Donald Trump. The Pope is going to have disagreements on other issues. We can respect the Pope. We certainly have a good relationship with the Vatican, but we're also going to disagree on substantive questions from time to time. I think that's a totally reasonable thing and isn't particularly newsworthy.
Do you think that when the president says
it's not newsworthy for the president to post an AI-generated photo of himself as Jesus and then to beef with the Pope, who is American?
It's hurting him very badly, catering to the radical left, it's hurting the Catholic Church? Do you agree with the president there?
Well, look, I think the president has the prerogative to set American foreign policy. He's got the prerogative to set American immigration policy. He has to look out for the interests of the United States of America. And that inevitably means that when the Vatican comments on issues of public policy, sometimes there's going to be agreement, of course, and sometimes there's going to be disagreement. I think that's a reasonable thing, Brett. I don't think that it's particularly newsworthy, but I certainly think that in some cases it would be best for the Vatican to stick to matters of morality, to stick to matters of what's going on in the Catholic Church, and let them.
Like a war is amoral. Apparently, it's just not. It's not something that you can ponder morally or comment on if you're the Pope for some reason.
The President of the United States stick to dictating American public policy, but when they're in conflict, they're in conflict. I don't worry about it too much, Brett. I think it's a natural thing. I'm sure it'll happen in the future, and it's not that big of a deal that it happened in the past.
Tracy Dream.
Okay, fucking weird. It's so funny that he converted to Catholicism as an adult because he was raised in Appalachia, even though if you actually look at where he was raised, it's hardly counts as Appalachia, but whatever. When I would associate somebody trying to convert to Catholicism and be a right-wing politician in this country as somebody who's trying to pander to Groypers, but that was the first political faction of the right to disavow JD Vance because his wife is Indian and they have mixed children. So he kind of shies away from his Catholic identity at this point. Pence did a weird thing as well. Pence is he is an evangelical born-again Catholic, is what he calls himself if you read his book. I don't know why they do these things. He was raised, Mike Pence was raised Roman Catholic, and then he converted to this totally made up, sect of Christianity that leaned into Protestantism, but he clearly did not want to renounce his Catholic faith. But I think he felt pressured to because of his constituents, and he did radio, and that's really dominated by Protestants. But all of these people are always hush hush about their faith because Glenn Beck is a Mormon. Glenn Beck doesn't really talk about being a Mormon. I mean, he does in his books, but not with the general audiences. I think he does try to give off the impression that he's Protestant. Ben Shapiro is Jewish, but he constantly harps on about Judeo-Christian values or whatever, and tries to lean into comments on Christianity, which he's free to do or whatever. But it's the same with JD Vance. He's Catholic, and he will only talk about it in very specific ways. Unless his wife is Catholic, it makes little sense. And maybe Usha Vance is. I mean, there's a lot of photos of him doing cultural ceremonies with her, and it's one of their children is named Vivek. So obviously her culture was one that he was interested in integrating into his life in a significant way. And she was recently, up until very recently, a Democrat. And when she was questioned on that in a CNN interview, she pretended she didn't understand what they were asking her. And I swear this is the last one on his, but again, he was on a posting crusade. He posted a video of a woman getting murdered with a hammer. Again, between the moon photo, the calling out the Pope, and then this. Trump posted graphic video of woman's killing in Florida. Besieged by questions about his war on Iran and his wife's statement on Jeffrey Epstein, Donald Trump tried to shift the national conversation back to his immigration crackdown by posting a graphic, distressing video of a woman in Florida being killed last week by a man he described as a quote-unquote illegal immigrant from Haiti. The video, taken by a surveillance camera outside of Fort Myers gas station, showed a man identified by authorities as a Haitian immigrant using a hammer to bludgeon to death the woman who was reportedly a clerk at a gas station. Trump's decision to elevate such graphic images of a woman's death by posting it for his millions of followers on Truth Social was startling, but in keeping with a pattern of using shocking video of violence attributed to undocumented immigrants to sow fear about immigration and justify mass deportation. In his State of the Union address in January, when Trump introduced the mother of Irina Zarutska, a Ukrainian woman who was murdered on camera in Charlotte, North Carolina last year, he dwelled on the gory images. No one will ever forget the expression of terror on Irina's face as she looked up at her attacker in the last seconds of her life, the president said as her mother wept in the gallery. And I recently saw an update about this because people were losing their mind that, like, the man who killed her, I think, seemed clearly not fit to withstand trial. And I think people were mad about that. Trump also tried to present those images as an argument against immigration by falsely describing the North Carolinian-born man arrested and charged with killing Zarutska as an immigrant. She had escaped a brutal war only to be slain by a hardened criminal set free to kill in America. Came in through open borders, Trump said. The video that Trump posted on Thursday was originally surfaced by the Fox News correspondent Bill Malugan on Tuesday, the same day Trump was threatening to commit a war crime by bombing Iran's civilian infrastructure. The Department of Homeland Security said in a statement that the suspected attacker in custody was quote-unquote released in 2022 by the Biden admin and given temporary protected status, although it's unclear whether that information is accurate. You can just fucking assume if it's coming out of this admin, it's a lie. Trump has been trying to foment hatred of Haitians given temporary shelter in the U.S. since his 2024 campaign, when he infamously made the false accusations that Haitians in Springfield, Ohio were eating the pets of the people that live there. The baseless conspiracy theory about Haitian immigrants eating pets was first popularized that year by JD Vance, the Ohio senator who became Trump's vice president. At the same time, Vance argued that Haitians who had a legal right to live and work in the U.S. with temporary protected status should be considered illegal because the law had been abused. Dude, bleak. They were trying to lie and say he was released. I don't even know why you would even try to say something like that. He clearly wasn't. I was disappointed to learn that this is just a little teaser. On another note about upcoming things. So RFK Jr. is starting a podcast. If anybody's ever heard RFK Jr. speak, I'm sure the next thought naturally was, I just really want to hear this person keep speaking and at length for several hours, probably. And I want to hear this multiple times a week. So he has heard these requests, heard your thoughts and prayers, and is now coming out with a podcast.
For decades now, Americans have been told that we should trust the system, but our children are sicker, chronic diseases exploding, and the answers that we've been given aren't working. Many of us have come to the conclusion that government actually lies to us.
Wow.
I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
This is the first time ever anybody's been talking about how the government lies.
HHS secretary. This podcast is about telling the truth, especially when it's uncomfortable. I'm going to have fearless conversations with critical thinkers, including independent doctors, respected scientists, and leaders in medical innovation and research. I'm going to ask the questions and lift the taboos and expose the hypocrisy and the conflicts and the corruption. We're going to follow the evidence wherever it leads. And we're going to name the names of the forces that obstruct the paths to public health. This isn't going to be about politics. It's about our families, it's about our children, and it's about confronting the spiritual malaise and embracing the...
It's literally going to be it's like a DHS.gov type podcast, but it's not about politics. The secretary of HHS doing it, it's not about politics. This is just apolitical.
Truth. If we want a healthy nation, we have to confront the lies that have made us spiritually, morally, and physically sick. The time for half measures is now over. We're launching a new era of radical transparency in government here at HHS. I hope you'll join us in our mission to make America healthy again.
Dude, I have not been this excited for a podcast to review since her take initially dropped. Okay, this is going to be big. I am very excited for when this finally happens. And what do you want to bet this is only going to be 7 episodes? It seems like it's already pre-recorded, but I'm amazed that a man that sounds like he's dying, that had a worm in his brain, is in charge of health of all things. I mean, again, it's fitting with the Burger Reich that we live in. I'm sorry his voice is damaged, but no need to damage us with it. I wonder if my viewership's going to drop when I finally review his podcast. His voice is pretty bad. Let's see. Okay, I want to see a little bit of this Piers Morgan panel. We're probably not going to watch it all at once.
Post that picture of yourself depicted as Jesus Christ.
Well, it wasn't depicted. I did post it, and I thought it was...
Okay, this is mentally unstable. Trump slams Pope and Tucker Carlson as U.S.-Iran war blockade begins.
Me as a doctor.
You don't care?
It's a distraction. It's a distraction. I just don't care.
But as a Catholic, you don't care?
Galatians 6:7 says, God will not be mocked.
The remedy
yes,
is not...
Vinnie here to defend the Lord and Trump.
25th Amendment. The remedy is Congress.
Pope Leo's boss got executed and came back from the dead 3 days later. He's not afraid of a Truth Social post.
We have a one-man rule, and the one man happens to be crazy.
You block my ships and I'll block yours. That's the upshot of the US president's latest Iran war gambit. A US naval blockade of the Strait of Hormuz is now in force. It will not reduce the global cost of oil and gas. In fact, quite the opposite. But it may stem the steady flow of cash flooding into Iran's coffers, one of the most perverse unintended consequences of the conflict so far. But surprisingly, in current circumstances, President Trump and Secretary of State Marco Rubio spent Saturday night at the UFC in Florida. It's fair to say Vice President JD Vance got the short straw, fresh from trying and failing to save Viktor Orban's campaign in Hungary. He spent 21 hours in...
Oh, this reminds me, somebody asked Rod Dreyer's up to Peppa Pig meme, first of all. And for the uninitiated, Rod Dreyer is a massive... Rod is like a staple in Chapo Trap House lore. There's literally like a 10-hour compilation of the Chapo Boys just dunking on him and his writings from like the, I think, National Review, where he was a columnist for a long time, as well as The Benedict Option, which is one of his books, talking about people living like a monastic religious life in like, you know, the 21st century or something like that. And I literally predicted it. I said he's going to be too torn up by Viktor Orban's loss to be talking anything about like the Pope, or it's going to be secondary, even though he's a Catholic. And literally, what is it? Reposting shit about Viktor Orban. A lot of people are going to be surprised how much they miss old Viktor now that he's gone. More simping for him. This is the most difficult things for Americans to master about Hungarians, I have found. Roger is still in touch with Hungarians. So there's that.
In negotiations with the Israelis in Islamabad.
The bad news is that we have not reached an agreement, and I think that's bad news for Iran much more than it's bad news for the United States of America. So we go back to the United States having not come to an agreement. We've made very clear what our red lines are, what things we're willing to accommodate them on, and what things we're not willing to accommodate them on. And we've made that as clear as we possibly could, and they have chosen not to accept our terms.
Well, the biggest red line is Iran's uranium stockpile. 6 weeks and $30 billion worth of war have not changed Iran's nuclear potential. There's also no agreement on toll-free access to the Strait of Hormuz and on funding proxies like Hezbollah, without which it's extremely hard to argue the US has achieved anything much at all. Meanwhile, President Trump has added several new fronts in his war of words. Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens and Alex Jones were all savaged as low IQ losers in a Truth Social rant against his supporters turned critics. Carlson responded in a BBC interview.
I feel sorry for him, as I do for all slaves. He is not free in this moment at all to do what he thinks is best for himself or his country.
What do you mean?
No, he's not free. And we learned that yesterday when Donald Trump announced a ceasefire, clearly with relief.
Oh my God.
And made its terms, or most of its terms, public. And then that ceasefire.
Okay, he's going to say Israel violated it. Yeah, he had to like soft launch this take that he's like being blackmailed by Israel in like a newsletter on his website. And now I guess he's like hard launching it in this interview.
Ended within 2 hours because Israel intentionally violated the terms.
Well, last night, Trump turned his attention on an even bigger target. The Pope, His Holiness, has taken a not unreasonable position on the Iran war, namely that threatening to destroy civilization is unacceptable and that God doesn't like war. The president responded by saying that he doesn't like the Pope. And then a move that angered even some of his most loyal supporters, Trump posted this image of himself as Jesus Christ. Now, plenty of people have been pointing out to the president that the religious fanatics led by a divine strongman are supposed to be on the other side. Well, just before we came on air, Trump deleted the image of himself as the Son of God, which is about as close as he's probably ever got to a genuine apology. Professor Jeffrey Sachs and
So the closest he's ever gotten to an apology is like a total airball. So not close at all.
Stellar panel are standing by, but we begin tonight in Beirut, where all the talk of a ceasefire feels a very long way away. Yalda Hakim is an award-winning Sky News anchor and host of the World podcast and joins me now from Beirut. Yalda, welcome back to Uncensored.
Thanks so much for having me, Piers.
Well, I'm trying to get my own not quite so massive brain around all this. And
okay. We are skipping ahead to when he talks to a Catholic who seems to like defend Trump over the shit.
Thank you.
Well, my panel's coming up in a few minutes, but joining me now is the renowned economist and global affairs expert, Professor Jeffrey Sachs. Professor Sachs, welcome back to Uncensored.
Piers, great to be with you. Thank you.
Where are we with this war? What is going on? I mean, as I'm about to talk to you, Hillary Clinton has posted, Trump has become fully unhinged and we should talk about it. On MS Now this morning, she added, I read these posts like the majority of Americans, both shaking my head and really just feeling sick that we have a president who
is... Oh my God, this is the same woman who was like, he gets a Nobel Peace Prize if he ends the Ukraine-Iran war, or like the Ukraine-Russia war, but then she'll say stuff like this.
Such a disgrace. And this follows another barrage of slightly bonkers posts by Donald Trump, pretending to be Jesus and attacking the Pope and so on and so on. Very familiar pattern to 6 weeks now, this kind of thing, attacking NATO, attacking all the European countries, attacking conservative podcasters, pretty well looking like he's on a rampage of, I guess, trying to find people to blame for what many people now think is turning into an enormous mess. What is your reading of it?
Well, it certainly is a disaster. It's a disaster of two people, Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump. They are both mentally unstable as individuals, and they both lead ruthless governments. Both are waging war relentlessly, brutally.
Wait, no, I thought this was going to be a Catholic cucking themselves out to Trump. No. We have to keep going until we get to the Vinnie panel. That's when the actual content starts, obviously.
I'm joined now by my panel, Vincent Ashana, PBD podcast Angry Patriot, host of the Dan Abrams Show on SiriusXM and YouTube, Dan Abrams, Fred Fleitz, the Vice Chairman of the America First Policy Institute, and John Fugelsang, author of the book Separation of Church and Hate. Well, welcome to all of you, all with slightly different perspectives, I think, on this. Let me start with you, Dan Abrams, if I can. I mean, there's so much going on. Almost 98% of it driven by what comes out of Donald Trump's mouth or his social media posts in the last 6 weeks. I can't get my head round any consistent strategy or logic to pretty much any of this.
PBD sent Vinnie to redeem the brand. He's carrying the flame.
And I've really reached the conclusion that he got into something, almost certainly at the enthusiastic behest of Israel. He's got into something that he now wishes he could get out of, but he's no idea how to get out of it. Am I wrong?
No, I think that's probably right. But I think that we need to separate out. You mentioned sort of getting caught up in the social media side of it, right? What he says, and we all respond and we react. And you're right. We do, right? That's typically what generates the news cycle. This is different. This is actual action. This is lives lost. This is $1 billion a day. This is a now situation where the exit doesn't seem clear. And, look, you can argue that militarily this has been a success, right? And that's what the administration would say. The follow-up question to that is, okay, that's true. It has. But then what? What have we achieved? What were the goals that we were seeking here? And now Iran is standing up to the United States. I mean, think about that. The United States and Iran held sort of face-to-face meetings, equals. And Iran stood up to the United States and said, no, we're not doing it. And so the response is, all right, well, we may bomb them again. Okay. Now, look, the blockade actually kind of makes sense in terms of trying to put pressure on them, but there's nothing that indicates it's going
The blockade makes sense
to work. And that's the question that we have to focus on. What is the goal here? What is the end? What are we trying to achieve?
Yeah, and I don't think we know. And I'm not sure President Trump knows. Vinnie, welcome back to Uncensored. Great to have you back. Look, from where I'm looking, everything Dan said is correct. We were told, the New York Times did a big deep dive into this and revealed how Benjamin Netanyahu painted a picture of a sequence of events that would happen if the Americans joined Israel on this mission, and if they took out the Ayatollah, then the IRGC would be irrevocably damaged, then the people would rise up, and they'd all be so distracted that no one would notice the Straits of Hormuz and it would be irrelevant. None of that, apart from the first bit, has happened. The regime is clearly still firmly in place, albeit it's lost a few people, but they've been replaced by like-minded people. You've got the Supreme...
Actually, a more hardline government has replaced the former Ayatollah.
Leader being replaced by his son, for example, I'm going to say, apparently wounded, but is alive and will be the new Supreme Leader. You have the people not uprising at all, not even rising up in the way they did in January when they were protesting. And the Strait of Hormuz has become this extraordinary economic battering ram being used by Iran to effectively hold the United States to ransom over literally a barrel or a few million barrels. Where's the win here, Vinnie?
Well, thank you for having me back on, Piers. I'm happy to see that you're doing a little bit better and you're a little bit more mobile. Piers, I'm not gonna lie to you. The article you're talking about, the New York Times, I've read it multiple times. I've spoken about it, and you nailed it, Piers.
They covered this on PBD. We watched it last time.
First two were decapitating the Ayatollah.
Like, Vinnie has to brag about that because these are not men, I know, shocking to hear this, that really read that much. So when they do, it has to be noted and remarked upon and underscored that he even read one news article, a single one, multiple times.
Crippling Iran's capacity, but then the two main ones, the regime change and the uprising from the people. And one of the best quotes in that meeting, John Ratcliffe said it was farcical. Marco Rubio said, in other words, sir, it's BS. I'm not going to say the word. And then the most important one by the chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Raisin Kane, he said, sir, this is, in my experience, standard operating procedure for the Israelis. They oversell, and their plans are not always well developed. They know they need us, and that's why they're hard selling. So, Piers, in that meeting, apparently, it was Bibi Netanyahu with Mossad on a Zoom call behind, and they pitched. Nobody was on board once Bibi left, but for some reason, the president went through with it. And having, my family's from Iran, Piers, as you know, we're Assyrian. And the people, we forgot about the people. What about the people? Now it's all about the oil. Now it's all about the Hormuz. And I just think Israel just,
all about the Hormuz.
This is what Israel does. And at the same time, Piers, when we're basically, our troops, this all started, let's not forget, Marco Rubio on camera said, all right, he said, well, we didn't want to strike first, but since Israel was going to go and our assets, our soldiers, 13 of them, God rest their souls dead, they're going to be put in harm's way, so we got to go first, Piers. That really, really bothers me that he has that much control that since they're going to go, we got to go. And for a nation, Piers, which bothers me, you mentioned this, I believe, last week, a nation that we all know has nuclear weapons, but we all have to play this game like we don't know that they have nukes. Do you know how dangerous that is? The Non-Proliferation Treaty, they're not in it, Piers. If God forbid they use a nuke, we can't even point and say, hey.
Oh my God, Vinnie, with the stunning lack of self-awareness, dude. You're over here worried about Iran when you just underscored the fact that Israel helped take us to this war of choice. Israel is not a signatory to the Non-Proliferation Treaty. Israel has secret fucking nukes, dude. Israel's engaged in a genocide. He won't grant that one, but he would certainly admit that they've used a lot of force in Gaza. I'm pretty sure he has talked about that on the podcast very briefly, but he has admitted that. And you're over here worried about Iran getting a fucking nuke. They don't need a nuke. They have the fucking Strait of Hormuz. It's so clear that they're able to do this amount of economic devastation that anybody who is even thinking about securing one is realizing that the economic warfare is more valuable.
It was Israel, because technically they don't have it, Piers. I think the people in the president's ear, they're not giving them good information. They're kind of swaying that they want to. And Jared Kushner is over there with Steve Witkoff. Jared Kushner doesn't even have...
Oh, was he talking about Israel?
But we all have to play this game like we don't... A nation that we all know has nuclear weapons, but we all have to play this game like...
Oh, I thought he was talking about Iran. I was like, God, he has fucking lost the plot on this. How is he going to say that he thinks that Iran has a nuke? It's Israel that has the nukes.
We don't know that they have nukes. Do you know how dangerous that is? The Non-Proliferation Treaty, they're not in it, Piers. If God forbid they use a nuke, we can't even point and say, hey, it was Israel, because technically they don't have it, Piers. I think the people in the president's ear, they're not giving them good information. They're kind of swaying that they want to. And Jared Kushner is over there with Steve Witkoff. Jared Kushner doesn't even have security clearance, Piers. He's married to Trump's daughter, and he's known Bibi Netanyahu, Jared Kushner's family. Charles Kushner has known him since he was a child. So that's a little conflict of interest for me, Piers. And again, when there's American soldiers...
Yeah, the first time there's ever been a conflict of interest in the Trump admin.
And our troops are
Vinny's there to call it out.
Yeah, it gets very real very, very quickly. Fred Flights, welcome to our sense. You're vice chairman of an institute.
Iran has issued a fatwa on developing nuclear weapons in 2004. Well, that was the old Ayatollah, and he's gone now. And I don't know that his son is... obligated to or interested in upholding that, but there's no evidence that they're going to secure a nuclear weapon.
Called the America First policy. I'm really struggling to understand how any of this puts America first. Trump was elected on various big picture promises to the American people. One was he was not going to drag America into pointless, expensive Middle Eastern wars. He's now dragged them into the biggest and most expensive one he could have done, and from where I sit at the moment, the most pointless. Secondly, he was going to...
Do you think we should stop, if at all possible, ships from leaving or docking in Iran? Fuck no, and we're probably not going to. Engage in international acts of piracy against Chinese ships? I'd like to see the U.S. fucking try.
Take care of cost of living. He was going to bring down inflation. Well, the complete opposite is happening. The prices at the pump are raging. Food prices will be next because fertilizer has been held up, as well as oil and gas in the Strait of Hormuz. All of this goes...
But Trump cares about the fertilizer prices. He put on Truth Social. I'm checking them every day.
To me, completely contrary to the concept of America First that Trump was selling the American electorate. What do you feel?
Well, it's great to be here.
It's only it should only be a surprise if you actually slept through the entire first Trump admin, then you should be surprised. If you took this moron at his word when he was campaigning, then you should be surprised. If you actually paid attention to anything that he did in the first admin with respect to international or foreign policy, none of this should come as any fucking surprise. Even the NATO threats, honestly, are, I'm not going to say empty, but it's a whole lot of posturing. Trump expanded NATO in his first term, adding in 2 countries.
Here, President Trump answered this last June after the 12-day war when a small number of MAGA critics raised some of these points. And he said, look, I came up with the America First approach to U.S. national security, and I decide what's in it, and stopping Iran from getting a nuclear bomb is part of my approach. And most of his followers agreed. I mean, some of them may not agree exactly with this, but they trusted him. I mean, I just take a different approach here. I think we are seeing the collapse of another false anti-Trump narrative. You may remember a week ago we heard that Iran is winning and Iran has the upper hand, that the Iranians will refuse to attend talks with the United States unless they got sanctions relief, unless there was a full and complete ceasefire, unless Israel stopped attacking Lebanon. They didn't get any of those conditions. Instead, they sent a large delegation to Pakistan. They were the ones who were begging for a ceasefire. They were the ones who wanted a negotiated settlement. We had 3 rounds of talks with them, which I think is very promising. I think the door to a diplomatic solution is still open. And I think Trump has achieved his objective.
That was Biden, wasn't it, and Putin? Wait, NATO expansion? Trump added North Macedonia's in NATO in his first term.
Iran will not get a nuclear weapon now.
And he might have added Montenegro, but I can't remember if that was the Biden admin or Trump. So I know at least North Macedonia.
The capability of making nuclear weapons, all the facilities have been destroyed. Iran's so-called missile shield, which Secretary Rubio talked about, is going to be ended. They still have a missile arsenal.
Where's the enriched uranium?
You know what? I have a big difference on that. I've studied this very closely. There may be 9 to 11 weapons worth of uranium hexafluoride that, if further processed, could fuel nuclear weapons. I'm happy to leave that stuff in the ground. Trump has said he's bombed the heck out of it. It's being watched by satellites. I know there's people going on Fox News and saying you have to dig that stuff up and get it out. That's absolutely wrong. We really don't need to do that. We can leave it there. I don't think the Iranians could process it, even if they could dig it out.
Well, that's a massive leap of faith, isn't it? Given that
it's not faith. We have evidence corroborating that claim.
Indicated the complete opposite. But also, this, last summer, the 12-day war, when it ended, we were told that's it. They have no way now of developing nuclear weapons. We've ended that threat. Then 8 months later, the United States is launching a full-on war with Iran, precisely to do what they said had been neutralized 8 months earlier. And now you're proposing that the way this ends is the Iranians keep all their enriched uranium, which is 60% enriched and well on the way to becoming maybe 10, 11 nuclear weapons. None of this makes sense to me. I don't think I'm a particularly stupid individual.
After the 12-day war, we were hoping with this ceasefire, Iran would stop its pursuit of nuclear weapons and stop building its missile program. There was a massive increase of its missile program, which the president decided to deal with in January. We started negotiations. The Iranians didn't want to deal. Then the attack began on February 28th. And according to Rubio,
Iran is months away from building a nuclear weapon, but I'm happy to leave enriched uranium on their soil. Nonsensical. This is the most coherent way to get them to extricate themselves from this situation.
If we let them continue this missile program, by the end of the year, there'd be nothing we can...
Otherwise, Trump will again commit troops to this area and do a ground invasion before he holds this hell. It just seems like there is no end in sight.
Do to stop their pursuit of nuclear weapons. They were rebuilding the nuclear weapons program too. Frankly, this all makes sense if you look at what Iran did between June of last year and January of this year.
And your solution is you leave them with all their enriched uranium so they could just do it all over again.
I don't think people understand what this enriched uranium is. It's a form of uranium hexafluoride. It has to be further processed in uranium metal. Then it has to be put into unfinished and unfueled nuclear devices that probably have been destroyed also. This enriched uranium is poisonous if you go near it, you need hazmat suits.
I am cracking up at the fucking, just leave it in the dirt comment. I don't know why they keep saying it like that.
Due respect. A lot of use of the word probably there.
I just think the idea of sending in American troops to dig this stuff out, when I think it's probably
okay, then just say that. Just say you don't really care what the threat is or isn't. You don't want to commit ground troops to this area because you know it would be unpopular. You know it would be expensive. You know it would be the fucking end of the Republican Party as far as the midterms in 2028.
Usable or difficult for the Iranians to get. Trump has bombed the heck out of it. He said we're going to watch it with satellites. I think that's the right approach.
Okay. John Finkelstein, welcome back to Uncensored. Great to see you.
Lovely to see you all.
First of all, just your reaction to what you just heard from Fred Flights, and we'll get into the Pope and Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you know, the world had a working, functioning deal to keep Iran from getting nukes, and the U.S. military declared for years that Iran was complying with the terms of the deal. It wasn't just Barack Obama, it was multiple nations that put this deal together. Now, I don't trust anything Trump says, I trust nothing Netanyahu says, and I don't trust the Ayatollahs too much either. But I don't think the generals of the U.S. military were lying to us all those years that the deal was working, and they tore it up, and now they're trying to take credit for solving a problem that they...
Imagine saying out loud, unironically, I don't think the U.S. government was lying to us for all those years. Like, I'm not saying that they were, but like the idea that a government couldn't have a sustained campaign of disinformation or dishonesty is stunning, especially in the context of warfare post-Iraq War.
They created. That's the old nations that put this deal together. Now, I don't trust anything Trump says. I trust nothing Netanyahu says, and I don't trust the Ayatollahs too much either. But I don't think the generals of the U.S. military were lying to us all those years that the deal was working, and they tore it up, and now they're trying to take credit for solving a problem that they created. This movement,
like, the deal was working. It's just you don't have to go so far as to say, like, I don't think they were lying or whatever. Like, governments can always lie.
Has despised the U.S. Constitution as much as they despise the New Testament. And right now we're witnessing many Trump supporters begin to realize that for a decade of their lives, they've been enrolled in Trump University. They have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and led astray for 10 years. Vladimir Putin is helping the Iranians attack U.S. bases, and Trump is lifting sanctions on the Russians. We're burning through $1 billion a day on this after years of promising this wouldn't happen. The Strait of Hormuz is now a toll road. Putin's getting rich every day off of this, and we have a president who's threatening mass death on Easter Sunday. Piers, I always thought the point of Easter was people coming back from the dead, not threatening to send more people there. And as
who wrote the boo? Like, that was so bad, man. Like, I need like fucking tomato emojis in chat. That was really, really bad.
As JD Vance was people coming back from the dead, not threatening to send more people there.
Okay, he looked like he read something when he said that as well.
As far as JD Vance, I'm shocked that a smug, abrasive, condescending guy like him failed at diplomacy. But let's be honest, they didn't want a deal because Netanyahu doesn't want this to stop yet.
Well, let's talk specifically then about the two extraordinary religious interventions that Trump has made. I mean, there's actually three, because the Easter Sunday post he made I thought was just appalling. I told him to delete it, and everyone was gleefully telling me, oh, it's on the right. They were saying, Piers, you don't understand. I thought you knew Trump. You know, he'll never delete it. The outrage is baked in. And then, of course, today, when he posted a picture of himself as Jesus Christ, a lot of the very same people were saying, this is outrageous, you should delete it, which he now has. I mean, Ari Fleischer, one of Trump's biggest, most lavish supporters, who will literally defend the indefensible, says President Trump's team should never have posted this image. It's inappropriate and embarrassing. It's offensive. What made me chuckle is it wasn't President Trump's team, it's him. You know, he does this stuff. He posted it. I mean, he may not physically press the button, but he's the one compiling it and telling people to post it. Riley Gaines, another big Trump supporter. I can't understand why he posts this. If you're looking for a response, either way, two things are true. A little humility would serve him well. God shall not be mocked. And Marjorie Taylor Greene accused him of blasphemy. In fact, she said it's more than blasphemy. It's an antichrist spirit. Then we have the attack on all the podcasters separate to this. From Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, Alex Jones, and others, to which Alex Jones responded, how do we 25th Amendment his ass? And I actually had the very uncomfortable thing of Alex Jones agreeing with something I posted about Trump today, which made me question my own judgment.
Thoughts and prayers, Piers. Thoughts and
exactly.
prayers.
But let's come to the attack also in the context of on the Pope, because Trump on Air Force One, as you're about to board it, said this.
We don't like a pope that's going to say that it's okay to have a nuclear weapon. We don't want a pope that says crime is okay in our cities. I don't like it. I'm not a big fan of Pope Leo. He's a very liberal person, and he's a man that doesn't believe in stopping crime. He's a man that
25th Amendment
doesn't think that we should be toying with a country that wants a nuclear weapon.
I mean, he added a few other things. He said, I don't want a pope who criticises the president of the United States because I'm doing exactly what I was elected. I mean, as we've just discussed, I'm not sure he is. If I wasn't in the White House, Leo wouldn't be in the Vatican, etc. Pope Leo, interesting, because he's the first American pope, and Trump has gone to war before with Pope Francis, and I remember it well. He attacked him after Francis had said he didn't like people who wanted to build walls, not knock them down. He said, "We're pretty rich coming."
Even Riley is pivoting. Trump is cooked. Why do you guys think that means anything? Look at what she's already posted. I love the president, and I'm so grateful that he's in the Oval Office. Of course, I'll continue to support him and the America First agenda. At the end of the day, I do nothing for the approval of man. Our purpose on this earth is to glorify him in all we do. The Truth Social post missed the mark. It's now deleted. Amazing. We're imperfect people. I know I am. I don't get my feelings hurt easy, and I know with the president, it's really not personal. I want to spend eternity in a real place called heaven. I'd love for Trump to be there too. Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life. I'll keep doing my part by speaking truth and doing my best to lead others to Christ. And no, I won't be selling merch with his insults on them. Ha 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 ha. That was posted at 8:59 p.m. tonight. They know where their bread is buttered.
From somebody who has a massive wall around the Vatican to protect him. And
I mean, she would objectively be even more stupid to disavow him because ain't nobody welcoming her into the tent, like liberal all the way to left, because she is just openly transphobic.
Made the point that only 20% of Americans are Catholic, so 80% don't care what he has to say, and that he wasn't even American. Well, now he's got an American Pope, and actually 20% of 340 million people is a lot of Americans, many of whom may have voted for Trump. The Pope, interestingly, decided, I'm not having this, and said this.
I have no fear on neither the Trump administration nor speaking out loudly about the message of the gospel. And that's what I believe I am called to do, what the church is called to do. If we're not politicians, we're not looking to make foreign policy, as he calls it, with the same perspective that he might understand it. But I do believe that the message of the gospel, blessed are the peacemakers, is a message that the world needs to hear.
John Fugelsang, he also said, I thought really significantly, I'm not afraid of the Trump administration. It was a real statement of, you can abuse me all you want, but you're not going to knock me off my message, which is one of peace, and that wars are bad and you shouldn't be killing people.
Yeah, I mean, look, Pope Leo's boss got executed and came back from the dead 3 days later. He's not afraid of a Truth Social post. And what we see here are one man who's quoting Jesus and one man who can't stop fighting with Jesus. The Pope is saying, don't bomb civilians. And somehow that's become controversial. You know, there's two kinds of Christianity. There always has been since Rome took over Jesus's operation. There are the Christ followers who actually believe in following the words and commandments of Jesus Christ, humility, caring for the less fortunate, welcoming the stranger. Individuals and nations have to care for the poor and the sick and put away your sword. And then you've got the Christian nationalist strain that's existed since Rome took over, where they believe they own God, they own Jesus, and they work for us. And anything we do is okay because God likes us better. And Donald Trump has harnessed that energy quite well for quite a long time, and now he's overshot the mark. All Leo is doing is literally Christianity 101. And Donald Trump seems to think that's political. Starting a war, threatening genocide, bragging about it online. I mean, like Leo's not the one launching missiles. He's the only guy in this argument who hasn't killed
Why do we have to pretend like it's not political? It is clearly political. It's just not partisan.
Yet. And so I loved Leo's response. And
like the Catholic Church was calling out the Biden admin with respect to the Gaza genocide as well.
All he's doing is modeling what the gospel actually says, which infuriates Christian nationalists.
Right. Dan Abrams, we've got to an extraordinary place. I mean, there's so many extraordinary things that have happened in the last 6 weeks, but the new Iranian president, Masoud Pezeshkian, posted today, His Holiness Pope Leo, I condemn the insult to your excellency on behalf of the great nation of Iran and declare that the desecration of Jesus, the prophet of peace and brotherhood, is not acceptable to any free person. I wish you glory by Allah. I mean, when the Iranian president is racing to support an American pope, the first American pope, against an onslaught from the American president, who is the head of a party which historically has more Christian voters.
In a not so different situation, Piers Morgan would be using that against the Pope. If this war were popular right now and the Pope were speaking out about it, he would be saying, when you're on the side of the IRGC, of Iran, you're doing something wrong. He's only saying this because it's unpopular.
Than any other in America. What is happening?
Well, the question becomes why, right? Why would he do this?
Right.
And look, you'll have some people on the right who will say, well, we disagree with what the Pope says. Well, we support the president's actions and the Pope doesn't. Okay. But that doesn't mean you got to go after the Pope, right? You can disagree with the things that he's saying and not call him, weak and then make it all about himself. This idea that, the Pope only got his job because of me. He's talking about the stock market in this response to the Pope. You have to ask yourself, what is the goal? It's sort of similar to what we were talking about with regard to Iran. What is the goal? What are you trying to achieve? Why are you doing it? You can disagree, you can be mad at him, you can be upset. There's a way to deal with it. And putting aside all of the religious side that John has talked about, even from a human and political perspective, you have to ask yourself, why is he doing it?
Right, so I've known Trump 20 years. It was 20 years ago I took part in his Celebrity Apprentice show. We've been good friends over the years. We had a couple of wobbles, but largely good friends. I've spoken to him.
Here, Watch, thank you so much for the 200 bits. I really appreciate it.
Maybe a dozen times since he won second time around.
And he was really good in this panel. He's very well behaved.
I've known him well and a long time. I just think his behavior is the most erratic I've ever seen. I don't think you can hide behind, well, he's always like this, he likes to... It's more than that. It's almost like he's on some weird frenzied mission now to just piss off as many people as he can humanly do for reasons that I don't... When you put it in totality, it's like, as you said, what is the end game? It does raise a spectre, which, of course, the Democrats are gleefully putting forward because, of course, it was raised about Joe Biden. But Hillary Clinton posted today, Trump has become fully unhinged, and we should talk about it. On MS Now this morning, she elaborated, I read these posts, like the majority of Americans, shaking my head and really just feeling sick that we had a president who is such a disgrace. What do you think, Dan? I mean, you've obviously observed Trump for a very long time, too. Is he showing signs of behavior so erratic that there should be legitimate questions asked about his cognitive abilities?
Right. So you got to separate out unhinged from, quote, mentally ill, right? I see a lot of people publicly diagnosing.
What is the meaningful difference between those two things?
Trump, as if everyone's sort of a doctor, right? Oh, he's mentally ill. I don't know. I do know that
they're saying he's like mentally defective and he has dementia. They're not saying he's mentally ill as in he's like having like a manic episode or something like that. They're making it he's making it sound like people are like armchair diagnosing him with like depression and not, illnesses consistent with, growing old.
Posts and the responses are a bit unhinged. So I think when people start saying things like, oh, we got to deal with the 25th Amendment now, that's not productive, right? There is going to be no 25th Amendment that is going to...
it's really not productive to talk about holding the president accountable. It's not this is the same moron who was like, who cares what he puts in a Truth Social post? It's just weird. Just look at what he's doing. Like, dude, it matters what the president says, okay? He wouldn't even be saying that if he had said it in person. So what's the difference between him issuing that statement on Truth Social versus if he said it at like a press conference or something? There is literally no difference.
Action that the cabinet is going to take to remove Donald Trump, right? The 25th Amendment was basically enacted to deal with a president who's comatose, okay? It's not going to apply. But
just because that was the purpose behind it does not mean that's the only application of it that could ever be invoked.
That doesn't mean you can't talk about what he's saying and how unhinged it seems. But
you said earlier we need to ignore what he's saying and just look at his actions. And now you're saying, even though he sounds unhinged, you can criticize him, but not like that.
The remedy is not 25th Amendment. The remedy is Congress, right? Congress is supposed to be the one in a system of checks and balances saying you can or can't do this. And in the worst cases, impeachment. But at the very least, you would think when it comes to Iran, based on what we've seen, the Congress would be able...
Yeah, it lies with Congress. And you just said we shouldn't impeach the president, even though the only reason why we're talking about this war in the first place is because Trump just unilaterally fucking started it with Israel. He never went to Congress to declare it. I don't this is why you can't do this thing of who cares what he says or just look at his actions, but then also make the prescription that there should not be any discussion about invoking the 25th Amendment.
Able to pass some sort of legislation.
Again, all while underscoring that the primary power is a lot of it is vested in the Congress.
To say you got to go through us first. It can't just be the president who's doing it. And it seems up to this point, Congress can't even do that.
Yeah. Vinnie, if I was Donald Trump, and
I don't he just said, he was like, why are we talking about the 25th Amendment? His cabinet's not going to do that. It was for a comatose president, blah, blah, blah. Okay, you think the Republican Congress is going to do anything that's going to work against Donald Trump's stated agenda? No, they're not. So you're calling on Congress to do a thing that his own cabinet is not going to do. It's equally as futile to call on Congress to do it.
Very thankful I'm not. I'm sure he is too. But if I was, the sheer...
And really the only basis that Republicans would have to say that they support impeaching him or invoking the 25th Amendment would be those very words that he says you should fucking ignore. Because Republicans have never given a fuck about whether or not the power to declare war rests with Congress. They don't care.
Volume of people that have been broadly pretty supportive of me, particularly second time around, that are now turning on him. And it's not just conservatives. You've got the Tuckers and the Megyn Kellys and the Candace Owens, Alex Jones. But you've also got Joe Rogan, Theo Von, hugely influential podcasters. 70 million people watched Trump's interview with Joe Rogan before the election. It probably helped get him over the line with young men. People like me, that like I say, I've always got on well with Trump. I try to always be fair-minded with him, criticize him when I don't agree, praise him when I do. But the last 6 weeks just felt like we're on this weird spiraling roller.
Criticize him when I don't agree, but spend all of my time equivocating and going after the left for being too PC and woke and bringing up gender ideology or whatever.
Coaster, culminating. I'll be honest. When I read the thing about wanting to wipe out an entire civilization, I was really appalled by that. I just thought this is just a brazen statement of intent about potentially committing an act of genocide against the Iranian people. And then
imagine if Obama said that. Imagine if Biden said that. Imagine if Bernie Sanders had been elected president and he had said that. Piers would not have this fucking stupid measured tone.
You look at the logic of this, which was his fury was because the Straits of Hormuz weren't being opened. And now today he is the one trying to actively close them, albeit for reasons that some people think are, quite smart, potentially strategically. But none of it makes sense, Vinnie. But there's a growing number of people that were pro-Trump who are now turning on him. And a lot
Why did he just address Vinnie? Vinnie hasn't spoken in like a minute. And he was like, a lot of it makes sense, Vinnie. What?
For reasons that some people think are, quite smart, potentially strategically. But none of it makes sense, Vinnie. But there's a growing number of people that were pro-Trump who are now turning on him. And a lot of it is being driven by this whole Iran war and his behavior surrounding him.
I agree, Piers. I was one of those people, 2016 in California, supporting him from day one. I love what he did. He came and mixed up the whole system. I got punched in the head in California for wearing a red hat that wasn't even a Make America Great Again hat. So I was there with him from the beginning. But
Vinnie was a victim.
Again, a lot of people, Piers, try to say, no, you guys are all MAGA, you never change your mind. I'll openly say that what's happening right now is
it's a bold choice for a man this red to also wear red clothing, including a red hat, as part of his attire.
Like him, it's almost like he has like an evil force around him. I don't know if it's the polar whites, these evangelical Christians in his ear. But I love what John said, Piers, about the sad thing is I'm not surprised about his. I don't agree with.
That was actually unrelated to the hat. I have never heard him talk about this story.
These tweets about the Pope and Christianity. And by the way,
Vinnie looks like he's Cenk's illegitimate son. Are you saying that all? No, wait. Okay, so he's not Turkish. He's not Italian. He's Assyrian.
I'm pretty sure John
knows
this.
Cenk is Turkish, okay?
Galatians 6:7 says, God will not be mocked. But I'm not surprised. He said he's not a Christian, Piers. When he got sworn in, he didn't put his hand on the Bible this time. He said on Air Force One, he's not going to heaven. I just don't. It's supposed to be America first.
He's trying to get to heaven.
Piers, it's supposed to be America number one, okay? And it just seems like there's outside influences, Piers, that are more about them and less about us. And it's a really, really messed up thing because, Piers, look around the corner.
Dude, Vinnie is completely zog-filled.
Midterms look like it's going to be a bloodbath. And then think about 2028 presidential, who the front runner, technically right now, is Marco Rubio. This war does not seem like it's going to end, Piers, anytime soon, period. There's no uprising. We dropped weapons off to the Kurds. The Kurds took the guns. The Kurds stole the weapons. There's no uprising. I know I said it at the beginning, Piers. This was told, it was for the people. The Iranians, after 47 years, took to the streets, and they were like, we need help. Please help us. We are done. And the president, everybody was like, we're coming to help. We're coming to help. And then all of a sudden, enriched uranium became the story again, which I think is nonsense. We took it out. And the fact that we're supposed to believe intelligence, that now their missiles can come here, I don't believe it, Piers. I think we were hijacked, and we all know who hijacked it. And Israel has its thing. By the way, Piers, I'm watching videos of they're going after Hezbollah right now in Lebanon. They're taking down full apartment complexes for what? For one terrorist? For two terrorists? It's not good, Piers.
Vinnie, that's been going on in Gaza for going on 3 years.
I just hope,
he barely ever talked about Gaza. He did talk about it very, very briefly at different points, but almost never.
I think we're at the point of no return, Piers. I don't see this thing.
It's good that he's calling it out now, okay? But holy shit, it's just stunning to see how, he's like, can you believe that Trump would support a country that's engaged in these sorts of actions against the population? It's like, yeah, wait till I tell you what they've done in Palestine.
Ending anytime soon, I think is going to hurt the Republican Party, not only the midterms, but for the presidency as well.
So Flights, when you hear that from somebody who, was a Trump voter, does that not give you pause for concern? And when you hear the same from so many people that were supportive of Trump, that voted for him in the last election, turning on him so rapidly in such large numbers now, does that not worry you?
I don't think they're turning on him in large numbers, but
they're not.
I want to add that I'm Catholic. I like Pope Leo. I don't agree with him. He's a little too liberal for me, but I expect popes to advocate for peace and against war. And I would advise the president to keep that in mind. This is what popes do. It's a good thing. But I just look at what the NATO Secretary General
would you criticize Donald Trump for his attack on the
Just keep it in mind. Don't change course. Don't do anything different. Just keep it in mind.
I just don't care about this. What I would focus on is that
As a Catholic,
NATO Secretary General said
as a Catholic, you don't care about the American president launching an unprecedented verbal onslaught against the first American Pope. You don't care.
It's a distraction. It's a distraction. I just don't care.
Oh my God.
All I care
You
is that
don't
the NATO
care?
Secretary
I'm a
General
Catholic
says
sitting in London.
our world
I
is
care.
safer. Our world is safer because of the U.S. and Israeli action.
Fred,
in
no
Iran.
disrespect, but just to repeat, you don't care?
I think it's a distraction. I said, look, I
can
like
still
the Pope.
care
He's a little
about
too
it.
liberal for me. I expect him to speak out.
I don't agree with him. You have to. You're a Catholic, OMG. You actually can't. You can disagree with the Pope. There's there are certain like tenets of the Catholic faith that you can't disagree with the Pope on, but the like political matters and stuff like this, you can disagree with him on. But then don't say it's not political. It being political is the only reason that you can oppose it as a Catholic without being like blasphemous, basically.
Out on war and peace. That's what popes do.
But you can still care.
He did enter the political debate, and this is the kind of thing
But
that
your
happens when you
spiritual
do that.
leader is described in the way that Donald Trump described him, and he's the first American Pope. Your only response is, I don't care?
Look, Trump trolls people. You know that better than
Yeah,
anyone
but he's
else.
trolling your spiritual leader and mine. I care.
What I care about is that Trump is winning this war. The world is safer because an Islamist
Oh
terrorist
my
state
God.
is significantly weaker. And I think this war's going to wrap up in a couple of weeks. And I think there will be an uprising over the next few months when the
Do you want
bombing
to bet
stops.
on that?
Yeah, let's do it. I'll come back on your show if that happens.
Okay. How much do you want to bet?
$50.
Okay, that's like an uprising might happen. The actual thing that would be crazy to bet on is that it's completely organic and free from any foreign interference.
$50. That probably represents. That probably represents your confidence in winning this bet. John Fugelsang, I mean...
$50. Either he's broke or he's like low confidence. It could be both.
Look, as a Catholic sitting here in London at the moment, I care. I absolutely bloody well care, because this was an unprecedented attack. And it's the first American Pope. And it's like, at the very, this is my problem with what Donald Trump does in these things. It's like when people he doesn't like die. Whether it's Colin Powell or John McCain or Rob Ryan or whoever it may be. It's like...
I mean... Outside of, I don't like Colin Powell or John McCain.
My mother always says to me, nothing good to say about someone when they die. Say nothing. Just at least respect life and death. Say nothing.
Most men have the game.
My God, I hate how dying makes a saint out of everybody. No, you can fuck Colin Powell and fuck John McCain.
Do that. But again, we have to remember, this man can't stop lying. There is no Jesus-based argument for Trump support. There is no gospel teaching or commandment of Jesus that he has fought for on a policy level. You have to throw Jesus out. And if you think this Pope is too liberal, you're going to really hate Jesus when you get to the gospel parts of the Bible. I mean, this is a man who began his political career off a racist lie that the first black president wasn't one of us. He lied to every American you care and love about during the plague. He had cops beaten for a lie on the Capitol steps and then pardoned all those terrorists after he got in a second time. And he launched that campaign off a lie, another racist lie about Haitian migrants being illegals eating pets. You cannot believe anything he says. And again,
okay, this guy's redeeming himself a little bit.
You can't believe Netanyahu or the Ayatollahs either. If anything, this shows
like
us.
I always agreed with him, but just like the way that he was going about saying it, I was like, is this persuasive to anybody who's like not already a liberal?
That it's not the moderate and liberal religious people causing all the problems. It is the fundamentalist wings of all the world's great religions, the fundamentalist extreme right, Muslims, Christians, and Jews, who are causing the violence, oppressing the women, hating the gays, and turning millions of young people off to the concept of religion.
Dan Abrams, just very quickly.
Let me just add something there about Israel, right?
Is this guy like a really big atheist?
We've been talking
You part of like the atheist experience or something?
Broadly about Israel as if it's a monolith, right? And I think John makes a good point, which is if you look at support for Netanyahu right now in Israel, it's at about 40%, right?
Yep.
Similar to what Trump has here in the United States. And when we talk...
Ogre Boy, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, guys. We're going over this bizarre Piers Morgan panel.
Talk about Trump's actions, right, here in the United States. We separate Trump from the United States. And I think we have to do the same thing with Israel. We have to identify Netanyahu as the one who is pursuing this.
Oh my God. Netanyahu is democratically elected. Netanyahu has been the PM for a long time. Netanyahu reflects the popular will of the public in Israel. Why do we need to It's not only him to scapegoat. I don't get it. That's like saying only Donald Trump is to blame. He just came out of nowhere. No, millions and millions of Americans voted for this man. We have to reckon with that. It's the same with the Israeli public. I don't get why they don't have to, why can no one be held accountable for anything?
It doesn't mean Israel
No,
this, Israel that.
Listen, I totally agree. What I would say to that, I completely agree. I've become increasingly critical of
yes, separate the actions out from the population, the state. Okay, but they're not unrelated. You can separate them and still understand the relationship that exists between them.
Israeli government, because I believe there are some.
It's far more important to underscore that in like authoritarian countries like Russia or China where like they don't pick their head of state, then it needs to be underscored like the people literally just do not have a say electorally or democratically in who is ruling over them. It's not the same with Israel. They do have a say. They fucking voted for him.
Absolute right-wing headbangers on that government. Ben Gvir, Smodrich. You know, the spectacular Ben Gvir last week, cracking champagne open in the Knesset and wearing noose lapel badges because he just celebrated a law which will only execute Palestine.
He also didn't mention the pollings for support for the war. Yeah, they'll never bring that up. They never want to indict the Israeli public the same way they don't want to indict the American public. It's this, but like it's where this is not coming out of nowhere. People put these people in power. A lot of money and interest, yes, but then people fell for that and they voted for them, and some people just straight up agree with them. Ever think of that? They, for whatever reason, okay, people democratically elected these people. They're largely popular with their constituents. Trump is popular with his constituents.
Palestinians, they determine a terrorist, but not Israelis who do the same. I thought it was one of the most revolting things I've seen. So I think that you can criticize the Israeli government without, as some are always keen to do, being branded anti-Semitic. It's got nothing to do with the country, actually, or nothing to do with the people, and certainly nothing to do with Jewish people. But, and it's a big but, I think I'm right in saying that although the polling on Netanyahu is at that level, the polling on Israeli support within Israel for the war is very high, very high. So Netanyahu knows that, and he also knows the longer he can keep the sort of war part of his reign, as I use that word deliberately, going, the longer he avoids a criminal corruption trial.
Yep. Right. I think that's true. All of that is true. And I will just add one other piece here, which is...
Oh my God. Do we actually think that if Bibi Netanyahu were not facing a corruption trial, he would not be doing largely the same shit? What is this cope? I don't get why they bring that up. It's so fucking false to think that Bibi Netanyahu would not be pursuing all of this same shit, even if he weren't going to get in trouble for it. He believes these things.
Is this sense, and this goes back to the New York Times article, et cetera, this idea that, oh, Trump got convinced into this and his team was, I mean, again, we talk about it as if Trump is like a child, right? It's like, oh, well, you know, he got convinced by Netanyahu and Netanyahu snookered him. It's like, what other president would we talk about this way? This is a decision that Donald Trump made. Blaming it all on Netanyahu this and Israel that. Yes. Is that a piece of it? Sure. But in the end, this is Donald Trump's decision. He's now owning it. He's the one telling us it wasn't Netanyahu who convinced him. He's the one telling us it was his decision. So I just think it's a deflection for people who say, oh, well, you know, Netanyahu or Israel.
Vinny's about to like explode.
Convinced Trump of this or that. He made this decision and now he's got to live with it.
We're talking of deflection, just very quickly. Hang on, Vinny, I will give you one more. But Dan, just very quickly, I'm about to interview somebody who was an advisor to Melania Trump.
She's literally huffing and puffing.
He popped up out of nowhere last week to make this, again, unprecedented statement about Jeffrey Epstein. Let's take a look.
I am not Epstein's victim. Epstein did not introduce me to Donald Trump. I met my husband by chance at a New York City party in 1998. This initial encounter...
How the fuck do I meet a billionaire by chance at a party?
...with my husband is documented in detail in my book, Melania.
In my book.
Dan, very quickly, before I talk to Mark Beckman, who is a current advisor to Melania Trump, what was your take on that? Why do you think she did that?
You have to believe she did that because there's some upcoming story. I mean, because if there isn't, it makes no sense, right? I mean, if she literally just got up and decided, you know what, I'm now getting tired of this and resurrects the Epstein story, it doesn't make any sense. The only thing I can think of is her office was getting calls about some bigger story that's being done about her contact with Ghislaine Maxwell and with Jeffrey Epstein, and she decided to get ahead of the story because otherwise it's inexplicable.
Yeah. Final word to you, Vinny, very quickly, because I know you wanted to say something.
Yeah, just really quick. I mean, like, we're not blaming Israel for everything, but if you can't admit that this all started because Israel was going, so Marco Rubio said, we have to go. Miriam Adelson is a huge Israeli sponsor. She gave him $100 million. And name one leader from another country that has visited the White House 7 times in 1 year. And when it comes to Congress, he has 100.
Oh my God. Immediately, he couldn't even get that sentence out. Vinny is literally just saying things that are true. $100 million from Miriam Adelson, the biggest Zionist in the world. Also mentioning the fact that Bibi Netanyahu, again, he didn't even get to the fact that he was in the Situation Room. to convince Trump to get into this fucking war, which Trump gladly fucking accepted because Trump chooses to hang around these fucking people. He chooses to listen to them. But, oh my, like, he's getting called an anti-Semite for bringing up these things that are just true.
That. He's not blaming it.
And it's not in favor of, like, any sort of anti-Semitic narrative. It's just fucking true. We're talking about Israel.
I'm not blaming in 1 year, and when it comes to Congress, he has 100.
I'm sorry. He's not doing that. He's not blaming the Jews. He is not.
It's so tiresome to hear this. Don't play that game, please. Please don't play the blame the Jews game.
It's like blaming all Christians for the KKK. He's not blaming.
Unfortunately, when somebody, Fred, all due
blaming all Christians for the KKK, dude, you would be like, oh my God, it's such a stupid comparison. I don't even know where to begin to unpack it.
Fred, but when you say blame the Jews,
the KKK went to the White House 7 fucking times. Would it be right to scapegoat all Christians? No, but people would clearly start to associate Christianity with this hate movement.
No stage,
rightly or wrongly,
has anybody blamed the Jews, right? We have specifically just made it clear that we are criticizing the Israeli government.
What's happening.
By the way,
Mary Madelson.
Hold on. So you mean to tell me if somebody gives you $100 million, you're not going to lean to what they want? Are you crazy? And by the way,
dude, you bet $50 2 seconds ago for a claim again you either weren't confident in, or because you're broke as fuck. This idea that, like, oh yeah, Trump can take $100 million and that wouldn't influence what he thinks or does. Dude, this guy is so fucking cheap. He could probably be given $5 and you could change his mind on something.
I'm a Semite, Piers. I'm Assyrian. So don't play this whole anti-Semite. That argument is done, and people have woken up to it. Don't play that game with me, please.
Yeah, look,
don't go down that route.
Look,
it's undeniable the influence.
Blame, but again, the blame the whoever, right?
Come on.
Blame Miriam Adelson. Whatever Miriam Adelson is nonsense. This idea that she's the real reason, right? And I think that's sort of the point that Fred is making, putting aside whether you blame the Jews, not
the real reason, but she's an influence. How could you, like, again? It's $100 million. It would be crazy for, like, even if somebody just gave somebody $10,000, what would you say for $10,000? What would you say for $100,000? How about $500,000? Try $100 million.
The reality of blaming this Miriam Adelson or these pro-Israel supporters who have access to Trump, again, the idea that it's their fault.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Right?
I agree. If you're the president, if you are the most powerful commander-in-chief in the world, and the most powerful world leader, ultimately and you go to war, the buck stops with you. It is certainly true from what Rubio initially said and from the New York Times piece that Trump was put under an enormous amount of pressure by Netanyahu and the Israeli government because they painted a picture of a sequence of events that simply hasn't materialized. But ultimately, you're quite right, Dan, if you're the president of the United States, it's on you. It's on you where you take American military.
This guy would switch for a Klondike bar.
I've got to leave it there. A fascinating debate. Thank you all very much.
Fascinating.
Thank you.
Thank you, Piers.
Well, thanks to my panel. Turning now to the First Lady, Melania Trump's surprise statement on Friday, addressing rumours online about her links to Jeffrey Epstein. The president said he didn't know she was going to do it. Well, joining me now is Mark Beckman. He's a senior advisor to the First Lady. Mark, thank you very much indeed for joining me.
Okay, this is an advisor to the First Lady, I guess, making a statement about her bizarre statement, so I'm kind of intrigued.
Good to see you, Piers. Thank you for having me.
So I've known Melania a long time. I've got a lot of time for Melania. Also, she conducted herself extremely well as the First Lady. I was bemused and very surprised when she suddenly did this. Were you, or did you know it was all going to happen, exactly how it happened? And can you answer the big multi-million-dollar question, which is why?
Well, the First Lady accomplished two important things last week. She cleared her record. Right? Her record is impeccable, and she let the world know it. And second,
she cleared her record, literally a thing that nobody was talking about.
She became a champion for the victims, for these women. Your question regarding whether or not this was organized and planned, the First Lady is not an impetuous person. Everything she does is with deep thinking, strategy. It's very thoughtful. She takes the time to plan everything out. And of course, like everything she does, this moment in time.
Okay, then what grand plot is this part of? If it's part of some grand plot, it's definitely not the stated reason that she gave for it, which is that she wanted to respond to the media attacking her.
Time was planned as well.
There's been a lot of fallout from this, a lot of reaction, obviously. Juliette Bryant was a South African woman who's publicly identified herself as a survivor.
Spartan Spear, thank you so much for the 100 bits. $250 million to get billions per day in military assets and dead Americans for Israel is a cheap price. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. Exactly.
Of sexual abuse and trafficking by Epstein. And she posted this video.
Hello, Melania Trump. My name is Juliette Bryant. I'm an Epstein survivor. You want girls to testify under oath. Well, here I am testifying that everything I've said is true. Unfortunately, a lot of the girls who testified died. Maybe it's about time that you and your husband testified too.
What's your response to that?
Well, first, if you listen to the words of the First Lady's speech, you'll be aware, like everybody else, that the First Lady came out and said, let's give these individuals the opportunity to speak on the congressional record. Since this issue has been so politicized, let's give them that forum. This has not happened yet. So that's the first part of it. The second piece of it is, naturally, since the First Lady just came out publicly and put a statement out surrounding her position regarding Jeffrey Epstein, I'm sure she would go ahead and defend herself again if she needs to. She does it over and over again. She's equipped herself with lawyers, as you're aware, so that when people lie about her, she will sue, and she's done so successfully against different entities and individuals, big entities like HarperCollins UK, the Daily Mail, the Daily Beast, James Carville. And I think in this instance, she would stand up for herself again and again if she needs to.
Are we supposed to be cheering for the First Lady having, like, again, launching lawsuits against media companies and corporations?
People were a bit incredulous that Donald Trump said he didn't know anything.
Like, why would I ever be happy that any head of state or the First Lady, their spouse, is successfully suing the media in the United States?
About her plan to do this. Is that actually true?
Well, look, I have a tremendous amount of respect for President Trump, and I'll be the first to tell you that he could speak on his own. I'm certainly not going to speak on behalf of the president.
And in response to the direct suggestion that many have made that the First Lady was getting ahead of something that was going to come out, a big story, a big revelation, whatever, what can you say about that?
Piers, sometimes things just are what they are. We've seen over and over the media manipulating things, coming at her, social media attacking her for no reason. She's a woman that is committed to working hard for American children and children all over the world. She's passed legislation. She's built out an executive order. She had almost 50 nations. It was record-breaking. 50 nations visit her at the White House just 2 weeks ago. It's the first time in history this happened.
Still, thank you so much for the raid. We're watching this advisor to Melania Trump give more reasons as to why she did this.
Happened. It's time for people to pay attention to her accomplishments and her achievements.
She passed legislation. Yeah, I mean, like Trump, she passed legislation. She put up Christmas ornaments. She also analyzes large data sets. You know, she does it all.
And that's it. It's this.
She's starting a documentary.
This, just take it at face value. She went on the record, defended herself, and that's it. She deserves the respect. She works hard for the American people. She works hard for children all over the world. In fact, Piers, this week on Wednesday, she'll be back at the Hill working for her second piece of legislation since 47 started. And again, in this instance, it's for her work that she builds surrounding foster care individuals here in America. Take it at face value. It is what it is.
In her statement, she referenced a friendly email exchange she'd had in 2002 with Epstein's now jailed associate Ghislaine Maxwell. She signed off a note, "Love Melania." Maxwell responded calling her "Sweet Pea." The First Lady said that her reply was just a casual correspondence, merely a trivial note.
Yeah,
Again,
whom amongst us hasn't had casual correspondence with the the partner of a notorious sex criminal?
people have said, well, it sounds a bit more than that. If you're signing it, "Love Melania," and she's been called "Sweet Pea" in response, it suggests a closer relationship. What would you say to those that are skeptical?
It was my understanding that that was her nickname. People called her that regularly. But Piers, you said a little while ago that you've known her and the president for 20 years. You know she's very polite. She interacts on a very personal level. I remember that not too long ago, she reached out to you to make sure that you were okay as it related to your terrible injury. Like, she's just a polite person, and she respects.
Melania's small bean. She's just a girl.
If a person reaches out to her, she reacts. She responds.
Mark, thank you very much indeed for joining me. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent.
That dude was not like. Is she like fucking this dude? Like, why is he her advisor? He was not particularly sharp or well spoken. I'm wondering if he was the one who wrote that disastrous speech for her to go out and do. Did he encourage her to do it? He seems bizarre. But on that note, I saw this. Judge tosses Trump's $10 billion suit against the Wall Street Journal over Epstein birthday book report. So we, and in case anybody needs a refresher, it was this, the whole, we have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Yes, we do, come to think of it. Enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? May every day be another wonderful secret. This thing, okay, that Trump swore was like not his, and he sued Rupert Murdoch, he sued Wall Street Journal for publishing it. Federal judge in Florida on Monday dismissed President Trump's $10 billion defamation lawsuit against the Wall Street Journal over a story about a bawdy 50th birthday card he's alleged to have sent to Jeffrey Epstein. U.S. District Judge Darren Gales tossed the case after he found Trump's suit comes nowhere close to reaching the standard of actual malice, a showing the false statement was made with knowledge that it was false or with reckless disregard of whether it was false or not. Quite the opposite. The article explains that before running the story, defendants contacted President Trump, Justice Department officials, and the FBI for comment. Gales wrote, President Trump responded with his denial. The Justice Department did not respond at all, and the FBI declined to comment. In short, the complaint and article also confirmed that defendants attempted to investigate. The article also states that the Wall Street Journal reviewed the letter. Accordingly, President Trump's conclusory allegation that defendants had contradictory evidence and failed to investigate is rebutted by the article and is insufficient to establish actual malice. Trump sued in July, shortly after the Journal published a story saying a birthday book that had been assembled for Epstein's birthday in 2003 appeared to include a bizarre card from Trump, who had been friends with Epstein around the time. The card featured a hand-drawn outline of a naked woman with what appears to be Trump's first name signed in the pubic area, as well as a typewritten note depicting an imaginary conversation with Epstein, who would later be charged with sex trafficking. Trump denied having anything to do with the card, and his attorney accused the paper in this suit of having made it up. Epstein's estate later released a copy of a card matching the Journal's description. Trump and the White House maintain the card is a fake. Gale's ruling did not get into whether Trump wrote the card or not. Because Trump came nowhere close to the standard of actual malice, Gale declined to make factual determinations about whether the story was true, writing that, quote, whether President Trump was the author of the letter or Epstein's friends are questions of fact that cannot be determined at this stage of the litigation. Gales, a Barack Obama appointee, dismissed the case without prejudice, meaning Trump can take another shot at pleading his case. He cited legal precedent as the reason for giving Trump another opportunity and gave him 2 weeks to file an amended complaint. Okay. I just don't see how this is not... Whatever. I need a lawyer. That is crazy that he could amend it and like do it on different grounds or whatever, even though it's such a high threshold to reach and it's so clearly lawfare. Especially given like who it is. This is not just like a random person. A spokesman for Trump's legal team said in a statement, President Trump will follow the judge's ruling and guidance to refile this powerhouse lawsuit against the Wall Street Journal and all of the other defendants. The president will continue to hold accountable those who traffic in fake news to mislead the American people. Spokesperson for the Journal's publisher, Dow Jones & Co., said of the ruling in a statement, we're pleased with the judge's decision to dismiss this complaint. We stand behind the reliability, rigor, and accuracy of the Wall Street Journal's reporting. Trump socialized with Epstein for over a decade before the two had a falling out in the early 2000s. Trump has said it was because he believed Epstein was a quote-unquote creep and that he had taken employees, including young women, from his Mar-a-Lago club in Florida. In addition, in questioning before the House Oversight Committee this year, former President Bill Clinton, a.k.a. Slick Willie, said that he'd had a discussion with Trump about Epstein 20-something years ago and that Trump told him of Epstein, we had some great times together over the years, but we fell out because of a real estate deal. Epstein, a politically connected financier, pleaded guilty to soliciting a minor in 2008 and died in jail in 2019 while he was awaiting trial on sex trafficking charges. The FBI and the Justice Department have said he preyed on over 1,000 girls and women. Trump has not been charged with any wrongdoing connected to Epstein, and he has denied any wrongdoing. I don't believe that this is what the FBI report actually says, but whatever. It's like there's over 1,000 victims, but what they're talking about victims are like not direct victims of Jeffrey Epstein. My understanding is that it's like if you count like their families and like, you know, social circles and stuff like that, the total is over 1,000 or whatever. So I think that this is like not true is my understanding, but you're free to correct me if I'm wrong. Let's see. Oh, and this was funny. Piers Morgan brought this up. So I noticed that Trump made this Truth Social post about fertilizer costs. I'm watching fertilizer prices closely during our fight for freedom in Iran. The United States will not accept price gouging from the fertilizer monopoly. American farmers, we have your back. President Donald J. Trump. So he publishes this over the weekend, April 11th, okay? And I just, like a week earlier, had gotten this this TikTok of an Iowa farmer who clearly voted for Trump. She clearly fucking voted for Trump. Deeply, deeply fucking regretting it. And I'm sorry, I don't feel bad at all for this woman. She fucking made her bed, okay? Like, this is the cost of racism, lady. Which is like why I have to assume you're voting for Donald Trump.
Fertilizer price, I'm like, holy crap. Talk about a kick to the gut.
Spring is here, which means it's planting season in Iowa. For corn farmers preparing to sow their fields, the war with Iran couldn't have come at a worse time.
So this is the fertilizer.
Right.
So how much did the price of it go up after the war in Iran erupted?
It went up about $250 a ton in my neck of the woods.
Iran's closure of the Strait of Hormuz, a critical transit point for a third of the world's fertilizer, sent the price soaring. The cost of two widely used nitrogen fertilizers shot up by 20 and 50% in the first few weeks of the war. A decade of inflation, low commodity prices, and tariffs have squeezed Jolene Reeson's profit margins. She's now facing her toughest year yet as a farmer.
You know, every year's a risk when you farm, but this has kind of been compounding. You know, our prices have been low, and yet our input costs continue to ratchet up.
With the price of fertilizer already higher than last year, she put off buying until last month, hoping the price would go down. Then the war started, and the opposite happened. With the window to plant closing...
So it had literally already been really expensive. She waited and only got more fucking expensive because he launched the fucking war.
She had little choice but to buy at a high price.
For the amount of fertilizer I was going to buy, it had gone up about $13,000 in 2 days. What pot does that come out of? You know, fertilizer price, we can't control. Fuel price, we can't control. Where is it all going to end up? We don't know.
This is like the worst I've ever seen it, gambling what our futures are going to look like.
Farmer Lance Lillibridge has been representing Iowa corn growers for 14 years.
The current conflict in Iran is hurting farmers everywhere in Iowa and across the country. If we're not able to sustain our land with the nutrients that's needed to grow a crop, then our yields are going to go down, eventually going to drive up the price of corn, which is what we use to feed chickens, pigs, and cattle, amongst other things. And eventually that is going to go back to the consumer at the grocery store.
While it may take some time for shoppers to see the price increase reflected in their groceries, Jolene's costs continue to climb higher than what she makes for her corn. This is the corn that we've been talking about.
Yep.
At today's...
And who'd you vote for, Jolene? Why is your corn so fucking expensive now?
Price of corn, she could lose roughly $110 per acre across her 530 acres.
We just did the math, and so maybe looking at losing $58,000.
Even if they stop the war in Iran and open the Strait of Hormuz, the prices aren't going down. It will take years to normalize. I mean, a small price to pay for mass deportations and, you know, like, what are some other Trump W's? The ballroom?
So what am I going to do to negate that? I have never lost quite that much before.
Still, she has hope the price of corn will go up this year to offset at least some of that loss. She keeps a close eye on its every move in the market.
Time to check the markets.
How many times a day are you checking the prices?
Sometimes half dozen times a day.
Wow.
And sometimes
freedom ain't free, lady. I don't know what to tell you.
That isn't enough. Now you know that at closing at 2 o'clock they were up 4 cents and now they're down 2 cents, which means that was a 6 cents move in the market. Crazy.
And today I'm promising to request additional farm relief for our great patriots in the next funding bill.
Last month, the Trump administration lifted sanctions on fertilizer sales from Belarus and Venezuela to try to ease the price surge and promised more aid to farmers. Still, Jolene is making hard calculations to stay on the farm that has been...
So every year he fucks over farmers, and every year that it's been possible to vote for this man, they have voted for him.
...in her family for 85 years.
Those income sources could very well be selling some equipment. There's a chance that there could be some ground sold. And then what are you left with? For some farmers, it's a legacy. That's my legacy that I'm selling. If it was up to me, the war would be done yesterday.
Wow. It was literally up to you, lady. It was literally in your hands. To the extent that you have any control over this, you pulled the lever for this fucking guy. She's probably a triple Trumper, man. She probably voted for him in 2016, 2020, and 2024. And she's like, who could have predicted this? Who could have seen this coming? Who could have known that Donald Trump could get led around by Bibi Netanyahu? It's not like that was abundantly fucking obvious in his first term. Like, these perpetual fucking victims these people are. It's insane. Yeah, it's just one of those things. And Eddie Bombay, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Has anybody ever told her that they chanted death to America, though? I know. I mean, those would be like maybe some words that would like comfort her in this moment, right? Holding the white baby. I don't know what these people are thinking, man. I guess she thinks mass deportations grow on trees or something. Okay. Time for a real political analysis. I want more Vinnie. I crave it. Okay, so we're gonna do PBD. Sorry, we're skipping to it already. Then I think I'm gonna look at Ro Khanna so Ro Khanna went on Medhi Hasan's like Zeteo show. But before that, he was interviewed by another guy named Jasper Nathaniel, and we might look at that before we do the Medhi Hasan one to see. Well, I've seen that. I should watch the Medhi one, and then if I think that there's gaps or whatever in the questions that he answered with Medhi, we can watch the Jasper Nathaniel one after, because he presses him on sending, like, why he's changed his stance with respect to sending defensive weapons to Israel. And they all think that they're fucking genius for running with this. They can pay for their own Iron Dome line when that is not how you should be grounding the conversation, but whatever. At least they're opposing it. So this is Hormuz blockade plus Swalwell drops out. PBD 776. 377,000 views. Live stream 17 hours ago. Let's fucking go.
Did you ever think you would make it? I feel I'm so close I could taste sweet victory. I know this life meant for me.
Adam, what's your point? The future looks bright.
My
handshake is better than anything I ever saw. It's right here. You are a one-of-one?
My son's right about it.
I don't think I've ever said this before.
The greatest fucking intro of all time. And Puck My Life, thank you so much for gifting a tier 1 sub to Chibahawk 420. That's your 83rd gifted sub in this channel.
Oh my God. Hope you had a good weekend. Lots of stuff going on. I had a wild weekend, which I'll tell you here in a minute what wild means to me. But before we get into my wild weekend, let me tell you what's going on. Oil prices, people are worried with this blockade that it may be going to 140 to 200 if this continues and they don't find a way to figure it out. JD Vance goes out there to try to negotiate. 21 hours later, nothing happens. He says it's bad for Iran. JD Vance went to Hungary to help Viktor Orban. And Viktor, no, not, where did he go to? He went to
Pakistan. Then he went to Pakistan.
No, not Hungary.
Islamabad.
He went to sit down to help Viktor Orban on the campaign.
Oh, a while ago.
Orban.
I hope Adam is off today. Fire Adam. Dude, I want to close the Top Chat replay, but just like since Adam's in the studio, I just know I'll end up pulling it back up again.
And no, this was a week ago, a few days ago, 5 days ago. Okay, that took place. So Orban ends up losing in a massive way, right? 16 years we're talking about they were in charge. They're saying some corruption. Putin got him up to want to help. Netanyahu got him up to want to help. Trump was trying to help. Alex Soros, the Soros family hasn't been this happy in a long time.
Soros family.
In a long time. And we'll talk about why that is. Trump posted one of the Truth Socials about the blockade. We have to get into that. There's a recording of the president saying, I don't want just a little bit of things. I want all of it. I don't want 90%. I want 95% of everything I ask for from Iran. We're going to see if that's going to take place or not. At the same
spoiler, it's not.
Time, there was a tweet from the president with, depicting as if he's a, Jesus putting his hands over people. Lots of
Yeah. Any thoughts on that as a fucking Iranian Christian? PBD? Did you really think you could just shoehorn that in at the end there?
Reaction to it. There's going to be reaction here as well that we'll talk about. The UFC happened over the weekend. Wasn't really a crazy card that they put out, but I got to tell you, it was a sick card that you went in. Sometimes you go to a card and it's big names and it disappoints. This one, it wasn't big names, but it was the last 3 fights, phenomenal 3 fights. Especially the last one, you thought the guy was over with. He comes back and ends up winning. Adam was in the bathroom, but it was unbelievable when that took place.
Why did he mention that Adam was in the bathroom? What?
And what else can I tell you? So we got all this stuff.
I just love how he cannot help but humiliate Adam at every single small opportunity possible he seizes upon them.
Inflation, we have to talk about the economy. these AI, what do you call it, data centers that they're building in Missouri. We have to address the Missouri situation with the data center, the $6 billion. Tom's got a lot of stuff to say. Somebody came out and apparently Strait of Hormuz, blockade, after Iran talks collapse. Here's the president. So there you have it. The meeting went well. Most points were agreed.
Dude, this is literally, PBD talked in like the last episode or the episode before that, how Trump called him to discuss how the negotiations went with respect to ending the Iran war. The first thing that we're going to do is pull up Trump's Truth Social post. This is literally just state media. How is it not?
But the only point...
Even an AI summary would be better than just going to Donald Trump's Truth Social post.
That really mattered, nuclear was not. Effective immediately, the United States Navy, the finest in the world, will begin the process of blockading any and all ships trying to enter or leave the Strait of Hormuz. At some point, we will reach an all being allowed to go in, all being allowed to go out basis, but Iran has not allowed that to happen by merely saying there may be a mine out there somewhere that nobody knows about but them. This is world extortion, and leaders of countries...
A Chinese ship went through today. Yeah, they're going to keep going through because we're not going to stop the Chinese ships from going.
Especially in the U.S., will never be extorted. I've also instructed our Navy to seek and interdict every vessel in international waters that has paid a toll to Iran. No one who pays an illegal toll will have safe passage on the high seas. We will also begin destroying the mines the Iranians laid in the straits. Any Iranian who fires at us or at peaceful vessels will be blown to hell. Iran knows better than anyone how to end this situation, which has already devastated their country. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Their anti-aircraft and radar are useless. Khomeini, he probably meant to say Khamenei, and their leaders are dead, all because of their nuclear ambition. The blockade will begin shortly. Other countries will be involved with the blockade. Iran will not be allowed to profit of this illegal act of extortion. They want more, and they want money, and more importantly, they want nuclear. Additionally, and at an appropriate moment, we will fully be locked and loaded, and our military will finish up the little that is left of Iran. So that announcement is made. You look at oil prices right now, Rob, if you want to go to it real quick, just to kind of see where we are with it. As of right now, oil prices, maybe press a refresh. Is it live? 103.39. There you go, 103.39. It was at 105 in the morning. It went all the way up to 119. They're saying if this continues for another week or two, we could be looking at 140. Even if a little bit longer, we could be looking at 200, which is pretty wild to be thinking about. And JD Vance himself.
Yeah, are we going to think about that? Or are we going to fucking address that? That it's going to get to a point pretty soon where people are going to have to pay $100 just to fill up their fucking tank?
Was out there, I believe, trying to negotiate with Iran. He even said that it went for 21 hours. And I think in an interview, Rob, if you have it, he says it's bad for Iran. It's not good for Iran after 21 hours of a negotiation that they had about the blockade. And the president came out and said something. Hopefully we'll find a clip to show you. But he came out and said, is this the one, Rob?
Yes, one of them.
Go for it.
Mr. Vice President, how often did you communicate with President Trump throughout the negotiations? There were reports that there were multiple rounds where there were breaks in between negotiations. How often?
In most parallel realities, PBD is an auctioneer. In most parallel realities, PBD is the fucking guy. Yeah, the auctioneer in like Storage Wars or something. I would love that for him.
Did you communicate with the president throughout those rounds, and what was he saying as you were going through these negotiations that you said fell short?
Yeah, obviously we were talking to the president consistently. I don't know how many times we talked to him, a half dozen times, a dozen times over the past 21 hours. We obviously also talked to Admiral Cooper, to Pete, to Marco, to the entire national security team. We talked to Scott Bessent a number of times. So look, we were constantly in communication with the team because we were negotiating in good faith.
You can pause it right there, Tom. You can pause it right there, Rob. Okay, so Tom, what do you think about the blockade?
Okay, so 17 hours ago, we're negotiating in good faith. This was literally an update that I saw right before I went live. U.S. blockade of Iran's ports goes into effect. Trump says he doesn't care about new talks. Operating in good faith, though.
So let's take a look at a map so everybody can understand. Because over the weekend, that's it right there, Rob. Get that one. Left. No. That one. Okay. So take a look at this. On the lower side is Oman. The dark blue water is Oman. And there's the two old shipping lanes when the Strait.
Hold on. We're getting the geography lesson from Tom here.
Of Hormuz was operating before the war. See it? One goes this way, one goes that way. Those are known as shipping lanes, and they keep 2 miles in between for bad weather, fog, all the kinds of things you want. So these boats go this way and that way. That's the way it was before. You see the red gridded area there where Iran has declared it a hazardous area? See that square there, Pat?
Yep.
Iran has said, we put a bunch of mines in here, but we can't remember where we put them. That's why the president, in his quote...
We're a month into this, and you're barely talking about the fact that Iran has laid mines in the Strait of Hormuz. Where are we? Where have you been, Tom?
You just read.
Do you believe they really don't know where it's at?
No, I believe they're using the unknown to force their offer, which is, see the 2 lanes that now run through
you guys, I'm starting to think that Iran is like putting mines into the Strait of Hormuz and is going to start to use this as a leverage point. Great insight, Tom. Thank you.
The pink, or light red, is Iran territory waters, and they're trying to force the shipping lanes to reroute. They're going to put the toll booth on Larak Island. See that right there with the 2 lanes?
Yep.
One goes this way, one goes that way. So they're saying, hey, you're going to pay a toll to us. This is where it's going to go. And gosh, I wish I could help you with those shipping lanes down there, but I got mines in the area. So the president is saying, screw you. I'm going to blockade you on those.
No, that's actually not. Well, now you're saying that, but the COPA was a few days ago that they really, really, really want to remove the mines, but they lost them. So it's not logistically possible for them to move the mines. So if you don't see movement, it's not because the strait is like, not open or anything. It's definitely not that. It's because they haven't moved the mines yet because they lost them. Now things are moving and suddenly it's fine.
There's new shipping lanes.
They never lost them in the first place.
Your own boats are shipping through. And we're going to go clear any mines out of the old shipping lanes by Oman, and we're going to get life back to order. That's what the president is saying on an operational level. These are the actions he's going to take. On the other side, Iran wasn't given. And they weren't given, which is kind of put him in the, all right, you're not going to give up, so I'm going to go blockade the other way. But ladies and gentlemen, that's why you're hearing Iran saying we're blockading, using it because they say...
No, I totally believe they don't know where they all are. The military is decentralized. Nope, because, wait, if that were the case, do you actually think that any day now these Chinese ships are at any risk for being blown up by these mines? No fucking shot. They know where they are.
Say there's mines, and we say, nope, we're going to blockade, saying we are going to block the new lanes that have been offered by Iran.
Adam.
So U.S. is winning, Iran is losing, and everyone else is trying to pick up the pieces of what's happening.
Adam immediately with the brain dead fucking analysis. U.S. winning, Iran losing.
Actually going on. It's very interesting to me to see. Obviously, we saw the tweet that Trump did when he called out everybody, especially the MAGA crowd, who's basically abandoned Trump. It's like, you don't abandon the guy that got you here. So the question with Trump now regarding Hormuz and just the overall Trump situation is Trump betraying his base, or is he actually just following through what he's always said? So if you just look at Trump's track record, and then I'm going to get to the Strait of Hormuz, he came in 2015, came down the escalator.
The statement on the mines may have come from the Iranian government, IRI. Maybe the IRGC was the one who laid the mines, and latter operates largely independently. The IRI controls the Irtesh, the national military, not the IRGC. No, but the American government corroborated this claim. So we're also validating it.
Later in that speech, he addressed the Mexican situation there.
And do we actually think that the American government is validating it because we've independently verified it to be true?
There's this to that, and some are good people. What was missed from that speech is he called out Iran in his first major speech. Okay, gotcha. He's exited the JCPOA, the Iran nuclear agreement. I don't want to curse right now, but he said, "I'm going to bomb the out of them." Do you remember that quote? Then he did it.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care.
He said this years ago. He takes out Soleimani. By the way, took out ISIS. Where are they these days? He was in the 12-day war, the bombing of the nuclear facilities. He did a Muslim ban, and all of a sudden people are like, dude, where'd this come from? I thought you didn't want any new wars with Iran. I view it this way. Trump's not starting a new war. He's ending a war with Iran that we've been at war for 47 years. Now let's talk about the Strait of Hormuz.
Okay, so up is down, left is right. Got it.
Hormuz.
He's not actually starting a war. He's really ending a thing that's been going on for like 47 years.
All Iran's got left. We've taken out their military. We've taken out their navy. Do they even have an air force? Do they even have...
How is it that Adam manages to achieve new levels of cope previously unknown, like every single episode? We actually have to go back because I had the chat replay like closed and I'm not... I need to see.
He takes out Soleimani situation. They're rapists, they're this, they're that. And some are good people. What was missed from that speech is
I need to enjoy like the clown emojis, the Israel flags.
That Iran. In his first major speech. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, the fire atoms.
Exited the JCPOA, the Iran nuclear agreement. I don't want to curse right now, but he said, "I'm going to bomb the out of them." Do you remember that quote? Then he did it.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care.
He said this years ago. He takes out Soleimani. By the way, took out ISIS. Where are they these days? He was in the 12-day war.
He took out ISIS. Where are they these days? Holy fucking shit. I mean, I'm not surprised that he has no idea how prevalent ISIS still is in the Middle East. But, like, he has also said previously, around the time that they were covering the 12-day war, he was like, anyone would be better than the Ayatollah, even ISIS. He literally was in favor of ISIS being in charge of Iran over the Ayatollah.
The bombing of the nuclear facilities. He did a Muslim ban, and all of a sudden people are like, dude, where'd this come from? I thought you didn't want any new wars with Iran. I view it this way. Trump's not starting a new war. He's ending a war with Iran that we've been at war for 47 years. Now let's talk about the Strait of Hormuz. This is all Iran's got left. We've taken out their military. We've taken out their navy. Do they even have an air force? Do they even have defensive missile capabilities? Defensive. They're making a...
Iran was fighting. I know. He has, like, no idea that they're literally, like, sworn enemies.
Themselves enemies of all their neighbors. They're a social pariah. And all they got left is the Strait of Hormuz. So it's an economic war over oil. So I'll ask you this. Remember the famous situation where Trump and JD Vance were in the Oval Office and they were dressing down Zelensky? He's like, you don't have the cards. You don't have the cards. Now, Iran jokingly goes, yeah, well, we have a strait. The Strait of Hormuz. And Trump's using this blockade and saying, oh, really? Nice strait. Boom. Here's a royal flush. I'm going to blockade.
I love when they do this, like, stupid role play with themselves, going back improperly and inaccurately summarizing events leading up to this, where they're basically just taking, it's like the episode of SpongeBob where he takes, like, Squidward is, like, shrunken down and he has a pickle and he's, like, fucking making him, like, kiss and, like, smashing his face against it. That's all I see and hear when they do these stupid resuscitations of conversations that literally never happened.
Your blockade. You think you're crazy? I'm crazier than you.
It's just fan fiction.
Bottom line is this. Trump has all the cards. He has all the leverage. And now Iran is going to have to scramble to dictate what Trump's going to do.
I want to show you two things. Rob, if you want to pull up the JD Vance clip real quick when he explains 21 hours and nothing happened. Go ahead, Rob.
Well, good morning, everybody. And let me say a couple of notes of appreciation. First of all, to the Prime Minister of Pakistan and to Field Marshal Munir, who were both incredible hosts. And whatever shortcomings in the negotiation, it wasn't because of the Pakistanis, who did an amazing job and really tried to help us and the Iranians bridge the gap and get to a deal. We have been at it now for 21 hours. And we've had a number of substantive discussions with the Iranians. That's the good news.
There's a verified YouTuber in here, Williams Fitness. Adam is an idiot, pure and simple.
News. The bad news is that we have not reached an agreement, and I think that's bad news for Iran much more than it's bad news for the United States of America. So we go back to the United States having not come to an agreement. We've made very clear what our red lines are, what things we're willing to accommodate them on, and what things we're not willing to accommodate them on. And we've made that as clear as we possibly could, and they have chosen not to accept our terms.
Okay, so you hear that. Wait, you hear that right there. Then you see the president coming out, and he's speaking to Maria Bartiromo, and this is what he says to her on what he wants now from them.
I predict they come back and they give us everything.
I just watched the SpongeBob movie, lots of weed. I loved it. Ocean Man may quite literally be a top 10 song.
Thing we want. And I told my people, I want everything. I don't want 90%. I don't want 95%. I told them, I want everything.
Yeah, so now here's the thing. I think one of the things the president did by sending JD Vance out there, I actually like that move a lot. And I'll tell you why, because if Rubio went out there negotiating on his behalf, Rubio people would say he's an interventionist. But if JD Vance goes out there negotiating as a guy whose position is probably a non-interventionist, more like an isolationist, because the ties of names like Tulsi being tied to JD, Joe Kemp.
It's not even a question of whether or not they're isolationists or not. They're like Vance. It's better to understand Vance and Tulsi Gabbard for that matter as like a realist, you know, and Trump is not.
And tied to JD. A lot of Tucker Carlson's son, Ben, I believe his name is Buckley Carlson being tied to JD. I think these are all good things that the president did of sending JD Vance out there because the world is now saying, well, guess what? Rubio, JD, and Trump are all on the same page when it comes down to Iran. You can say whatever you want. Those three are now on the same page. So, you know, the average person would have probably thought the better person to send to negotiate here would have been who? Rubio. Right?
Rubio and Witkoff, they've been doing the work.
But why did he not send Rubio? Why did he send JD? Because I think it's a great, absolute great move that he sent JD instead. And by the way, here's the thing that we're going to realize as well. You know, and this is a little bit tough because, you know, like, you know, people say things to me and they'll say, well, you know, why don't you send me, you know, when we're doing certain negotiations.
Yeah, put me in, coach.
Say, look, if I send Tom, here's what Tom's going to do. Tom's going to close. The deal's going to get done. We're going to make progress. If I send you, will you close? If you don't close, Vinny, then I'm not sending you. But we got to send somebody that's going to go close the deal without you being there. So the pressure is also on.
And you sent JD Vance. Why then? If you wanted the deal closed, the last person you should have fucking sent was JD Vance, even though he was apparently requested by Iran. But why do you think they requested him? Think, Bibi, think.
Pressure's also on JD to close, because right now, what are a lot of people saying? You saw the criticism that's going viral right now. What is the criticism? Did you see it about JD? I don't know if you guys saw this morning or not.
He doesn't have the cloud. He can't close the deal.
Anything he touches, it doesn't turn to gold. What people are saying.
Like he's the Drake of politics.
Like they're saying, hey, well, I'm telling you what Twitter,
He's the Drake of politics. And then Adam immediately, what does that mean? Of course, Adam is pro-Drake.
The criticism is saying, JD's approval rating has fallen 21 points from January of 2025 of +3 to -18 today. So he has to rebuild his credibility, because he went to help out Orban. Orban didn't work out. He went to negotiate. So this is also a way of saying, hey, you want to go be a president? Show up. Do you know how to negotiate in these high, intense, high pressure type of situations? We're going to see what he's going to do as well. I'm confident that he's got the skill set to be able to.
I really didn't think that a president could embarrass their VP more than humiliate them, truly. More than Trump did to Pence in term 1, and then even Biden was coming pretty close to topping that for Harris. And then Trump said, hold my Diet Coke, because it is just fumble after fumble for JD.
Do that as well. He's fairly poised. He showed up in a debate with when he was going up against Tim Walz. So I think he has that diplomacy in himself as well. But you got to close. You have to close the deal. So will others be threatened by what he's saying? We don't know. We're about to find out. Vinny.
Well, Pat, and I'll give you credit where credit's due. When we were in the van coming back, this just broke, and this was one of the first things that you said, is that they know that they're sending.
And it's funny that both presidents do this, because Biden, I remember he gave an interview with Politico, I think, where he was like, and remember, Kamala Harris was the last person to give the okay for the Afghanistan withdrawal, trying to discharge it all to her at the last second. Then it happens. His approval ratings dipped significantly. They never recovered past that point in Biden's first term and only term, obviously. And he tried to put a lot of that on Kamala Harris. He also saddled Kamala Harris with the border crisis, also saddled her with what were other unpopular things that he was like, yeah, that was all Kamala Harris. But those two are the most notable. Then, he wouldn't really back her when she, assumed the nomination. But Trump putting Vance in this position, all eyes on him, and he again, they were there 21 hours, literally nothing was accomplished.
A guy that doesn't want war,
and even if it had been, Trump immediately would have undone it like he did anyway.
Himself, Trump was in. They quoted him.
They just love to it's always the foreign policy blunders that they want to put off onto the fucking VP.
I don't know if it was New York Times or Wall Street Journal, where they said the president said JD Vance was, then they put in quotes, less enthusiastic about the war. And by the way, so this looks like a dead end. If you want, from a strategic point of view, Tommy, you want to send the guy that has to now get his hands dirty, because this trip to me was about watching, documenting, and letting Iran show in real time that there was no real path forward. And I believe they kind of already knew that going in. Once the optics were locked in, the moral high ground was established, and whatever comes next can now be framed as the only remaining option. And Pat, it made me look at the book, The Art of War, and Sun Tzu wrote, all warfare is based on deception, which basically...
Vinny quoting Sun Tzu, fucking injected straight into my fucking veins.
The lesson is, the moral high ground was established, and whatever comes next can now be framed as the only remaining option. And Pat, it made me look at the book, The Art of War, and Sun Tzu wrote, all warfare is based on deception, which basically the lesson is, when conflict is unavoidable, let your enemy prove peace was never possible. Then when...
Dude, who is letting Vinny read this much? He said he read the New York Times article twice. Huge news for him. Now he's reading The Art of War.
Force follows. It no longer looks like aggression. It looks inevitable. So I think this was a gangster move by sending him now, because Adam, now, guess what? Come 2028, when he's going to start to distance himself, they go, whoa, you were there. You saw it. Iran's not trying to freaking negotiate at all, so you're in it with us. So now it levels the playing field.
Now, let me tell you what Iran has said to this. Iran said...
Eddie Bombay, thanks so much for the 100 bits. At least Biden sent Kamala to the border while going to an MMA show with Mayorkas. Thank you so much.
As it'll keep obstructing Hormuz until U.S. agrees to a deal. Iran has found the leverage that they have, which is the Strait of Hormuz. Here's what Iran said. Iran will keep passage through Strait of Hormuz hampered until it gets an acceptable offer from the U.S., according to statements carried by Tanim and Fars news agencies affiliated with Iran's security services. Here's a quote. Iran is not in a hurry until the U.S. agrees to a reasonable deal, there will be no change in the situation of the Strait of Hormuz, is what they said. And on top of that, they threaten. Is this a video of the threats, Rob?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and play this clip. Go for it.
Please be a Lego video.
In the name of God,
damn.
the most gracious, the most merciful, the naval and aerospace forces of the Revolutionary Guard since dawn today, in the 99th wave of Operation True Promise 4, with the Holy...
The fuck is this? Is this like an AI video so that he's speaking English? Like, but they use some sort of like AI voice?
Ya Fatima al-Zahra, peace be upon her, in response to the enemy's crimes, and attacking the country's infrastructure, have targeted American bases and interests in the region, as well as command centers and Zionist military gatherings in the occupied territories, with ballistic and cruise missiles and offensive drones. In the first phase of the attacks, the largest petrochemical complex belonging to American companies Sadara, ExxonMobil, and Dow Chemical, located in the Al Jubail region of Saudi Arabia, and the large petrochemical complex of the American company Chevron Phillips, based in Al Juaima, Saudi Arabia, were effectively targeted with medium-range missiles and offensive drones. Additionally,
I'm not sure because he actually does talk like that, but in Farsi. Well, that lends more credence to the idea that it's probably AI, because it does. I don't doubt that this is that person's voice, but it's modulated or some sort of like AI generated voice that makes him speak in English. It's like the way his like head is moving also looks very, very strange and unnatural.
Than 30 locations in Rishon LeZion and Petah Tikva in the center, and Beersheba, Dimona, Arad, Kiryat Gat, and
Iran threatens to attack U.S. Navy ships entering Strait of Hormuz. After first American vessels moved through the channel, U.S. Navy destroyers began clearing a new passage through the Strait of Hormuz Saturday, making the first time American ships crossed the channel since the start of the war.
There's a new Lego vid. Someone links the Lego video. We can watch the Lego video.
The USS Frank E. Peterson and USS Michael Murphy set off on the mission to establish an open route so that minesweepers could later clear sea mines laid by Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. As Vice President Vance and other delegates embarked on peace talks, today began a process. The two guided missile destroyers were only establishing the route for minesweepers and sending a message to Iran that U.S. will reopen a vital trade corridor by any means. By the way, UK is apparently helping them out because they send a team that's experts at knowing how to do the minesweeping. So, you know, no one really knows what's going on. At the same time, while this is taking place, Israel says it struck over 200 Hezbollah targets just in the last 24 hours. The Israel military said its Air Force hit over 200 targets linked to Iran-backed militant group Hezbollah in Lebanon. On Saturday, the announcement of the strikes comes as Iran demands a ceasefire in Lebanon as part of the wider talks with the U.S. in Islamabad to end the war in the Middle East. Adam.
You're talking about Lebanon right now?
Yeah. No, I'm talking about Lebanon. I'm talking about Iran's
threats. Oh my God,
threats.
Adam, you have one job. It's to pay attention to this guy who fucking pays you to gargle his balls. What are you doing?
Iran controlling it, all those three together.
Well, if you listen to what Trump said, did you see the quote when he said, listen, we've already won? You see that quote? Can you pull that one up, Rob?
Yes.
Basically, he says, yeah, I don't really care what happens in these negotiations. We've already won.
Well, if you just look at the quote to my right, you can clearly see that our president has declared victory. Case closed.
Destroyed their military. I think Trump is basically doing this. It's a game of chicken about the Strait of Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz, what countries is that the most important?
A game of chicken where we just shoot ourselves in the face repeatedly and Iran keeps taking victory laps because we can't end this fucking war that we started with Israel?
Let's get real here. Before this war,
I don't remember that's how chicken is played, but maybe he played a different version growing up.
Us talked about the Strait of Hormuz. We talked about Panama Canal. We talked about the Gulf of Mexico. We talked about the Monroe Doctrine. We talked about the Trump Doctrine, Down-Road Doctrine. Strait of Hormuz doesn't really affect the United States, does it? It affects certain other countries, Pakistan, Jordan, Egypt, Southeast Asia, India. So I think he's using the Strait of Hormuz as a leverage point, saying, if we close this down, what's going to happen in the rest of the world? Didn't we have a picture over the weekend of how much drilling is happening in the Gulf of America now? How many ships and oil refineries are popping up and how many ships are coming through the Gulf? Did we not discuss that? The whole concept of drill, baby, drill, baby, drill. It's basically the chickens are coming home to roost. Now, regarding Lebanon.
Okay, so we went from we're playing a game of chicken to the chickens are coming home to roost.
You know how they say United Israel.
He clearly lost the thread that he started and was like, oh yeah, I mentioned chicken. That's probably the point that I was going to make, right?
Controls America. Bibi Netanyahu controls America. Okay. Well, did you hear what Anthony Blinken had to say? We can tee up that clip. But you know who controls Lebanon? It's not even a question. It's Iran. Lebanon, Hezbollah is Iran first. This whole conversation, why would Lebanon, not part of Iran, be a part of these negotiations?
No, it's not. This is so fucking ignorant. Hezbollah barely has any representation in the Lebanese parliament, okay? They're a militia faction that has to be contended with that Iran funds as a proxy, but they don't run Lebanon.
That was the center point. That was the linchpin as to what JD Vance, did you see JD Vance, what he had to say? When he was outside of Air Force One? He goes, listen, yeah, we were trying to do the deal, and then all of a sudden, Israel and Lebanon are going at it.
Well, who started that? Who's doing that?
Well, that's been ongoing, but here's the point. He goes, I genuinely think Iran thought that Lebanon was part of the deal. And Lebanon wasn't part of the deal. Lebanon's name didn't even come up. So Iran's playing games. They have their proxies out there, whether it's the Hezbollahs, the Houthis, Hamas, Islamic Jihad, whatever they're doing. They're funding them, not funding their own people. Lebanon has no part of this deal unless Lebanon is controlled by Iran. That's true.
Are we sure about that? Like, what's your proof that Iran controls Lebanon?
Okay, so
I'm asking.
Okay.
No, I'm asking.
Dude, oh my God! So Vinny's gonna challenge him on that.
What do you know about Hezbollah?
They're terrorists.
Dude, what do you know about Hezbollah? You don't know fucking shit, dude. Like, yeah, they're like a really, really strong paramilitary group. Like, I'm not like denying that, but they don't like unilaterally control Lebanon. It's like way too much of an oversimplification to say that.
Where are they based in?
They're all over the place.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
They're in Iran. I'm sorry, they're in Lebanon.
They are. Well, they're in Iran as well.
Hezbollah is based in Lebanon. Facts. Just like Hamas is in Gaza, just like the Houthis are in Yemen.
Okay.
And how they get their funding? From Iran. The Iranian terror proxy network. Okay, that's who this Hezbollah is. So rather than funding their own people, own economy, drinking water, everything, they fund Hezbollah. This isn't even a controversial statement.
Okay, it's not controversial to say that they fund Hezbollah. It is controversial to say they run Lebanon.
It's true. So they're sending in, imagine you're...
Critical Rad Theory, thank you so much for the... I have to assume that was maybe $4 maybe, or $5 Canadian, but is $3.63 USD. Streamer is great, but she has no shills. Like and subscribe 07. And everybody should pay attention to what Critical Rad Theory says every now and then, because he's completely right. I don't like shilling, and I completely forgot. So if you are watching me and you aren't following me, you should do that. If you're watching on YouTube, you should like the stream, subscribe to me. That way you can know when I go live. And if you want to support me, you can follow the Streamlabs tip link like Critical Rad Theory did. And donate to me there, because they only take like 2 or 3%. Or you can send me a super chat on YouTube or subscribe to me on Twitch or gift subs throughout the chat. Or maybe you'll be the one on the receiving end of a gifted sub.
You're in Tel Aviv. Imagine you're in Miami. Imagine you're in New York. You're sitting there and missiles are flying in over your city. I don't think people truly understand what's going on in Israel. Their entire country is living in bunkers at this point. Okay. When Iraq and Iran were at war, okay, you're a proud Iranian, I assume, at this time. I assume you were hearing missiles over your head nonstop. Do you remember this?
Yes.
Do you still have like flashbacks about this? And I'm not saying this doesn't go on in other parts of the world. The entire society in Israel right now is underground. They get to pop up and live their lives. All of a sudden, missiles are coming from Iran. They have 10 minutes to get underground. Missiles come in from Hezbollah. They have 3 minutes to get underground. Missiles come in from what's ever left in Gaza. They have 1 minute. You have entire Western democracy, ally of the United States, regardless how you feel about Bibi in Israel, you have an entire society that is forced to live underground because the IRGC and all their proxies are sending
What
missiles.
is this clip by Blinken?
Anthony Blinken, this is a separate conversation about...
What is this?
So this is basically saying, how did U.S. enter this war in Iran? And this is Anthony Blinken, obviously former Secretary.
Because of Bibi and Trump.
Go ahead, Rob. Let's see it.
Basically saying, was it Bibi? Was it Trump? Whose decision was it? This is Anthony Blinken. Go ahead.
Prime Minister Netanyahu at various points tried to convince the Obama administration, the Biden administration to do things like this?
To my knowledge, he's tried to convince virtually every administration since he's been in office to do what President Trump finally did. He came to the Obama administration and tried this. He came to the Biden administration and tried this. And he finally found a willing customer in President Trump. But this was President Trump's decision. This wasn't Bibi Netanyahu's decision. It was President Trump's decision. Look,
that's it.
It's not that previous administrations, whether it was President Bush.
But his decision was influenced heavily by Bibi. When he says that, he's saying that he had the ultimate, like, final say, obviously. But he's indicting Trump for having fallen for Bibi's pressure campaign. Because every other American president had previously been subjected to Bibi trying to fucking convince the United States to do this shit, and only Trump was the one stupid enough or like imperial, like hungry for imperialism enough to fucking do it.
Adam, it's 1,000% President Trump's decision, but you cannot sit here and pretend that Bibi Netanyahu doesn't have major influence. Jared Kushner has known Kushner has known him since he was a child. His father in New Jersey, he used to go visit him, Bibi, in Jersey. He's over there negotiating. That's a conflict of interest, number one. Sure. Number two, we can't pretend, Adam, everything was Iran, and then Israel went on full on seizing land and attacking in Lebanon, and mind you, Adam, in heavily populated civilian and Christian parts of Lebanon, and they're literally seizing land. And it's looking now, because Adam, who's to stop them from just going, well, there's terrorists here, bomb them? Who's checking to see how many civilians are dying in Lebanon? Where's the, because if all you have to say is this, There's terrorists there. You could literally keep bombing, keep expanding until you've taken over as much land as you want. Obviously, I want Hezbollah taken out. Obviously, I want Hamas done. Obviously, I want ISIS done, which Trump basically did. But if you've been seeing, like I've been seeing, literally in the downtown area, you want to talk about Miami? I'm out in Miami, a whole apartment complex with civilians coming all the way down, and they're bombing it. So that's what I'm saying is, Adam, there's a huge Christian population there, which I'm not comfortable with them going on full offensive when you're supposed to be focusing on Iran. I get it.
It's just not very Christian, Adam.
What's the saying that you said before? Walk and chew gum. But it's like, bro.
What is this? What is this clip, Rob?
Yeah,
this was the strikes last week in Lebanon.
Yeah, that's okay. You want to kill one terrorist, so you do that? Let's just say there's one Hezbollah guy in there.
Why would you say there's only one?
I'm just saying, how many terrorists?
Oh my God. Did you guys just hear what Adam said? We're watching a building be leveled, civilian infrastructure. Why would you assume there's just one terrorist, bro? Why wouldn't you just give Israel the benefit of the doubt?
Take out that building.
Because you tell me. Do you have reports?
So
I don't know. Because there's
I appreciate your passion. And let me respond real quickly.
Dude, even in Gaza, they were the civilian count. They were willing to kill over 50 civilians, 50 to 100 with Lavender AI or Where's Daddy just to get one alleged Hamas-linked terrorist.
30 seconds ago, you didn't even know that Hezbollah was based in Lebanon.
I didn't say based. I said they were. I didn't say that. I said they're everywhere.
Oh my God, Adam totally just like rewriting history. He said that he was like, "Where's your proof that they control Lebanon? That Iran controls Lebanon?"
Not. They're in Lebanon. Period. Full stop. You might say there's one guy who has a cousin who's hanging out in a different part of town. Hezbollah's in Lebanon, and this is exactly what it is. You just said obviously we want to take out Hezbollah.
Yeah. So kill how many civilians for one terrorist?
How do you assume that they do that?
What do you mean? Adam.
How do you?
Because I saw what they did in Gaza, and dude, Gaza is flat. It's flat. So they killed almost 30.
Vinny, you got to pick a side here, bro.
No. Please don't play that game with me. Do not. Hold on. Do not.
Adam is the one saying you got to pick a side when this dude is Israel first every fucking opportunity that he gets. He never misses an opportunity to defend Israel, to defend Epstein. That's really what turned the PBD audience against him. But he's the one telling Vinny, you need to pick a side, bro.
You either want to take out terrorists or you don't.
Time out. Do not play the pick a side, Adam, when it comes to 25,000 or 20,000 children dead. Don't play that game with me because if terrorists were in this location, Israel should have done. Let me finish.
Slow down.
No.
Listen, what do you mean children dead?
Adam, if you show Gaza right now, and I don't even want him to show it, look at what Gaza looks like. Was there Hamas everywhere? Yeah. Because it's flat. Okay. Well,
okay, by the way, the whole children, and I know we don't want to talk about this, the whole children dead. Why are children dead?
What do you mean? Because they didn't. Because when you throw caution to the wind and you don't do a ground invasion, go in the tunnels and go at everybody, you could just carpet bomb everybody and just say, well, there's terrorists there.
Just
That's
one
not
quick
fair.
question, follow up.
Yeah.
Where are these children hanging out?
Oh, what do you mean, Adam? They live there. They live there.
Are they by themselves?
Holy shit. Dude, Adam is such a fucking piece of shit. Holy fuck. Literally justifying the bombing of children by saying, who are they hanging? This is literally the equivalent. Like, but for war criminality, as you would say, like, oh, what was she got raped. What was she wearing? Oh, those kids were bombed? Who were they hanging out with? Dude, fuck this guy.
They're hanging out on the boxes. Oh, they're with their parents.
Say, well, there's terrorists there.
Just
That's
one
not
quick
fair.
question, follow up.
Yeah.
Where are these children hanging out?
Oh, what do you mean,
my
Adam?
God, what a piece of shit.
They live there. They live there.
Are they by themselves? They're hanging out on the boxes. Oh, they're with their parents.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So they're with their parents, who are basically part of Hamas.
Oh, so all the parents, is that your argument? Is that all these kids that died, these innocent children, their parents are Hamas? Are you serious right now?
Vinny, I feel like we're going back 2 years to have an argument.
Let's move on.
Let's not move on. Let's stay right here. Hamas is embedded in society.
So kill everybody is your thing. Why'd they take so long?
What do you mean kill everybody? If they wanted to kill everybody, there'd be 1 million people dead right now. You have to understand. If they wanted to kill everybody.
Your Honor, if I really murdered them, I would have skinned them. I wouldn't have shot them. That's how you know I didn't do it.
Which they don't. A real genocide. There'd be 1 million people dead in Gaza. Do you know that?
Dude, he did this with me when I debated him, saying that it's not really a genocide because if they wanted to, they could wipe them off the fucking map, as if that's the threshold for genocide.
That they're talking about only 60,000, half of which are Hamas, half of which are civilians, is a testament to the fact that they don't want to kill everybody.
A horrible ratio.
Oh my
America
God.
killed how many
Dude,
people?
Israel admits that like 80% of the people that they've killed are civilians in Gaza.
How many people in Afghanistan?
And it was all wrong.
And I never heard the word genocide once.
What do you mean? Adam, I left the military.
Half are not Hamas. I mean, dude, he was literally just citing Blinken. Blinken, before leaving office, literally said there's more Hamas militants now than in October 2023. There's more now.
because of what we did in Iraq. Vincent Oshana, left because of 9/11 in Iraq.
Yeah, let me get to this next story. Here's a story
I don't understand your point.
Oh my God, PBD content cock, dude. They were having such a good back and forth.
Let him go to the next
Vinnie
point.
was absolutely fucking like bodying Adam.
What do you mean?
Adam.
What point? Explain the point.
tell me the
What point is this?
We're
What
fighting
point, Adam?
Radical terrorism.
And your point is what?
My point is,
your point, and
I'm saying from a tactical point of view, the way that they handled Gaza.
Respectfully, let him ask the past question.
Yeah.
Let him answer a past
He's doing it.
What was the question?
What happened, Tom?
Yeah, he was doing
I
it.
thought you were asking him to explain this. And we were trying to.
No, I'm asking.
Bottom line is this. Whether you like it or not, the world, specifically the Middle East, has one major problem, brother. You know what that is?
No Christ. No Jesus Christ.
Okay, that's...
No, it's
sure,
the truth.
Sure.
No Christianity. None of this would be happening if they were all believers in Christ.
Sure, great, gotcha. But they believe in
ignoring that
radical Islam. So you just went to Christ. They believe in Allah. And they believe that they're going to reach paradise when they kill and maim and convert people or die. So you're going to have a choice of whether you're going to say, I really don't like to see innocent people die. Nobody wants that. Or I'm going to let the radicals take over.
To be fair, the same thing that's leading Vinnie to, have just like an ounce of morality in his body is like his like childlike understanding of the world that is clearly rooted in Christianity to a large extent and consistently applied. But yeah, I'm not surprised that he's like, if they just believed in Jesus Christ, none of this would be happening. Like the same thing that allows him to do that is like, that's where it's coming from. So
and maim and convert people or die. So you're going to have a choice of whether you're going to say, I really don't like to see innocent people die. Nobody wants that. Or I'm going to let the radicals take over. I'm fully on the point of we're not letting them take over. You're kind of still straddling the middle, respectfully. Well, we got to take them out, but we can't kill innocent people. That's a problem. We need Christ.
Dude, the only thing that's being straddled here in this conversation is Adam to Bibi Netanyahu dick riding him so fucking hard. Every single episode, there is some just full-throated defense of Bibi, of Israel's actions, of Trump's actions, just uncritical regurgitation of the things that Trump says, the lies that he propagates, that we're winning, that the Strait of Hormuz is open, that we know what we're doing, we're on top, everything's okay, Iranians are fucking losing, and if you disagree with me, you're on the sides of terrorists. That's the only thing that goes on this show when Adam's on it, and he's talking.
Buddy, at some point, you're going to have to realize this is the problem, and Israel and the United States
What
is
do you think
addressing
is the problem? You think Israel's the problem or Islam's the problem?
I think tactically...
Israel or Islam? Which one's the problem? Israel or Islam? That was the genius dichotomy that was presented to him from PBD. Thank you so much for that.
The way they're doing missions is not... For instance, is it okay if you want to kill 2 terrorists, are you okay with them taking down an entire apartment complex that people are living in?
Yes. Yes, Vinnie, he is.
I think tactically, send in your ground troops. Mossad is dope. The IDF and all them, they don't want to get involved on the ground, which I think.
Yeah, no shit, because they fucking lose. They don't. That's why they don't want to. They were already embarrassed in Lebanon in 2006. This is basically fucking revenge for it. For one, for that total humiliation. For two, the IDF can only do air campaigns. Really, they suck as like the ground invasions are the reasons why the killings increase so much. It's the reason why you get things like the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, because it's a civilian army. They don't want to fight. Israelis are fleeing. And even with the forced conscription, people are just not showing up. They don't have the people that they need to be able to sustain this military campaign. So they fight from the fucking air. They use weaponry. They use missiles. They use anything but fucking troops because they don't want to put troops, because every time that they take casualties from the IDF, this is the support for the war drops significantly. That's why they're really, really casualty averse.
I think, Pat,
I love you, bro,
you'll save
but
civilians.
I think you're oversimplifying.
No,
a very
I think put some
complicated
troops in there.
situation in a very
throw some troops on the ground. Go
What do you
fight
mean,
the
throw
war.
some troops on the ground.
You don't just carpet bomb it.
By the way, I'm defending America here, but I just feel like giving you some facts, brother. How many people do you think live in Israel? There's 350 million people in America. 350 million.
This argument, I don't know why people keep making this argument in favor of Israel. Do you know how much evil Israel is exporting right now? It's the size of New Jersey, and it's a genocide, a completely illegal war in Iran. They're ethnically cleansing over and displacing 1 million Lebanese people, leveling building civilian infrastructure, killing kids. It cuts against you to defend the country when they're that small, but they're having that much of a fucking impact on the globe.
There's 1 billion plus in Iran, in India. There's 1 billion plus in China. How many people do you think live in Israel? What's your number?
5 million?
5 million? It's 10 million people. That's the size of a city in America. Okay.
Oh my God.
I know
Israel
people in the
small
IDF.
bean. Israel small bean. Israel small bean.
You think they want to be at war? How many tours have you done?
Yes, they want to be at war. Israelis want to be at war. They love it. Look at the polling. Israelis love the fucking war. They don't like dealing with the effects of it, but they love the war. They support it all.
What do you mean tours? I was just in the Air Force.
Okay, so you weren't even a tour. I know people on their 5th tour, 7th tour. They've been in Lebanon. They've been in Gaza. They've been flying to Iran.
I'm friends with war criminals.
They don't have enough people. The whole conversation about sending boots to Iran, they don't have enough people. You know the famous situation with Joe Rogan?
Then don't start wars. That's the fucking point. Hello, that's what Vinny's saying. I mean, he's saying like, yeah, they should just throw some troops or whatever. But the fact that you're saying, well, they can't do that because they don't have the manpower to be able to do it. Why are they launching wars of choice then? They can't fucking do it. And they expect the United States to come bail them out. And guess what? We did. We followed them into this fucking war.
How many Jews do you think there are in the world? He goes, 1 billion. He goes, let me lower my expectations. 500 million people. I think it was Gad Saad that said, try 15 million. There's about 5 million that live in the United States.
What does Joe Rogan being an idiot have to do with literally anything going on right now? How did we get here?
10 million that live in Israel. There's not that many of them.
Who the fuck thought there were a billion Jews? It's an all-timer clip from Joe Rogan.
And 20% of Israel are Arabs that are citizens that fight also in the IDF. So this whole concept of a boots on the ground where you think all these people are going to be everywhere at once, they don't have the numbers. That's just the bottom line. And you have these 10 million people, which very few...
Then add them to Iran. Vinny is right, and he's realizing his brother sold out for Israel. They kill innocents and kill Christians and say terrorism, Israel is the terrorist.
Less than 500,000 are actually serving that are fighting war after war after war after war. And we're saying, do more. They're to their last leg. And America comes in as a capable ally to Israel in the Middle East.
I'm going to get to this next story.
To defeat Islamic
All
terrorism.
Right. Trump warns
Okay, BBD is just like, okay, we're moving on from that. Trump warns China over Iran weapons supply. Okay, wait. I kind of want to... Ooh, there's like a lot of good segments in this one. Fuck. Okay. Should we do... Trump slams... Okay, the Pope Leo over the Iran war. Photo of himself as Jesus. Kamala Harris 2028 aspirations. I will probably, unfortunately, end up agreeing with them. Crazed man, nah. And then Sports Illustrated top 55 soccer players. Why? Guys, ad break on Twitch in less than 3 minutes. Unless you subscribe to me or you're gifted subs throughout this chat. Maybe if somebody's feeling generous, and that way you don't have to watch ads and you can have access to cute emotes as well. I think I want to do well, let's do a little bit of this, like how they try to spin Trump as like posturing over China.
China will have big problems if it ships weapons to Iran, but insists he doesn't care.
Yeah, Puck My Life. I'm speaking to you specifically. You can't just say not me. That call to action was just for you.
About peace talks as we win regardless. Go ahead, Rob.
China is preparing to ship weapons to Iran.
Well, if China does that, China's going to have big problems, okay?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so when you see this story, now he's also saying he doesn't care. There's another clip, because of that clip, Rob, that you just played, there's a few of them that he goes a little bit deeper into. Trump warned, obviously, China. The president caution comes after several news outlets have reported that China is preparing to send air defense systems to Tehran in the coming weeks. If China does that, China is going to have big problems. U.S. intelligence sources told New York Times and CNN that Beijing is shipping shoulder-fired anti-aircraft missile systems known as manpads through third countries to mask their origins. A spokesperson for the Chinese embassy in China, in Washington, denied the accusations in a statement to CNN. China has never provided weapons to any party to the conflict. The information in question is untrue, the spokesperson said. It comes as peace talks between U.S. and Iran began in Pakistan's capital city, Islamabad, on Saturday. Trump acknowledged very deep negotiations, but told Reuters no matter what happens during the talks, the United States has already won. Regardless of what happens, we win. We totally defeated that country. And so let's see what happens. Maybe they make a deal. Maybe they don't. From the standpoint of America, we win regardless. Tom.
So there's two ways to ship a weapon. One is finish a missile, a bullet, a gun, and send it to the guys. Iran-Contras, right? Just send them the guns, drop them off. The other way is you send raw materials that are critical. And what I was reading over the weekend, Pat, is that the U.S. and the U.K. Are now, and I think it was the CIA found it, and MI6 confirmed it, and that was what I read, about a chemical called ammonium perchlorate or sodium perchlorate, which is key rocket fuel. It's basically rocket fuel chemical that you need so that you can send out rockets or missiles. And that is what is huge. And so when
I don't trust a word that comes out of Tom's mouth. Sorry for all the Tomcats in chat. Okay, but are we, like, for all I know, this is a dual use type of item that they're talking about, and it's also going to be distinct. Like, things that can be components for weaponry is not the same as weapons transfers. It just isn't. I don't know. Fuck this segment. Okay. Trump slams Pope Leo over the war. Let's see. Vinnie is not a Catholic as far as I know. So let's see what he has to say about it, though.
Pope Leo, as weak, says he prefers his MAGA brother after pontiffs veiled jabs over Iran war and immigration. Is this it? Let me first read what he said, and then we will go through what he said. Rob, do you have what the Pope said?
I have a clip of the Pope, I believe this weekend, where he says he's going to continue to speak out against the war.
Go ahead.
The message of the church, my message, the message of the gospel, blessed are the peacemakers. I do not look at my role as being a politician. I don't want to get into a debate with him. I don't think that the message of the gospel is meant to be abused in the way that some people are doing. And I will continue to speak out loudly against war, looking to promote peace, promoting dialogue and multilateral relationships among the states to look for just solutions to problems. Too many people are suffering in the world today. Too many innocent people are being killed. And I think someone has to stand up and say, there's a better way to do this.
Okay, there you go. That's the Pope, and then here's the president. Go ahead, Rob.
And they're going to go back, filled up with oil. Okay?
Why did you attack Pope Leo on Truth Social?
I don't think he's doing a very good job. He likes crime, I guess. He hit us thick of it. He's worried about fear. What about the fear when the ministers and the priests and all of those great people that were arrested during COVID, and in many cases they're outside 10 feet apart, and they were arrested. So we don't like it. We don't like a pope that's going to say that it's okay to have a nuclear weapon. We don't want a pope that says crime is okay in our cities. I don't like it. I'm not a big fan of Pope Leo. He's a very liberal person, and he's a man that doesn't believe in stopping crime. He's a man that doesn't think that we should be toying with a country that wants a nuclear weapon so they can blow up the world. I'm not a fan of Pope Leo.
I mean, unless I missed something, the Pope, all he said was, listen, I'm not about war, you know? He quoted the Bible, blessed are the people.
Vinnie once again, Vinnie's stacking W's, okay? He actually came out and with very little caveats defended the Pope.
Peacemakers. He's just he's not saying, you know, to hell with them and whatever with the troops. No, this is the Pope. This is the holiest guy on the planet, the biggest guy in Catholicism, just voicing his opinion, and then Trump goes into this this wasn't a 500-worder, but it's like, I don't know. I'm not a fan of him going after him and then bringing up nukes.
Oh, he was so close to just saying he was crazy for that.
All this guy is saying is, listen, I'm not about war. If you're trying to be a Christian, a good Christian, the last thing on the menu is war. And if there's a way to do it, do it. And if he's gonna bring up because I don't know if we're gonna bring up him.
Okay, Vinnie acted like he was a fucking pacifist, when dude, he has supported all of the previous military incursions that Trump has fucking embarked on, but not this one.
Tweeting Pat about him being basically Jesus, and
we will do that right afterwards.
Yeah, go ahead, Tom.
Well, I struggled with this because it's like the Pope. The Catholic Church has become political. Let's face it. Over the last 25 years,
they barely started becoming political. The Catholic Church was never political until Pope Leo and Pope Francis.
Very political. They've weighed in on DEI. They've weighed in on so many things, and they've also done, kind of ride the line. Well, what we really interpret is this. So they've actually moved, and they've moved things. And people say, well, that's progressive. That's that. Not if your handbook is the Bible and it says that 1 foot is 12 inches and an inch is this much. Then you don't try to change it over time so that 1 foot is 14 inches or 8 inches. Mm-hmm. You don't change your standards, and the Pope has kind of moved with that. Some people call.
Oh my God! Tell me you're not a Catholic without telling me you're not a Catholic. No, the Bible does not change. The Gospels don't change. The interpretation changes. And he gets to decide. That's what the catechism is. Hello?
Progressive Catholicism.
They can change things.
I don't know. On the other hand, where Trump is, if you're not with me, you're against me. And he's very, very clear about that. And while he's trying to get things done on a world stage, you know, he's going to react to things that he thinks. Remember, it wasn't just this comment by the Pope. There's been other things, and there was a closed-door meeting. And so Trump is a little annoyed with the Vatican because Trump sees the Vatican as a political voice. And it's like, if you're going to be a political voice out there, this is what we're trying to do. You know, last time I checked, Trump didn't say this, but Tom says this. The last time,
I mean, if Trump really wants to go to war with him, he has to threaten to tax them.
I checked, the path to peace in the Bible sometimes got a little bit bloody and a little bit messy because humans are humans. And so this is a heavy tweet, but I think I understand where it's coming from. Yeah. You know, if you're not with me, you're against me.
Yeah. Adam.
Well, let me take off my yarmulke and put on my cardinal hat. Here's what we know about Trump.
Here's your APAC.
And the crowd went wild.
Baseball.
Thank you, buddy. Tom's got the jokes, always. Here's what I know about Trump. Anybody can get it. A week ago, people were freaking out, basically saying, may Allah be with you.
Okay, so now he's saying epic and base that the president went after the Pope. Okay.
All of a sudden, there's people upset about that. All of a sudden, we're going to take down an entire civilization. Nothing happened. All talk, rhetoric. Calls out the Pope. By the way, this isn't his first time calling out the Pope. By the way, he'll call out Bibi. What the F is going on here? If you get in Trump's crosshairs, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, but only one of those pisses you off, Adam, and it's the Bibi one. You don't give a fuck that he goes after the Pope. You don't give a fuck about anybody else who he goes after.
He's going to shoot. What's the famous phrase? If you come at me, I'm going to come at you 10 times harder. So that's Trump. You like it or not. I'm on Team Trump because Trump represents America. The Pope doesn't represent America, despite being from Chicago. Go Bears. I know Umberto's probably going to be a little offended right now. That's okay. The Pope doesn't represent America. I have Catholic friends, I have Christian friends, I have Muslim friends, everything. No one is without basically no one's about being criticized. Anyone can get it. Because if you look at what the Pope is basically saying, if you didn't tell me he was the Pope,
yeah,
he would sound like a pacifist. He sounds like a dove. You know, there's a concept of like, are you a hawk or a dove? Trump's neither.
What is this juxtaposition that he's trying to draw between, like, if I didn't know any better, he'd sound like a pacifist. Like, yeah, most Catholics are going to, like, the Pope is consistently going to be, like, anti-war.
Trump's a deal maker. Are we going to get stuff done or not? Here are the things that I understand. You tell me if I'm wrong. What the Pope basically advocates. Promotes peace, no war. He's an open border guy, globalist type of guy. Helps humanity. I get that respectfully. It seems to me there's a lot of socialist tendencies, and they're critical of capitalism. At the same time, doesn't the church own more land than anybody in the world? Aren't they basically a religious corporate structure dictating the papal laws to all around the world?
Supposedly own more land except countries.
Allegedly. They're also very big on the Green New Deal, the Green New Scam, talking about a thing. At the end of the day, these crosshairs are going to happen, and it'd be best served for the Pope to stay in his lane and Trump to stay in his lane. When those two lanes cross, is going to get up.
What do you think, Pat? Because from what I heard, I didn't hear the Pope. The Pope was just saying, "Yeah, I just wish there's more peace." I don't think he was going. What do you think? I'm curious.
I mean, look, he to me, I like him more than the previous guy.
For sure.
I'm not.
You don't speak on Catholicism when you don't know the church was established by Jesus and has authority that no other group has. Why do you think IVF is a recent talking point for Christianity? This is amazing. Super chats coming in to educate the PVD boys on Catholicism.
I think he is. He's just saying, he says, look, the Bible says peacemakers, right? Be a peacemaker, and, blessed are the peacemakers.
This is some meth binge to your conversation. How does this have an audience? I think you answered your own question.
And, at this moment, people could say Trump's not a peacemaker. Trump's a chaotic agent. He disrupts. He's constant, right? Yeah. Which is fine. That's who the American people voted 2 times to be the president. But I will tell you something here. That low key, here's, I don't know why Catholics, have this issue with Jews. I don't know what it is. They have this.
What, we're gonna single out Catholics and not just Christians as a fucking whole? What?
No, I don't listen. I get the Jews.
Catholics in particular have an issue with Jews. Okay.
Have issues with Christians, and they'll make fun, and they'll say stuff like, "Oh, your Jesus is gonna do." They'll say, "Well, he was a Jew anyways, right?" Yeah. But then Catholics have that issue with Jews, and they act like they're all innocent and everything. And when you look at Catholics, the amount of centralized power they have. Centralized. If you know what the total Catholic population is worldwide? It's like 1,
We're
2,
doing
1,
the
3
Catholic question.
Billion. Jews are 15 million.
15 million.
But Jews are decentralized, meaning Jews don't have somebody they listen to that says, "Hey, you better do this." Catholics, God forbid you say something about the Pope. They're like, "Hey, man, listen, who is that Pope figure in the Christian community? We don't have one." No. If I ask you right now who's the Pope in the Christian community, you don't have somebody to look at. Who is it? Which pastor?
Yeah. Who's the Pope in the Christian community? What? Wait, what? I don't understand. He is literally a Christian.
Jews don't have somebody they listen to that says, hey, you better do this. Catholics, God forbid you say something about the Pope. They're like, hey, man, listen, who is that Pope figure in the Christian community? We don't have one. No. If I ask you right now who's the Pope in the Christian community, you don't have somebody to look at. Who is it? Which pastor?
Yeah, exactly.
No, they don't.
We don't have one.
It's an independent network.
It's just the Bible.
So if you look at only Catholics and Muslims have somebody that they look at as their supreme leader, like, you got to go to somebody. But even more, it's Catholic.
Well, there's only two theocracies in the world.
Catholicism?
Islam. I'm sorry, the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Yep.
And the Vatican.
Yeah.
Those are the two major
So
theocracies.
listen.
Big difference.
Yeah, okay.
Big
I said 1.3 billion. My apology. I don't want the Catholics to be upset with me because I have a lot of Catholic friends. 1.4 to 2 billion. By the way, you ready for this? They have 220,000 parishes worldwide. That's churches.
Wow.
They have 3,000 dioceses, 400,000 priests worldwide, 600,000 religious sisters, nuns.
Wow.
There's a lot more theocracies. No. There's only the Vatican and there's only Iran. I don't know why you would say that.
100,000 Catholic schools globally, 50 million students enrolled worldwide, 1,300 universities, 5,000 to 6,000 hospitals, 15,000 plus clinics, 16,000 plus homes for the elderly, disabled, orphans. I have had nothing but great experience with Catholics. Nothing. Here's what my challenge is.
Okay, what's your issue with Catholics then? What?
I've never had any issues with Jews. I've never had any issues with Catholics, but they have issues with each other. Okay?
Well, I don't think Jews have any.
Eddie Bombay, thanks so much for the 100 bits. Joel Osteen, Jerry Falwell, Creflo Dollar, these are just two megalo Christian dudes. Yeah, never heard of them.
Issues with Catholics. I think the old school Catholics, the old school, had major issues with the Jews.
Yeah. Well,
and then I think in the 1960s, they said, you know what, guys? Let's pump the brakes on all the Jew hate and all that. But that's still lingering.
Did you not, Tom, did you not watch Godfather 3?
Dude, it's just like, it's like to say it's revisionist history is already giving them too much credit because it implies that they have some working knowledge of the historical relationship that exists between Catholics and Jews and like Christians broadly to even revise it from there. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about at all.
Do you really want to go through the history of Catholicism and how much power and authority and mob and finances and
you have its own military? It has a military.
There are so many things to go through. So for me, this is the problem. This is the problem. For me, it's when you come in and take a judgmental position and your church has a history of a lot of issues, you're kind of contradicting yourself and you're a hypocrite. So you have to kind of be able to balance that. But at the same time, guess what?
Wait, what is this fucking L that he thinks the Pope is holding or what?
Judgmental position and your church has a history of a lot of issues, you're kind of contradicting yourself and you're a hypocrite. So you have to kind of be able to balance that. But at the same time, guess what? That's what comes. The Vatican has a lot of power. Think about if you wanted to have control over 1.422
I can't even begin to understand the point he's trying to make here.
billion people around the world. In a sense, Christians couldn't pull this off. Mormons couldn't pull this off. Catholics pulled it off. What a power. And so here's a question. Who's more powerful? Can you run a poll, Rob? I'm actually so curious to know how the audience votes. I kind of have an idea which way they're going to vote, though.
And you want us to give up?
No, I don't want you to say anything. I just want to give it 3 minutes.
Okay.
Who has more power?
Catholics,
Umberto,
please do it. Please do the Catholics or Jews poll. Please do the Catholics or Jews poll and who has more power in this world.
All the bots people you have. I don't want you to touch any of the bots people. Who has more power, Jews or Catholics?
Yes,
Does the Catholic Church
it.
have more power or Jews? Okay, just put those two up. And Jews, Jews, not Juice. So we'll make sure Rob gets it right.
Oh, is that why I'm getting all these juice box things on my? Oh, that's what they're saying.
And I'm not even putting.
I just thought they wanted to buy me a drink. This juice.
So, but here's the thing.
Oh, it's painful watching Adam cope over the fucking anti-Semitism in their chat.
Do you know what's the funny thing with power? You know what's the funny thing with power? It's like it's always the other guy that wants more power, not you. You're the humble one. You know, it's always the other guy that wants more control. You don't. Definitely, Jews don't want any control. It's the other guy. Catholics don't want any control. It's the other guy. Islam doesn't want any control. It's the other guy. Everybody wants control.
1,000%.
Why do they want control? Why do they want control? Think about why they want control. Because what? Because they want to be able to push their own what? Agenda and what you believe in. And guess what? I think that's very fair. You know, if you live in a community like, you know, there's such thing as HOA, right? You know what HOA is? Homeowners Association. Yeah. So for instance, like let's just say you live in a community and you have a house that's on one lot and I have a house that's on 3 lots. Okay, but we pay our HOAs fairly. Now, imagine the person with 1 lot says we want to charge $5,000 per person who lives in this community per lot. So who does it favor? Who does it not favor? The guy with one lot says, yes, that's fair.
Let's do it.
The guy with 3 lots like, what are you talking about, bro?
Yeah,
well, no, we're going to keep everything 5,000. No, you take more land in the community. Everybody's got an agenda, bro. Of
course.
Everybody does. So when we get into the innocent stuff, listen, I said to myself, I'm from Iran. So when people are like, well, you're from Iran. Yes, I don't like the IRGC. I've said it a million. I've made videos about this for over a decade, talking about how I feel about this. They're bad people. They're evil. They're not wired like you. And the world is a better place if they're gone. Do I have some biases because I lived with these guys? 100.
Wait, what? Who's he? I've lost the plot. Are we talking about Catholics, Jews, or Muslims?
Or like, well, you're from Iran. 5,000. No, you take more land in the community. Everybody's got an agenda, bro. Of
course.
Everybody does. So when we get into the innocent stuff, listen, I said to myself,
Iranians?
I'm from Iran. So when people are like, well, you're from Iran. Yes, I don't like the IRGC. I've said it a million. I've made videos about this for over a decade.
Dude, does anybody doubt that an Iranian expat who loves Trump, dick rides him every fucking day, every opportunity, literally has personal phone calls with the guy and casually drops that information on the podcast? Does anybody doubt that you would love to see the destruction of Iran, dude? You and every other psycho Iranian expat and all their fucking plastic surgery.
Talking about how I feel about this. They're bad people. They're evil. They're not wired like you. And the world is a better place if they're gone. Do I have some biases because I lived with these guys? 100%. It's the
You would think that it cuts the other way, that you would be like more sympathetic to people in that country and not just say that they're basically all the same as the fucking IRGC and make a distinction, not use it to say that they ought to be annihilated.
People, when they're like, well, I don't have any. Well, I don't have this. I don't have this. Stop acting like you're so innocent. Everybody's got their own stuff that's going on. So now, Trump does something else that kind of pissed a lot of people off, and this deserves criticism, and it's a well-deserved criticism. He posts a picture of himself that was posted a few months back in February by a guy named Nick Adams. So the original tweet,
we know.
Vinny, I don't know if you know or not.
Yeah, what's somebody else?
The original tweet of this is actually not him. The original tweet of this was a guy named Nick Adams.
Yeah, we know.
He posted this in February of sometime this year, and the only difference is, which a lot of people are talking about, Rob, it was in my notes. I don't know if you want to go to it, if you want to pull it up. I'll text it to you as well. Both ways you have it. I just texted it to you. There is a picture of comparing the two that you have. Is that the one I just sent you? Yeah, there you go. So if you look at this, Nick Adams tweeted this in February, but then something changed. Go to the right one, the one on the right. So this one has the, soldiers in the back, and then come back February 4th, and then you want to come back. America has been sick for a long time. President Trump is healing this nation. And then go to the new one that the president tweets. And so the president tweets this one.
Who's that?
Yeah, so the one in the middle, people are like...
So because we know that, because somebody else generated the AI image for Trump, we can just discharge responsibility to them? Or what is the point being made here?
Well, what is that? What is that person? So anyways, I'll pause here. Vinny, your thoughts on this?
Well, I mean, isn't he healing Epstein in the picture? That's a theory, maybe.
Okay,
I didn't get a close look, but
I'm assuming. What is that? Is that
like if you wanted to go around claiming that, I wouldn't stop you.
Antichrist, is that a demon? Why of all the things?
I'm gonna say, yeah, it probably was him healing Epstein in that picture.
You just change that thing. So there's questions, but listen, in Galatians chapter 6, verse 7, Pat, it says, God will not be mocked. Period. End of story. Full stop. I know we're talking about Catholics and Jews and all that stuff, but I mean, look at the track record. I played a video a long time ago saying that
Vinny.
Trump said that he is not a Christian. Then he also did on Air Force One. He said, I'm not.
Let's quote scripture at PBD. That's definitely going to get him back on track. Surely he's just lost his way because he's like not in touch with Christ, right?
Fast. I'm not going to heaven. Okay. And then when he got sworn in, he didn't put his hand on the Bible. I know that's not a huge deal, but the Bible's right there. I think Melania was holding it and he didn't put his hand on it. This type of stuff, Pat, and again, people like you said can have their opinions and everybody has their thing. I'm not a fan of that and putting it there and then adding the demon, whatever the heck that is in the back.
You think he did? Like somebody probably forgot, somebody had edited it and then he retweets it. It's not like it's a, by the way, I don't know if we can show this picture here, Rob, on, so you may want to change this one. Go ahead, Adam.
You're asking the question of whether that
hey, let me go to Tom. Let me go to Tom. Tom, your thoughts on the picture of the president posting that. How do you feel about that?
Look, there's like a meme a day, a meme a week, and you put something like this. I don't know how to interpret.
I'm getting an update on whether or not this is Epstein, I guess. Oh, so I put, you just linked me a Wick tweet. I'm supposed to show this Wick tweet? Give me a second. So Wick, but I just want to know why he isn't healing Charlie Kirk. Very offensive. I mean, I don't think it looks enough like Epstein, but I could see how at first glance somebody thought that. It could also be like an old Hunter Biden. That's Jeff. Yeah, it's Jeffrey. I don't know. I'm kind of going back and forth. I really can't tell. It looks more like Jon Stewart. I mean, there's a lot of generic white men that kind of look like this, to be honest.
Interpret it. It didn't come with like a commentary. I mean, clearly the original intent and the original author was, hey, he's going to heal the nation. And he even says, I'm not a spiritual guy. It's kind of like, it's kind of like Charles Barkley saying, man, I'm not a role model. You can make me out to be, but I'm not a role model. And if this was Mother Teresa here, no one has any trouble with it, without the American flag. That this a symbol of healing and touch and things like that. And I think this is just, I can't read into it. Maybe he's saying, you know what? I want to fix things and I want to bring things forward. I don't see it religiously. I see.
I don't know if I like it, Tom. I don't know if I like it.
It's kind of like,
I don't know if I like it.
It's off.
You know why I don't like it, Tom? Like when it comes down to, certain things like with God, I don't know if I'm messing with this. Leave this one alone. Go and see yourself above every other man. And by the way, this is coming from a guy that's a Syrian. And guess what Assyrians were known for? Well, what happened to us? Hey, let's go visit our country, Vinny. Where's our Vinny? Rob, can you pull up on the map Assyria? Pull up on the map Assyria. And why don't you pull up the president of Assyria? And here's an Assyrian saying this. Where's our country?
Huh?
We don't have a country.
Called Iraq.
It's Baghdad. We're Baghdad.
No, but I want to find out who is the president of Assyria.
There is none.
So what happened to Assyrians? I thought we were the first warriors 6,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago. I thought we conquered the biggest. I thought we invented, the
beer, irrigation,
the capitalism, mercantilism, everything that we have right now, capitalism. Can you pull up stuff that Assyrians invented? Assyrian Empire invented. Go to what things Assyrian Empire invented. If you go to stuff that they
okay, like is he pulling this up to prove a point, or because what do we think? Because he literally doesn't know, but he wants to try to be like, we've contributed so much.
Invented, okay, from can you just go to ChatGPT? It'll list it out for you if you go there. The stuff that Assyrians invented is
MLMs.
Insane. I mean, insane. You go read the Bible. Go watch the language Aramaic. Me and Vinny speak Aramaic, right? We're trying to get Tom and Adam and Rob to learn. Rob's the closest so far, but we're weapons, math, business, you name it. Assyrians. What happened to the
Assyrians? Invented math. They invented business. They invented the Bible, apparently, even though he was struggling to recall any of these things about 30 seconds ago. But they are they're responsible for all of that.
Empire, we fell. Why did we fall? Do you know Assyrians were so crazy that they would go get lions to say,
I'm just saying, it was Tom who did that.
The king of the jungle. We are.
Yeah.
Can you imagine how crazy you have to be to say, lions. Hey, we would go kill lions just to say we're the kings of the jungle. We're Assyrians.
Yep.
And then what?
Too cocky.
A little too cocky.
You think so?
We built
you guys tried to build the Tower of Babel.
We built something. A tower.
You guys
try to Babel reach up there.
To go and say, hey, God, listen, we're kind of stronger than you. And then he's like, wait, who are you guys? Yeah. Do you know what this thing called the famine is?
Wow.
Yep. You're gone. Go ahead, Assyrians. Yep. Okay, now there's still, listen, see a few of us left. We are very aspirational. Right. We bought 11 acres. We're trying to build a small little country here in Florida.
What is it like to have national pride? And it's just like most people, if they hear you saying Assyria, they think that you're mispronouncing Syria, not talking about Assyrian, being Assyrian.
Lauderdale,
Papa Gabriel could be the godfather.
We believe the future looks bright. But no, I think the part is there's one thing you don't play with. You just don't. You don't play with God. It's the only thing. Play with anything you want to play with, And I'm somebody, I was, we were with the UFC president, Dana. We're there sitting right next to everybody, family. We spoke to Marco Rubio. We were with everybody 2 days ago with a torn ACL, walking around with a limp from Compton, like that kind of a true, legit limp.
Like you were on the card.
Yeah, exactly. But the point is, I just don't think there's any benefit to things having to do with God. Leave that one alone. Very simple. I think leave that one alone. That's my feedback. There's no benefit. And listen. Is he being funny about it?
Oh, okay. I was like, so that's so he wasn't a fan of the AI generated thing. Okay.
Is he trying to get under the skin of the Pope? Is he trying to get under the skin of people? Is he trying to get another thing that the people are talking about? Of course he is. But this is one you just avoid. There's no winning here. There's no benefit to it here.
I don't know. I hear your point.
Yeah.
And I'll raise you this. If people still get offended by a Trump tweet, that's on you, bro. I'm not saying you, sir. I'm saying in general. How many times? Oh my God! I can't believe Trump's. What'd he do? Yeah. But we've been seeing this for a decade. He's got his own platform, Truth, to basically say, Twitter, you wouldn't allow it. And I got my own thing. You're not going to silence this guy. If every time you freaked out of what he does, you'd go insane. So to me, stop being offended. That's number one. Number two, he's the most consequential president in our lifetime.
Stop being offended, number one. Yeah, that's going to play really, really well with this audience.
By far. Barack Obama, goodbye. Maybe Reagan was. In our lifetime, Trump's the guy. And you know Trump's religion? Let me tell you Trump's religion. Above all, you know what it is? America first. Straight up. I don't think he's necessarily a God-fearing guy. You know, he'll call out Allah, praise be Allah. He'll call out the Pope, boom, 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 whatever this picture was. He'll call out Israel. They don't know what the F they're doing. Whatever it is, next thing he's going to go after, Buddhists and Hindus. Anyone can get it. You can agree or you can disagree. That's fine. But when you come at Trump, don't miss, literally, could have an ear blown off because he's going to come back 10 times harder. And you know what's the famous quote about wrestling with the pig? Be careful when you wrestle with the pig because you're going to both end up get dirty, and the pig loves it. Yep. Trump's born for this.
But be careful when beside the pig, when you're messing around with Jesus Christ, that's not good. When you're trying to be that guy, and I know he didn't make the meme, he reposted it, but what are you trying to say? And I'm not like, oh my God. I'm just like, bro, he made a great point. Sit that one out. You can talk crap about the Pope and do a 500-word thing to the Pope. That's fine. He's a human being. He's still a man. He's flawed. He sins. Not that guy.
The Pope sins now?
Yeah. What do you mean? Does he sin?
Oh my God. Why would no one thinks that the Pope doesn't sin?
Everybody sins.
Watch your tongue.
All right. Let's go to the next story. Next story I want to get to is a guy that's been sinning publicly and privately. Okay, and some of the stuff became public. Okay.
Oh God, do I want to watch them cover the Swalwell shit? Jesus Christ, maybe a little bit.
Eric Swalwell, and this guy was supposed to be the leading gubernatorial candidate for the state of California, and now they're going to get not Tom Sawyer, but Tom Steyer. Or they may get our friend Katie Porter. Okay, the hottest thing going on in California, which I don't think my dream will become a reality with her because she's a little bit off. Like she is very aggressive. Like she honestly, she needs a lover right now. She needs to find somebody
I'm on Instagram.
That's going to calm her. But I don't know. Listen, I don't want to speculate. Eric Swalwell, this is his tweet. I am suspending my campaign for governor. He could have replaced that with, the Democrats have fired me after realizing I don't stand a chance of winning. To my family, staff, friends, and supporters, I am deeply sorry for mistakes and judgment I've made in the past. I will fight the serious false allegations that have been made, but that's my fight, not a campaign's fight, okay? My question is campaigns. Let me ask you, is that apostrophe S? Because you know he used ChatGPT because of that line.
Oh my God. I know these guys who literally are allergic to pulling up any news source or anything that's not ChatGPT or Grok are going to get on somebody else for using ChatGPT.
Campaigns, not a campaigns. I don't know, Rob, is that proper English with the apostrophe?
Yeah, it's
the
campaigns.
Also, that literally signals that a human was in the loop because it wouldn't make a mistake.
Now, meaning the campaign
It's like the one thing that helps you identify that somebody's using AI, or not the one thing, but it's like a really easy marker to know that somebody's using AI when their sentence is grammatically perfect and there's no misspellings.
Own the fight.
Okay, so ChatGPT got it right. So we see this, and can we show that video or no? Is that video, I know it's soft porn.
I know what you're talking
Can we show that or no?
I think so. I think so.
There is nothing going on, right? Is it, Rob? I don't want
No, she's just,
Okay.
he's married.
And if you listen close, you can hear a narrator.
Is this it, Rob? I don't know if anybody else showed it either. But anyways, there's a video of him making out with a scroll, and then it gets a little bit worse. Nothing happens. There's no liftoff. There was nothing that took place. But, is this him saying that he's dropping out?
No, yes, but it's from the billionaire that has funded his last 3 campaigns. Supposedly, it's at the billionaire's home.
Right.
So what did he do? He ran to his biggest donor and his biggest benefactor, who he's been pushing legislation for.
Allegedly, the biggest donor asked for $1 million back from him that he gave to him. Allegedly.
Yep.
Allegedly.
He was at that guy's house, supposedly.
Okay, so play this clip, and then Tom, I'm going to come to you because it looks like you know a lot about it.
A lot has been said about me today through anonymous allegations, and I thought it was important that you see and hear from me directly.
Me hit the point of his chest.
These allegations of sexual assault are
Vinnie was like me and he had to point at his chest. I also thought that was strange.
flat false. They are absolutely false. They did not happen. They have never happened, and I will fight them with everything that I have. They also come on the eve of an election, where I have been the front-runner candidate for governor in California. I do not suggest to you in any way.
Is this the stepping out, or what is this?
This is him saying, before the video came out, he's like, I did not do this. It's like the Democratic...
And Rob, you want to play the other clip you just texted me? The clip of I just texted you what you texted me. Nothing crazy. Don't like if it goes, Rob. If any
everybody
close
close.
comes off, Rob.
I got you.
God, is that a house or is that a hotel?
Who is this?
Hey, listen close.
All right, pause it right there. It's fine. It's fine.
Get air.
We
Get
got,
eat-
we got
get
the
my-
idea.
My wife won't be home for a
So,
while.
Pat, and by the way,
Go.
there's a girl in the back that
And that's
shows
Martin
her.
Shkreli who tweeted that?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
And he goes, here is
Okay.
my sources. It was taken at
Dude, this is so incoherent. How can you learn anything from this? Like, this is really, really bad. Like, again, as somebody who is a frequent PPT watcher, this episode is particularly chaotic because, holy fuck, if you don't know the context for any of this, you're definitely not getting more insight just from watching it through them. They're all over the place.
in his home. This is and this woman is a sex worker allegedly. And if you see, because there's two videos.
Whose foot is that? Like whose shoes?
There's a guy in the bed with them. There's a guy. They're trying to figure out who's there, who's recording.
Come on, Pat. Wake up, man. There's always got to be a guy filming.
No, but Pat, there's a girl that shows up in the back that looks like another girl, worker, whatever, allegedly. She runs back because she sees that somebody has a camera. She gets up, but there's a guy in the bed. And then there's a guy obviously recording. So one, two,
But we don't know who the guy is.
No, there's 5. See that guy's head? I mean,
Yeah.
it's going to come out. You're going to
What do you
find
mean,
out.
see that guy's head?
He has nice sneakers on me. He has Nikes.
Yeah.
Those are pretty cool dunks.
That's what Vinny's looking at, the sneakers.
So, okay, so we don't know who that guy is, though.
Nope.
Well, they're going to identify him.
All
See
right.
his face
Well,
right there.
We're going to find him.
So, go
Not
on
Gavin
the
Newsom.
comment
If
section.
he wasn't close,
Go
the
look
guy
at
is saying,
comment section
Congressman,
to see
I
if
can't
we know
break
who the
100.
guy is. Go ahead,
Love
Tom.
the crosstalk, just excellent.
So here's what I think.
Why did this happen? That's the real question. I mean,
Okay.
of course, it's fun and games, but why did this happen, Tom?
Yep. So
Wait, is Straighterade religious at all? No, but the religion that I'm not is Catholic because I was raised Catholic.
everything comes out at once. So we summarize it. This video. That's right. This video.
Unbelievable.
2 campaign workers, come out and say he was hitting on us. One gentleman puts up a tweet, says he was hitting on my wife. We have the evidence. If he wants to sue me, but don't you dare say a
Yeah, I
word
don't even
about
know why they're showing the video. Like, it's not the story. It's not why he's resigning. It's not. It doesn't matter.
my wife. She worked for the campaign, and this is where it happened. All over this weekend from Friday. It's like a suddenly groundswell. Who gave the media? So I'm going to ask this controversial question. Who gave the media permission to run with this? The mainstream media is on a leash with the DNC. That's not allegations. We've seen it so many times. Rob, do you have the polling information? So let's look under the covers, shall we?
Oh, my goodness.
It says, and we find the California primary is known as, and this is what they call it, ladies and gentlemen, it's called a jungle primary. There's no DNC primary. There's no RNC primary. There is one primary coming up in June in California, and the top 2 run for governor. Frequently, the poor Republican has never had a chance to be in the top 2, or you're so far behind, it's crazy. But this year, they call it law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. All the animals have to fight. Who's gonna be the one that comes out on top?
Wow,
So-
profound. Okay, is there anything else in this episode? This one was like just a
I
little
tweeted
bit.
something, Robin.
And then I will stop subjecting you guys to this one. This is just like a crazy episode. They're on something else on this one. Before I move off of it, but Kamala Harris 2028.
I want to pull it up on what I think
Which, again, as far as I'm concerned, is literally a threat for this bitch to run again.
happen in 2028. Okay. This is what I think is going to happen in 2028. I think 2028, you guys know I don't tweet a lot, but when I do, this is one of them. I said, mark my word, 2028 presidential race will break every rule in politics, an open battlefield without Trump in it. Strange people will be running, Hollywood stars, influencers, podcasters, former athletes, pastors. I have a list of 22 outsiders that could be running. It'll be nasty, right? While we're doing this, a report comes in saying that Michelle Obama may be thinking about running, hinting. Yeah, hinting. You saw that with David Harris, I think.
Of course.
Hinting. And then there's another one with Kamala, who's talking to Reverend Jackson, if I'm not mistaken, Rob. Did you see that one, Rob? This is it. Go ahead. Go to
That's Al Sharpton.
Al Sharpton.
What did I
Let's
say?
get our
Jesse
black
Jackson
pastors.
Did I say
Jesse Jackson passed
Jesse
recently.
Jackson. Oh, my.
I know you were thinking
Al
of him because
Sharpton.
we're in the religious bubble right now.
Al Sharpton.
This is Al Sharpton.
Go ahead.
Skinny
Go ahead.
Al Sharpton.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So
here we go.
Run again in 28.
He's lost 300 pounds. All right, so watch this.
So,
Oh, God.
okay,
I tried to be subtle, but I just figured I'd go right
But
at
that's as subtle as
I don't tweet a lot, but when I do, this is one of them. PBD, absolute fucking bar.
Reverend Al Sharpton could never be.
Yeah, girl.
We love you for many things, but not being subtle.
Oh, God. I don't miss that at all.
Listen, I might.
Oh, God. Please do.
I'm thinking about it.
Please think more.
I'm thinking about it.
No, you're not. Oh, please go.
And only the worst people that you know are excited at the prospect of her running again for 2028.
Please.
Who else? Who else for 2028?
She has zero.
Who else for 2028? Who else?
Michelle Obama would be formidable for sure. She knows how to talk. She doesn't. By the way, the race card and everything would be played. She would play that thing all every single.
Yeah, she'd play that card that she literally never played once on the 2024 campaign trail, even when Trump tried to fucking bait her into it.
Day, every single day, and any debate against her, she's gonna go to that card. She's gonna play that card because that's all she's been doing for the past 10 years. That's all she does. Everything is she's a victim, she's a victim, she's a victim, and people love that. Mind you, she was selling out arenas, Pat. The president's wife was selling out arenas. What was she saying? What was she talking about? I'm very curious. But out of their entire, who the Democrats have right now, Gavin Newsom's #1, and he is going down. All the fraud, all the lying, all the taxes, all the everything.
I mean, hopefully, yeah.
She comes in.
All it is, these polls are just a reflection of name recognition. They don't tell you anything about any serious contenders for 2028 or like how it's going to shape out. You're not going to know until it happens.
And I know Roger Stone quoted this.
I don't know. The best campaigner in the lineup in a world of snack and headlines.
Who would it be?
I'm saying I think Gavin Newsom is the best political
he's the best
envoy and the best campaigner. If you sit logically with 10 people, if you sit logically from 10 people.
Anybody else love sitting logically with 10 other people?
And you debate Newsom, you come to one conclusion. You get 300 million people that are just thinking at the surface level, he can get elected.
Yeah. Who do you think would have a better chance? Gavin Newsom or Kamala? Or, or Michelle Obama?
Gavin Newsom, I think, gets cleaned up by Michelle Obama very early in the primary because he doesn't have an East Coast base in the first place. And I've always said, wait for New Hampshire, South Carolina, and Iowa.
This man does the money. He is a co-founder of the MLM that made PBD rich. And they both say that they're like no longer part of the company. But if you go to the MLM's website, they're listed as CEO still.
And then tell me if the guy that can't
get as like co-founders
of 19% with core Democrats right now, and we've never had a candidate. Pat brought it up. Remember the research we did like 2 weeks ago, Pat? There's never been a Democrat candidate at this point.
We've never had a Democratic candidate sit logically.
Prospective nominee.
Below 25. Not in ever. In 30 plus years, we haven't had a candidate that as of this season was below 25%. Not Biden, not Hillary, not nobody. 30 years. It's never happened. So there's not a lead guy for them. So as much as they're having a hard time with governor for California, they're having a hard time with president for 2028. This is why I believe in AOC stands a chance for 2028. This is why I believe an outsider stands a chance for 2028. And, Kamala.
Hope to God she doesn't do that. I really, really think that she should run for Schumer's Senate seat first, and then she can do it.
I know you're going to say no, but I'm telling you, I think for me, as you're seeing more and more opposition come in, like a Mamdani come in, they're playing ball. They're playing ball. Adam, your thoughts on this, 2028?
Look, the whole conversation is that the Democrats have a deep bench. Oh, they got a bench. You're never going to see.
Where's AOC, Rob? Where's AOC on this list?
Oh, on Kalshi, she's at 10.8%. I believe she is second.
86 million.
Yeah, second. Newsom is first.
If you put a position of $100,000, what would it be?
By the way, there's 86 million.
I know. That's what I'm saying, Tom. If you put $100,000 on AOC and she pulls it off, what do you get? According to this.
According to this, let's flip it over because I think you get the inverse of that.
$900,000?
Yeah, but click on the yes. Just click on the yes.
Ooh. Oh, there it is.
Are they about to put 100K on AOC winning or what?
So what does a yes do, Tom?
I think you get the
90. So you put $110,000, you get $902,000.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So as of right now, Newsom's #1.
Yep.
AOC's 2. Who was 3? Go a little bit lower to see who 3 was.
I think I saw John Ossoff.
Ossoff.
Oh, wow. Kamala.
That boy better work his Ossoff.
Okay. All right.
In order to
go ahead.
his numbers.
You were saying.
Look, 2028 is wide open. You are right. The whole conversation of the Democrats, they got a deep bench, but the challenge is all their players should stay on the bench.
Somebody asked in chat, Michelle Obama versus Marco Rubio, who would win? First reply said Michelle.
They don't have any stars that can actually win yet.
National.
Gavin Newsom, exactly, from a national perspective. Gavin Newsom is all they got. If you want to pull up that list, I'll tell you exactly, bing, 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 who these people are. Gavin Newsom looks good. Becky with the good hair, whatever it is, doesn't have a national electorate. AOC, we haven't elected a representative from the House of Representatives into the presidency ever. So unless AOC is the greatest candidate in the history of America, she's not going to be there. John Ossoff, I'm sure he's working his ass off. Nobody knows who he is. I think he's a senator in what state? Anybody?
Don't know.
Anybody? Georgia. I think. I don't know. Kamala Harris, keep the drinking. Pete, hey, Buttigieg, that ain't happening. Josh Shapiro, I love you like a brother because you're Jewish. You got no chance in the Democratic Party. They hate Israel. They hate the Jews. Ro Khanna, go back to wherever you came from. Andy Bashir, keep up for that guy, governor of Kentucky. Rob Emanuel could be a player here.
It's
JB
not
Pritzker,
Rob Emanuel. It's Rahm Emanuel.
how much Ozempic
It's
you got
literally right
ain't
there.
happening. All I see is
I think the DNC should run Kamala Harris over and over as a litmus test just to see if this time Americans would select the black woman over the pedo. I already know the answer to that one.
white
and you
men
do too.
in a Democratic Party that's run by black women. I don't think any of these people got a chance. I think on the Republican side of things, you get the most capable resume we've ever seen, possibly in Marco Rubio. The only question is, where does JD Vance fit? We'll figure that out. But to me, if you're looking at resume and capability, Democrats don't got it.
The Democrats are not dumb. And I think the Democrats have been on the sidelines a lot right now trying to figure out what they want to do. And I don't think, and Pat said something about this 2 years ago.
It's so funny how oblivious they are to all of the stupid fucking discourse surrounding Hasan being in the coalition.
About the formidable nature of a Michelle Obama, running. And I agree with that. And right now, I'll tell you, the Dems are looking for a savior, and they're not seeing it in the natural way it comes up. Nobody is showing up at above 25% as the prospective nominee. Nobody. So what do they got to do? They have to do a South Carolina thing. And I think I'm wrong on something I've been saying for a while. I've been saying that the money would hold back and go with J.B. Pritzker because he could carry Rust Belt, he could carry Illinois. That's the algebra on it. But he really doesn't seem like he's there. And so I think the DNC is trying to do something just like I think, as Pat used the word fired, Eric Swalwell got fired this weekend by the DNC. They got to do something. And remember, money wins elections. They sit on the most amount of money and they direct the super PACs because the super PACs are connected to legislation and they tell them if they're going to get their legislation or not, and they guide super PAC spending.
Tom, Vinnie, can we just stop one thing, please? Can we do me a favor? What? Stop it with the Michelle Obama nonsense.
I mean,
for 10 years, she's going to run. She's never going to run.
She's
never has run. She's never given any indication she's run. Want to know what?
Unfortunately, I have to agree with Adam. I don't think that there's any indication that Michelle Obama is going to win. She was literally just saying, I don't even think a woman can be president in this fucking country the other day.
She said it's
she's
time
not
for a
built
black,
for this.
She said this.
She's not built for this.
It's time for a black woman to be a president.
Well, how's she going to qualify?
Last week she was saying that a black woman can't be president. She already walked you back.
I'm just saying, but you know what? But you know what? You know why he makes a really good point about AOC, and I'm telling you guys right now.
I shouldn't say already, because she had been saying, what they just quoted for a long time, but she's finally walked it back.
Somebody clip that and just save that for your own, whoever's listening to this. Mamdani Adam won in New York. Nobody would have thought, bro, he came on a video yesterday saying, we will not be ashamed of standing with our transgender neighbors. We will not be ashamed of being called socialists. And we will not be ashamed for fighting for immigrants targeted by ICE. By the way, this is his first 100 days. He hasn't done anything. All right, he's canceling the free buses thing. That's done. And he's saying in a year they're going to have free supermarkets where they're just going to give away food. Don't sleep on these guys. That whole communist, Marxist AOC, bro, and you notice he made a good point too. Everybody's quiet right now. Gavin's not out there talking crap, saying Donald Trump and yelling. It's his wife. No, Gavin, when's the last time you heard Gavin?
I don't know. 3
Dude, I mean, Gavin, he's not entirely, it's like a kind of right, kind of wrong. Gavin Newsom has been more toned down because he's just been focusing on stupid fucking book tour. But I mean, he was more of a vocal opponent of the gerrymandering effort and was calling out Trump directly.
5 days ago?
I've seen his wife more than I've seen him out there. She's out there. Because, by the way, Gavin can't avoid all this fraud and everything that's happening right now, so they're kind of keeping him on the hush. Adam, but he's going to, trust me, he's going to come out from under the rocks when it gets closer, because now we're in a war. How are you going to criticize? What's he going to say about Trump? What's he going to say?
All he does is talk trash about Trump.
No, I'm saying right now you haven't heard anything. Have you, Tom? When's the last time? All I'm saying is...
What's your point with Mamdani?
My thing is, don't sleep. America, New Yorkers overwhelmingly got Mamdani in. So he's the same. Him and AOC are cut from the same cloth. Don't sleep on that whole...
Mamdani is the now face of the Democratic Party. And if he's not, the Republicans should make him...
Dude, I fucking wish Mamdani were the face of the Democratic Party. It's still Barack Obama's party.
By the way, to answer your question about who has more power, Catholics or Jews, if I may, Jews run New York, right? They couldn't even get Cuomo elected.
She blocked me for saying she would never run because she's sitting chilly in her $18 million mansion years ago. Wait, you're talking about Michelle Obama?
A lifelong Democrat. Mamdani comes in, never heard about him until a year ago, becomes the mayor of New York City. It just proves to me either New York,
what's even
the
funny?
Jews don't run New York, or they got to step their game up.
You know what's even funny?
What's that?
Adam probably should not make jokes like that at a time like this or on episodes like this where he's done nothing but Israel dick riding.
Neither Jews could get Cuomo elected, neither could Catholics get Cuomo elected. So what does that tell you? What does that tell you?
That New York
what does that tell you? The number one financial capital of the world Jews, neither Jews or Catholics could get a Catholic. Isn't Andrew Cuomo Catholic?
Yes,
His father was a
of course.
It's so bizarre to watch somebody have this like completely stupid ham-fisted approach to political analysis that just boils it all down to like what like Catholics and Jews all acting like a monolith or whatever. No other like aspect of the voter analyzed, not their age, not their income, not their education, not where they live, like not how long they've been a resident of NYC, like not anything else except the fact like their religious affiliation. When Jews are again highly irreligious, and then Catholics vote like split 50-50 for Dems and for Republicans. I have not tried sitting logically.
Couldn't get an Italian Catholic.
It's not like Chris Cuomo. Where you at?
Can you imagine that? And by the way,
where's the policy analysis? Who needs it?
let me tell you, watch your language.
I'm sorry about that.
Watch your language. We know what that means. You can't.
I don't even know what that means.
Yeah, you do.
Oh my God, he's really getting on him for like literally like quoting like fucking Sopranos and making fun of Italians. Watch your language. Look.
Watch your language.
I'm sorry about that.
Get a Catholic. Isn't Andrew Cuomo Catholic?
Yes,
His father was a Catholic.
Of course.
Couldn't get an Italian Catholic.
It's not like Chris Cuomo. Where you at?
Can you imagine that? And by the way, let me tell you, watch your language.
I'm sorry about that.
Watch your language. We know what that means. You can't.
I don't even know what that means.
Yeah, you do. You know
I really
exactly.
don't.
I just said
You know what it means.
Exactly.
What is it?
Dude.
So, okay. All right. So let me get to the next story. Next story I want to get to is, let me see. Which one is it that I wanted to get to?
Adam basically just went, hey, and PVD was like, watch your fucking language.
Dude, there's one.
He like never gets tired of fucking parenting and humiliating him on the show.
Oh, did you guys see this crazy guy?
Okay, that's it. There's like no other there's no other segments in this. I think I've like exhausted it. Okay, but on this, dude, since we're talking about you know, the party, the future of the party, right? Before I get into the Hasan shit, there was this Axios article I wanted to take a look at, and it's already fucking paywalled. Hold on. Give me a second. I want to see if Axios is actually representing this properly or if they're trying to stir up drama where there's none. AOC wrestles with left-wing Dems as 2028 decision looms. So this was published on Sunday, I believe. New York Representative AOC is hustling to win over left-wing critics who say the progressive leader cares too much about mainstream approval and is too cozy with senior Democrats. AOC, who's weighing a White House run, recently took a harder line against funding for Israel, part of a push to appease those on the left who once saw her as Bernie Sanders 2.0, but now think she's more pragmatist than revolutionary. Okay, this is like all... who the fuck thought that AOC is like a revolutionary? If you're running in the United States Congress under like a major like party in the two-party duopoly system, it's like that ain't exactly like revolutionary behavior. Okay, you usually work outside the system if you're a revolutionary, but all of this is kind of just like narrative casting. I do want to like one part of me wants to give the left credit for pressuring AOC on this particular point. But it's also just increasingly becoming the standard position within Dems broadly that people want the Democrats specifically, but the U.S. to reevaluate its relationship and allyship with Israel. If this was really a concern, would she have torn a strip out of Anna Kasparian the other day? And seems illogical. For Ocasio-Cortez, the campaign isn't just strategic, it's personal. In private, AOC is fumed about the criticism, believing it's unfair and counterproductive for the progressive movement. This is just asserted. One liberal strategist told Axios that AOC has, quote, lamented that the left was not there for her, but that they are never pleased. I mean, girl, welcome to the left. Between the lines, if AOC's diplomacy is successful, it could be more difficult for any potential 2028 presidential candidate to run to her left, but moderate Democrats argue it could also make it tougher for her to win a general election. Despite her recent efforts, some loud voices on the left, including people who have worked closely with her, have gotten under her skin by continuing to question her progressive bona fides. In recent weeks, AOC has tried to repair her relationship with DSA. Many members of the group opposed her support for giving Israel defensive weapons, including the Iron Dome missile system, during the war in Gaza, which she has called a genocide. Even framing it this way, it's like she was criticized primarily for voting down like an amendment for a thing that she overall voted against. In July 2024, national DSA leaders withdrew their endorsement of her for the elections that year, arguing that she'd conflated anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism and condemned boycotting Zionist institutions, which the group considered a deep betrayal. In a virtual DSA forum last month with New York City members, AOC, who's also considering a bid for U.S. Senate in 2028, changed her position on Israel by committing to vote against any U.S. funding to that nation, including for defensive weapons, City and State New York first reported. During the forum, she said a record on Israel has been distorted, which does not benefit us as a movement. The thing is that she's being like sneaky about this because she's like, this is consistent with my voting record, right? And it's like, well, if it's that consistent, then there wouldn't really be something to announce, right? You previously have said that the reason why you voted down Marjorie Taylor Greene's amendment in a package that she overall voted against was because she doesn't believe it's going to be helpful to add to the civilian death toll during this genocide, okay? But one, she doesn't hold that standard consistently because she would never offer say that there needs to be defensive weapons transferred to any other state, and certainly not like an adversary of the United States that was engaged in these types of behaviors. But she also, like, again, if it really was commensurate with your voting record, then it wouldn't really be news that you're coming out against it. So there is some tension there. AOC's moves have satisfied some of her liberal critics. Many DSA members at the forum voiced approval of her shift. Daniel Denver, host of the socialist podcast The Dig, told Axios, "This has been a masterstroke in repairing the relationship with the left, a belated masterstroke, but it's still a masterstroke." Masterstroke, 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 masterstroke. Why do they say that so much? Last week, the DSA chapter in New York City overwhelmingly voted to endorse her for re-election, but notably had more than 500 members vote against that. AOC's focus on the New York City chapter could signal that she's more interested in a 2028 Senate bid than president. A spokesperson for AOC declined to comment. The intrigue. AOC has also had a fraught relationship with some progressives who helped launch her political career. Her first... yeah, he's master stroking it. Her first chief of staff, Saikat, I still know how to... Chakrabarti, co-founded Justice Democrats, a group that helped AOC with her insurgent House campaign in 2018. He's running for Congress in former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's district in San Francisco, but AOC pointedly hasn't endorsed him in the June 2nd primary. She's going to endorse him. She's just waiting till it gets closer. She did the same with Mamdani. It's important for them to do it. Like, if they do it too early, then it doesn't have any momentum going into like the primary. And then if they do it too late, then they miss the opportunity to actually influence people to get to the fucking polls. So I'm not surprised that she hasn't done it just yet, but she will do it. It's just very, very early to be doing it. She indicated she believes that some of her early allies on the left have taken too much credit for her upset House victory 8 years ago, and she's distanced herself from them over the years. People familiar with the dynamic told Axios, "As much as I love them, I did not win my election because of DSA or even Justice Democrats or any of these orgs," she told Ryan Grimm for his book, The Squad. "We had built everything from scratch into the hardest parts, and then when it looked appealing enough, they jumped in." What's his name? Saikat told Axios he was not surprised that AOC hasn't endorsed him. "AOC hasn't endorsed in any races in June yet," he said. "She has her process, and I'd of course love to earn her endorsement, but it's on us candidates to make the case and show momentum in our campaigns. I hope to do that soon." AOC's former comms director, Corbin Trent, another founder of Justice Dems, is working on a book that's due out before the 2028 primary. He told Axios the book, quote, "is a reflection of what I've learned, the limits of individuals, and that's both Bernie and AOC, and it doesn't matter how moral or just or telegenic or stubborn they are." And it says reality check. "Despite the voices of dissent on the left, many progressive Democrats are pushing AOC to run for president. They believe that she's the left's natural successor to Sanders, who hasn't been shy about praising her. Early polls for the 2028 Democratic presidential primary show AOC in the upper tier of potential candidates. She helped push Zohran Mamdani to victory last year's New York City mayoral primary, a huge victory for democratic socialism and the left." So it's a lot of people behind the scenes. I have no reason to believe that Axios is lying, that these people are like close to AOC. But without any hard quotes, it's a lot of narrative casting surrounding with all this, like, people around AOC are saying that she feels this way or feels that way, but they didn't really even get those people on the record as like saying that she said this or something like that. It's like she's been feeling this way. She thinks this. Totally pointless invite bait. I mean... Cenk put out an insane statement raging at her for not crediting Justice Dems. Common Cenk move. There we go. I'm not surprised by that whatsoever. Okay, let's look at Ro Khanna on Zeteo. And then we'll do Ezra Klein on Hasan to probably close it out. So this is Medhi presses congressman on funding Iron Dome. This was 3 days ago and has 240,000 views. Medhi Unfiltered.
that is committing genocide, the U.S. government should not be selling it weapons. We don't sell weapons to Russia.
My position is that we should not be providing them any aid, and we should not be providing them any offensive weapons.
Where do you stand now when it comes to funding Iron Dome? It allows Israel to wage war without consequence.
They're able to get
Yeah, that was an Axios article.
away with that because the United States policy has been a blank check.
Isn't the real issue, Congressman Khanna, that you're opposed to this war, but a lot of Democrats are not?
I mean, we're not achieving anything. We've replaced Khamenei with Khamenei Jr.
He's open to bombing Iran back to the Stone Ages. Is that not a U.S. president bragging about committing war crimes and crimes against humanity?
Yes, he's threatened war crimes.
Are you taking credit for Pam Bondi being fired this week as Attorney General?
I don't need to take credit. Historians will give Nancy and me credit.
Okay. People are expecting several progressives to be vying for that 2028 Democratic presidential nomination. Is that a good thing, to have all of you on stage raising issues like Gaza, Iran, a just foreign policy, or does that risk splitting the progressive coalition? Leading Democratic Party progressive and squad member Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has been battling some leftists online over her voting record on the funding of Israel's Iron Dome missile defense system. But now the potential 2028 presidential frontrunner, some say, may be the one setting a new standard for progressives in her party after she vowed to block any and all US military aid for Israel, including for quote-unquote defensive systems like the Iron Dome, which the US has helped fund for over a decade now. Here to weigh in is another progressive Democrat who has their eye on 2028, who was often aligned with AOC on the big issues and also voted in the past to fund the Iron Dome. Representative Khanna of California, who is also, I should add, helped lead the charge against the Trump administration's horrendous handling of the Epstein files and its illegal war in Iran. Congressman, thank you for coming back on the show.
Good to be on.
A lot going on. Let's start with Israel. This week, Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez committed to voting against any and all military aid to Israel, including what is described as a defensive capability, the Iron Dome. She said in a statement, quote, the Israeli government is well able to fund the Iron Dome system and that she will not support Congress sending more taxpayer dollars to a government that consistently ignores international law and US law. Some see this as a bit of a shift for her. She famously voted present in 2021 on Iron Dome funding. And
This is literally just the new J Street position. It's not trailblazing anything. I mean, on the one hand, if you're comparing it to an objective standard, yeah, absolutely not. From a relative standard, what I've come to expect from American politicians with respect to Israel, it is kind of groundbreaking, but it just goes to show it takes this much pressure, it takes this much of an overwhelming shift for them to even be willing to just budge a little bit. And, you know, I've literally interviewed Roe, and it was early on, not long after the genocide started, and he was extremely cautious, to say the least, about every statement that he was making with respect to Israel, so this is highly calculated on his part.
She voted against Marjorie Taylor Greene amendment to restrict funding last summer. You also voted against those cuts. Where do you stand now when it comes to funding Iron Dome?
I don't think U.S. taxpayer dollars should go for that. You're correct. I voted in the past for that funding. I do believe Iron Dome is important in terms of saving lives. Israel can buy it with their own money. They've got a $45 billion.
I hate this fucking line so much. This whole they can pay for it themselves shit. I don't understand why you would do it. Like, just anchor it in international law. If you anchor it in international law, you can appeal to reputable independent human rights orgs that say that this is the policy that should be pursued with respect to countries that are engaged in frequent human rights violations, that there should be a complete and comprehensive total arms embargo on the country, because we understand that these things are fungible and that if you provide them defensive munitions, it frees up resources for them to use offensively, and they will act more aggressively, and that's paired with the fact that they already violate human rights. If you're frequently prioritizing short-term, like minimizing civilian casualties in the short term, you are enabling instability in the long term, and that contributes to more suffering for civilians.
Defense budget. What has changed, though, is the war in Gaza.
But to be clear, it might just be the case that the more effective message is they can pay for it themselves. I just think it's one of those, like, it's going to come back to bite them in the ass, or it's not going to be, like, I don't know. I would prefer that the message that I just said is what resonates. And, you know, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I would take this over nothing, but still.
The utter extremism of people like Netanyahu, Ben-Gvir, Smotrich, and so there
is what still true if they pay for it themselves.
There's no justification for having U.S. tax dollars, which are fungible, going to a first world country that has a defense budget.
AOC received a lot of backlash back in 2021 when she voted present on that bill to provide $1 billion, I think it was, for Iron Dome. You actually voted yes for the funding, not just present. And as I said, you voted last year as well.
It's like, literally, again, this country is so pro-Israel that it's considered anti-Semitic to not want to fund the defensive weapons program for another country.
That's something you regret? Do you think that's something that might hurt you come the 2028 Democratic primaries with the base that are very anti the funding of aid to Israel?
I don't regret the Iron Dome funding. I do say that I made a mistake in supporting the 10-year MOU that was negotiated by Obama, where it was basically $3.3 billion of aid. And in retrospect, I wouldn't have supported that. But I've been very candid that the war in Gaza really shifted my view on the question of aid and on the question of military sales to Israel that have been used to kill civilians. So I think it's fair game to look at my record before that. But I've been pretty honest that the war shifted my view on it.
We'll come back to your record in a moment. You mentioned a moment ago that Iron Dome saves lives in Israel. Some of your colleagues who are pro-Israel say that's the reason it should be funded, and they're very critical of AOC and people like yourself. Josh Gottheimer, very pro-Israel Democrat from New Jersey, he tweeted at AOC saying, defensive military aid stops rockets aimed at innocent children and families, so why oppose it? He then
Who the fuck is a single flying fuck what that representative has to say?
Accused her of singling out the Jewish people, saying they're the only people she doesn't want to protect. What is your response to that kind of criticism? To your own colleagues who say there'll be Jewish blood on your hands if you don't vote for this aid?
Well, no one is saying that Israel shouldn't be able to get Iron Dome.
If they pay for Iron Dome interceptors themselves, it seems like it's not fungible. It does have a cost for them. They'd have to produce their offensive weapons themselves or purchase them from somewhere else. No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. But I don't think you understood the point that I was making, Giselle, because I was saying that the reason why international human rights organizations say that there needs to be total arms embargoes on countries that are frequent violators of human rights is because when you give them the defensive cover, they're basically shielded from bearing the full brunt of the actions that they're undertaking and the risk that they're putting the harm that they're putting their civilians in. And so by doing that, when you provide them all the defensive munitions, any money that they would have and funds that they would have diverted to defensive weaponry, they can now put into offensive action and act even more belligerently. So in that respect, that's what I was saying is fungible. But yeah, if they have to pay for it themselves, then yeah, they're forced to actually, balance a fucking budget for once.
Costs about $100 million a year. So I don't understand why they can't fund it. They've got a $45 billion defense budget. $100 million is not that big in the consequence. I guess my view is that I have more respect for Rahm Emanuel, who was saying, okay, he's very, very pro-Israel, but he's saying that they can buy it, they can afford it. We should just argue the facts and not engage in kind of the sensational rhetoric.
You say no one's saying that they can't buy it. Actually, there are a lot of people saying they shouldn't be allowed to buy it. There are a lot of people.
That's different than there's a philosophical view, but they certainly could buy it in terms of the resources.
But they could buy it in terms of the resources, but the US Congress and US government could say, we're not going to sell you this.
Correct.
We're not going to sell any weapons, offensive or quote-unquote defensive, and we'll come back to whether it's defensive, to an apartheid state that is committing genocide. A country that is committing apartheid, that is committing genocide, the US government should not be selling it weapons. We don't sell weapons to Russia. Liking this video? And don't just watch. Supporting fearless, independent journalism.
Well, I believe that my position is that we should not be providing them any aid, and we should not be providing them any offensive weapons, which is Bernie Sanders' bill in the Senate, where he's restricted them, and Delia Ramirez's no bombs.
But what about the argument you shouldn't sell any weapons to a country that's committing genocide in Gaza?
No, because ultimately...
And an illegal war in Iran.
I agree with you that they have committed genocide in Gaza. I agree with you that there's an illegal war in Iran, and I agree with you that it's apartheid by definition. They have control over...
why would you want
But we should still be able to sell the school shooters the bulletproof weapon, the bulletproof vests. Why not?
Vote to sell weapons to a country like that.
Because ultimately I'm for saving lives, and whether they're...
Why do they say this? It's so inconsistent. Do you support every single resistance movement? Do you support Russia having an Iron Dome? Do you support Iran having an Iron Dome? No. What's the difference? Oh, well, because blah, blah, blah. Then if you're going to introduce other shit, then you don't actually care about the principle of saving civilian lives at no matter the fucking cost. You clearly there's a level of attenuation that kicks in at some point.
They are Jewish lives, whether they're Israeli lives, whether they're Palestinian lives. I'm for saving lives.
So
and I
all
do think
lives
that,
matter.
The Israeli people are different than the Israeli
Okay, so can
government.
we test that proposition, Congressman?
Yeah.
Russia.
The Israeli people voted for this government. They're in favor of this war.
Russian people are not Vladimir Putin. The Russian people are facing counterattacks from Ukraine. I believe
there's
Ukraine
far more of an argument in those other countries that their civilians are more deserving of Iron Dome despite the aggression that their countries are exhibiting and engaged in, because they literally don't choose their sovereign. They're not democratic.
in the right, Russia is in the wrong, that Russia has illegally invaded Ukraine, but the Russian people are not to blame for that. Would you sell Russia an Iron Dome if they came asking for it?
Well, here's the difference. First of all, I have supported, as you know, a diplomatic end to the war, though yes. I agree that Russia is totally wrong and it's a just defense for Ukraine. But Russia has the capability to produce their defensive weapons and have done it. In this case, with Iron Dome, as my understanding, it was a joint agreement and venture between the United States and Israel to produce the technology.
But you take my point, right? Where there are some countries we don't sell even defensive weapons to because we think they're bad.
Well, I agree with you, but I think the context here matters in terms of this was a joint development.
The context works against you, Ro. The context is that they're engaged in a genocide. They're engaged in an illegal war with Iran. They are ethnically cleansing Lebanon. All of it works against you. That's all the more reason why they should not be sold weapons whatsoever.
Which we did with Israel, building it, and it's to save lives.
You say to save lives. What about the context? There's a lot of people pushing back on this argument that Iron Dome is purely a defensive weapon.
Right.
There is an argument that says it is part of Israel's offensive arsenal. It allows Israel to wage war without consequence, without pushback. It lowers the cost of Israel.
I don't understand why people do this either. You don't have to recategorize a defensive weapon to an offensive weapon just because, obviously, the extrapolation that you should naturally draw from there, it's that it enables them to engage in more aggressive offensive action, but it wouldn't change fundamentally what it is any more than you would. It would change like a shield from being a defensive tool or weapon. Just because a shield enables you to engage in more aggressive offensive action, if that makes sense.
Israel going to war, a country that has attacked multiple countries in the region, Lebanon, Iran, Syria, Yemen, Qatar, Gaza, and they do that. They're able to get away with that because of Iron Dome.
They're able to get away with that because the United States policy has been a blank check. Why don't we try something?
Because framing it as a defensive weapon implies it doesn't enable. Yeah, but there's ways to call out the framing of that by not going so far as to say that it's not defensive whatsoever, or that there's no such thing as defensive weaponry, which is typically the next argument that they'll go on to make. Like Katabu Ghazali would explicitly say this.
Things like not giving them military aid.
Because people never continue past just saying it's defensive. Yeah, but you could call that out without doing it. But I realize it's probably not good for snappy rhetoric. This is just me getting in my feelings about it because of the actual category implications of trying to suggest that there isn't such a thing as a defensive weapon when there is.
First, why don't we say that they should not be given a green light? And so if you said to me that the United States actually had restricted offensive weapon sales, and still there wasn't change, then there'd be an argument. But you're going to something that is the last
That's a fair point. You're saying try everything first. We haven't done anything. We can agree on that. You once called yourself a pro-Israel progressive.
Yeah.
You signed on to an AIPAC back letter in 2021 opposing any conditions on aid to Israel, which you now say was a mistake. How did you get
the argument is that it emboldens them to be more offensive. Maven's Picks, I literally articulated that argument about 10 minutes ago in this stream. You think I don't know the argument? I'm saying that it's a category error to say that there's no such thing as a defensive weapon. There are such things as defensive weapons.
Where you were then to where you are today.
I have a district that has benefited significantly in terms of the technology relationship with Israel in terms of innovation, and I have always supported that kind of Israel in terms of that relationship. But I just was horrified with the war. And if you look at my comments, even on the war, they got progressively stronger and stronger. Now, I do believe that the moment of courage for me, or the moment where I had to take a stand, was when I was one of 37 Democrats who stood up to President Biden and opposed the supplemental funding. And that was, for me, the break where I really said, no, this is not right. And, I deepened in terms of the reflection in those 2 years. But certainly in terms of the positions we took then, those were politically very risky positions. Now people have come around to our view. But I don't want to mislead people into thinking that I was like this throughout my career in Congress. Some people were more, Jamal Bowman, Cori Bush, others. For me, it was really a shift.
To your point, one could say in the current era, nuclear weapons are a defensive weapon. The entire point behind MAD. I mean, that's there's deterrent, there's defensive, and then there's offensive, right? It's probably the three broad categories that you could construct for weapons.
After the war.
You've become quite friendly with Republicans like Congressman Thomas Massie and former Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, who've got a lot of praise from some on the online left for breaking with Donald Trump, especially on issues of war and peace, Israel, Gaza, Iran. I wonder, do you ever feel a bit frustrated seeing them get applauded by the same people online who like to pile on you and AOC, even though your voting records objectively are more progressive and are better on Israel, Iran, foreign policy in general? than these Republicans. Do you ever think you're being held to a different standard?
We should be held to a different standard. I mean, look, Thomas Massie and Marjorie Taylor Greene deserve applause because they're taking on their own party. Massey is facing a tough primary. Massey and I showed that when you have interesting coalitions, you can get Donald Trump to fire his own attorney general. By the way, for all those people with capital letter tweets and viral TikTok videos, what have they accomplished? I actually, with Thomas Massie, accomplished the release of the Epstein files, accomplished Donald Trump's split with his own base, accomplished getting Donald Trump to fire.
Pretty sure the point of the no such thing as defensive weapon is because they can be used offensively if someone decides to use it that way. Like a missile could be an interceptor, but if you change the interceptor targeting to a building in the programming, well, then it's no longer defensive. Yeah, but you don't have evidence that Iron Dome is being repurposed in that way. For one, it actually is pretty much used in a defensive capacity, but the argument is not that they use Iron Dome missiles to launch at Palestinians or whatever. It really is. It mostly just starts. Iron Dome has killed very, very few people. It really has been restricted to use defensively. It's sort of a broader policy argument as to why it shouldn't be. But if your argument is just you can repurpose any weapon to go from being defensive to an offensive weapon, I don't even disagree with you, but I'm saying that's not even what's happening in this case. That's not the reason why I oppose it.
Fire his own attorney general. And so, yes, they deserve credit because they've taken enormous risk. And yes, we should be held to a different standard because my view is not just let's not get into bad foreign wars or let's be against corruption. My view is that we need a multiracial democracy of pluralism that respects human rights. That's not the view of some of the people on the right who are cooperating.
I mean, Thomas Massie is anti-birthright citizenship, so obviously he's not.
Yeah, and even so, so of course, someone on the progressive wing of the party should be held to a higher standard. I don't think that's unfair.
Israel's genocide on Gaza was obviously a defining issue in the 2024 election. I think even the DNC now accept that. How important do you think it'll be come 2028 and the election then? What do you make of Democrats like Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear, who's seen as a 2028 candidate, who've complained about the word genocide becoming the new litmus test, a new purity test for Democrats?
Well, he's just wrong on that. I mean, would he say that being pro women's rights and abortion rights is a litmus test, that it's fine if you don't support abortion rights? Would he say that being pro LGBTQ equality is a litmus test? Genocide and saying that is basically recognizing what everyone saw on their own phones. And even when you poll people, if you poll people and say, what do you care about more? Having a good job, having health care, having child care, or what's going on in the Middle East? Obviously, they're going to say a house and health care and jobs, but that's not the question.
Everyone is falling back into philosophical rigmarole. The thing is, all you have to do, if you're citing, again, if you're anchoring the argument in international law, all you can do is you can immediately point to the fact that the distinction that everybody wants to create between defensive, offensive, deterrent, whatever, literally does not matter because international law does not make a distinction between these types of weapons, even though you can make distinctions between them, and we do. It does not say total arms embargo on offensive weapons to the country that's engaged in human rights violations. It says total arms embargo, period. It doesn't draw the distinction that people wanted to.
The question is, do you have character and moral clarity? And ultimately, that's why this is not getting picked up in the polling, because people vote for someone who they can trust. I don't think calling something a genocide is going to make someone president of the United States or leading the party, but not recognizing it is going to signal a why. And then what are the forces that are preventing them from saying something so obvious? And deeper than that, when we look at the dehumanization.
Ro keeps calling Gaza a war, but he's saying it's obviously a genocide. I think he's just not chronically online enough to know he shouldn't be saying war, or it gives you insight into how he refers to it in every other conversation except when he's like pressed and reminded, like, oh yeah, I took the position, it's a genocide or whatever. The fact that he will casually say it's a war frequently.
Of people who are black or brown around the world, the fuel blockade in Cuba, not being willing to speak out for the dignity of Cuban lives, not being willing to speak out for the dignity of Gazan lives, or the school children bombed in Iran. I think it shows a sense of we want people in our party who are going to recognize the dignity of human life around the world.
Another candidate in 2028 will almost certainly be Gavin Newsom. You might be on stage with Andy Beshear and Gavin Newsom. He's laying out his groundwork for a bid. But he, on Israel and Gaza, has been slightly all over the place. He was asked about whether Israel is an apartheid state, which you said it is, or is practicing apartheid. Have a look at what he said. We can play the clip.
I mean, Freeman and others are talking about it appropriately. Sort of
he's like hedging so much less in the interview with Jasper Nathaniel. He was hedging a lot with respect to apartheid as well.
Apartheid state.
You regret using the word apartheid to describe Israel? I used it. I do in this context that I said it.
Do you think Roe doesn't believe it's a genocide? No, I do believe that he thinks that, but he's obviously I don't know that it's almost like it doesn't carry that much more significance for him that it's a genocide, because he was calling out the human rights abuses when it's a war, but he only started saying it was a genocide, I think, after the UN said it was a genocide. He was late to late to be saying it.
And I referenced why I used it, a Tom Friedman article. I revere the state of Israel. I'm proud to support the state of Israel.
What's your reaction to that?
Well, look, it's by definition apartheid, right? You have a government that has occupied Gaza and the West Bank, where people in Gaza and the West Bank don't have equal rights. And I just think that we need people to say where they stand. I'd rather have someone like Gottheimer who's going to defend Israel very clearly, and let's have a debate. But,
you'd rather have a Gottheimer who's open about his support than a Newsom who says one thing one day, one thing another day.
But what I'm saying is that people should have a clarity in their position.
Does Governor Newsom have a clarity in his position from your perspective as a California
on this answer,
he was obviously not saying I'd rather have Gottheimer in office over Newsom. He was saying that there is absolutely no utility in somebody who is literally just not honest or forthcoming with any of their positions, because you can't have an honest discussion with them.
I mean, I want to see what he says. Maybe he'll come on your show and discover clarity.
We've invited him. As I'm sure you're aware, people are expecting several progressives to be vying for that 2028 Democratic presidential nomination, including maybe Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez, Senator Chris Van Hollen of Maryland, yourself. Is that a good thing to have all of you on stage raising issues like Gaza, Iran, a just foreign policy? Or does that risk splitting the progressive coalition, as in 2020 when you had Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders having a pretty vicious back and forth?
It is a good thing. First of all, none of us have decided.
Yep.
It's a huge decision to have to talk to your family and the social movements. But if we end up having a few, it's probably a good thing, because you don't want to bet on just one horse when something doesn't work out. These are marathons. You want multiple people pushing a progressive vision, Medicare for all, taxing billionaires.
You don't worry about splitting the progressive vote?
Well, I think that becomes obvious after a year of campaigning. The problem with Bernie and Warren at the time was there was no mutual...
Eugene Green, if you think I'm going to put up with that sort of racism in my chat, you are sorely mistaken. I don't care that you're my DEI conservative chatter. I'm not going to give a pass to shit like that, and I will time you out for a day. Do not do it again. I will just ban you next time.
Respect in the campaign. There was not. There was not a sense of coalescing. I have tremendous respect for Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez. I have respect for Senator Van Hollen. I don't know what their ambitions are, but certainly if there were other progressives, it would only amplify our view. And we'll see which way it shakes out.
It's funny you mentioned talking to your family. I still remember watching that video. I don't know if you've seen it, of Bobby Jindal telling his wife and kids that he plans to run, and they're not impressed at all, his children, when he tells them, I hope it goes better with your kids. Let's talk about a big issue in the news, the Iran war, and what's happening in Iran today. We have these reports of a downed American fighter jet, reports of a rescue operation. You've been against this war.
The UN has declared it's a genocide. I know, but I'm saying that Roe didn't come out and say. I just know that after they released the report that you're talking about, I'm just being sloppy or whatever, is when I'm pretty sure he finally came out and said it. Even though there were, I think, independent human rights orgs by that point already saying it.
Well, what do you make of this latest development?
Well, first of all, my thoughts are with the service members and their families. I'm relieved from the reports that one of the service members has been rescued. That would be miraculous. And
Straighterade, your schedule makes me cry. Lycan feels the same way.
Is a testament to the ingenuity of our service members. But I am so saddened that they're losing their lives for a war that is immoral and illegal and a blunder.
Who would you rather have as president, Tim Walz or Ro Khanna?
I mean, we're not achieving anything. We've replaced Khamenei.
After seeing how Tim Walz handled Trump sicking ice on Minnesota, nope.
With Khamenei Jr. Khamenei, at least his father, had a fatwa against nuclear weapons. Khamenei Jr. does not. And what if we take out Khamenei Jr.? We'll get the IRGC. The IRGC is more hardline than the clerics. I mean, they opposed the JCPOA with Obama. So we have done nothing in terms of moving the Iranian regime to oppose nuclear weapons.
Do you worry that this latest action with the downed fighter, and it will just be more fuel for Donald Trump to escalate?
I do worry. I mean, this is always the danger of these kind of wars. You have casualties, and then it feeds the sense that we need to take retaliatory action, and then it escalates. Or this idea that we're going to go to Karg Island because if we go there, we're going to pressure Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, these are escalatory moves. What we need is an immediate ceasefire for us to stop bombing, Israel to stop bombing, Iran to stop bombing, and then to go to Oman and to go to other...
Your schedule is really convenient for people on the other side of the world, so I'm told.
Brokers and say how we can get an agreement. The challenge is the deal we're probably going to get is worse than the deal we would have gotten prior to the war. And that's the challenge that Trump faces and knows.
I mean, Iran is making more money from oil sales than it made before the war. You mentioned that the war is illegal and immoral. There's a minority of Democrats in your party in Congress who publicly at least seem to think it's moral and legal. When you and Thomas Massie introduced a war powers resolution in the early days of this conflict, it failed by 7 votes. 4 Democrats voted against it. One of them was Congressman Juan Vargas of California. And he said that he's voting against it because of the Iranian government's crackdown on protesters he pointed to earlier this year. He said it was, that made this war moral. You're going against a very evil regime. What is your reaction to that line of reasoning, that the Iranian government's behavior towards its own population is what justifies an intervention by the US? You hear it often.
Well, we should have learned this lesson. Of course, the Iranian government was brutal in cracking down on those protesters. Of course,
the issue is not so much just those Democrats that cross party lines to vote to enable Trump's illegal war. It's that Democrats are just not being as outspoken against this illegal war as they absolutely 100% could be right now.
Should be condemned for those human rights violations. But this was the argument to go into Libya. It made things worse with Gaddafi. This was the argument to go in against Saddam Hussein. It made things worse. These wars of intervention against powerful countries where you have 90 million population do not lead to better outcomes. It's an arrogance that militarily we can do that. And so I just think that recent history is an argument against that.
Now the war has become very unpopular. Democrats, including Vargas, are signaling support for a new war powers resolution. Congressman Greg Meeks, who is on the House Foreign Affairs Committee supposedly leading this effort, he's still yet to call for a vote on it. Even as Republicans like Nancy Mace say they might support this, do you think Democratic leadership is stalling on this vote? Do you think they're dragging their heels on this?
I don't. Let me say this. When we got to 200...
Bro, why aren't you calling out Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries? They're so fucking unpopular. I don't understand.
Votes. This was the first time that we had leadership's strong support for a war powers resolution. Usually when Massie and I try these things, we get about half the Congress. They're actually whipped and are working on getting the votes. I think they want to make sure that we have a successful vote. What I will say is
But why wait several weeks? I mean, the war's happening now. People are dying right now. Pilots are being downed right now. Why?
Rezi, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, guys. We're watching Medhi Hasan press Khanna on his funding for Iron Dome and other shit.
Gregory Meeks saying we'll wait till April.
Well, I think
this is why people get frustrated.
This is the fecklessness of Congress. I mean,
but Congress is not some abstract entity. It is people like Gregory Meeks. It is people like Hakeem Jeffries.
Yes, but the problem is that you have a Speaker of the House who has us adjourned. I mean, that is absurd for 2 weeks.
But the Democrats could take a stronger rhetorical position on this. Absolutely. They could say we need to vote now on this illegal war.
My view is we should be pushing to be called back into Congress today. We should all be in Washington, and we should be voting every single day on the war.
Isn't the real issue, Congressman Khanna, that you're opposed to this war? But a lot of Democrats are not. Privately, they support this war. It's only because Donald Trump is doing this war that they're publicly against it. If Biden was doing this, if Kamala Harris was doing this, Chuck Schumer would be rah-rahing on from the sides. He would love a war with Iran. He attacked Trump from the right prior to this war, saying he's not tough enough on Iran.
Well, Chuck Schumer isn't the Democratic Party. I mean, Chuck Schumer
should be one of the two.
He is the Senate minority leader. He's not the Democratic Party, but he is the leader of the party.
Leaders of your party in Congress.
His polling is
but he is
outward.
But
exactly. If you know his polling is that bad, why are you afraid to speak out against him?
Got rid of him. He is
they should. They should. But the point is that there may be a few people like Schumer privately cheering, but that is not the vast sentiment in the Democratic Party.
Okay, well, if that's the case, then why are they so quiet about it?
In the Democratic Party is that this war was a strategic blunder, that the money should
That cat plushie is massive. You mean this one? Lycan got it for me on Easter. We found it on Facebook Marketplace.
Going to investing in jobs here. By the way, I mean, talk about an America Last policy, $400 billion more for the Department of War.
Don't call out Schumer, but he's terrified of Jeffries. I guess so, right?
Free childcare for that, $10 a day. Free public college.
Yep.
We could get 1,000
We ran exactly that piece on Zeteo, making that point. What would you say to people who say that the strategic blunder that has happened was enabled in part by Joe Biden? I was talking to Ben Rhodes, former Obama Deputy National Security Advisor. He and I were talking about how Joe Biden failed to get America back into the nuclear deal, which he promised to do on the campaign trail in 2020. He tried for like a very short period in 2021 and then moved on, got distracted, never did it, which opened the door to this war. Is that fair criticism?
I believe that Joe Biden should have.
I mean, even if they, there was no reason to think that Trump wouldn't have ripped up that JCPOA, even if they had renegotiated it.
Work to get the nuclear deal done. But one of the most dishonest campaigns that Trump and Vance ran was that Kamala Harris was somehow going to get us into a war in the Middle East and Iran, and they weren't. So I do not believe that if Biden had won a second
Well, she doesn't do them any favors by saying...
had a war in Iran.
No,
they made a
by saying, oh, they're like, our biggest adversary, like our biggest security threat or something like that. But from there, it doesn't follow that you would support, a war in Iran or something like that.
with you,
on the not getting into the deal, but they would not have shown this kind of recklessness.
But isn't the problem, and I've asked some of your colleagues in Congress the same question, let me ask you the same question. I agree with you that Donald Trump ran a fake anti-war campaign in 2024. He went to Michigan and said, Kamala and Liz Cheney will get you into Middle East wars.
And do you agree with me that Harris or Biden wouldn't have gotten us into a war?
I agree with that. But let me add the
Oh,
caveat.
look at Roe getting those pro-Dem concessions from Medhi.
They didn't message
But
or
like he was never denying that.
signal that they wouldn't have got into this war. So when I point out now on
I
social
wonder if
media,
Straighterade has a political science degree. No, I wanted a poli-sci degree. Instead, I have a bio degree.
that this war wouldn't be happening if Trump hadn't won, people, you know what they do? They immediately quote Kamala Harris saying during the campaign, Iran is our greatest adversary. They quote her saying all options were on the table for her as president against Iran. That kind of rhetoric did make her sound like a hawk. It did make her sound like someone who would take military action against Iran. She left the lane open, the anti-war lane open.
So you are actually smart.
Donald Trump.
Well, look, I agree with you that this was a mistake of the campaigning, having Liz Cheney campaigning in
What
Michigan.
message does that send?
What message does it send?
That
And
was
there
a mistake, right? To say Iran is America's greatest adversary?
The tragedy of that campaign is Kamala Harris, the Kamala Harris I know, and I don't know her very well, but just know her because of California, had far more humanitarian instincts and instincts of restraint than her campaign led on. And
So was
Trump
it a
had
mistake for her
far
to
more-
say that Iran is America's greatest adversary?
Yeah, I mean, that's just not true,
Exactly.
actually. I mean, and I don't know which consultant put that in, but this happens.
Ooh, so she didn't come up with that point on her own. A consultant did. Roe calling it out.
Said, you probably have to be tough to be a woman and Indian American, African American, to look like commander.
She talked about lethal military
and what the country wants is no, we don't want these wars. We want focus on people at home. So Trump ran a better rhetorical campaign, but had no substance. Kamala
Agreed.
Harris would have had much more
And now-
substance, but failed on the rhetoric.
And now he's taking a very pro-war stance. He's just unveiled a budget today for 2027, which increases, as you said, the Pentagon budget by $500 billion. He said he's deliberately, we're not going to pay for daycare because we have to pay for wars. That is
He's admitting it.
That is the Trump. He's also said in his address from the White House on Wednesday that he's open to bombing Iran back to the Stone Ages. Is that not a U.S. president bragging about committing war crimes and crimes against humanity?
Yes, he's threatened war crimes. I mean, the idea that you would threaten electrical plants, that you would threaten...
That Safe Ground Consultants counts as a subsidiary. It is, but it's kind of, I don't think it was a comment that he would be willing to make towards like Jeffries or Schumer. And it shows you that he doesn't think that he's like not afraid of Kamala Harris. Like he will defend, them as being the better alternative to Trump, which obviously they are and were. But he's not going to say that like I don't think he would ever say that like, oh, Schumer's or Jeffries are just saying something like that because a staffer told them to or something like that. It's only a dig he's willing to take at Harris because she's objectively a loser.
Bombing civilians, those are war crimes. I mean, even hitting power plants has to be proportional. You can't have civilian harm outweigh military targets under
Why are more
international law.
Democrats saying this? I don't hear people saying he's committing war crimes.
He's
a war criminal.
threatening war crimes. I mean, he's threatening war
Well, he's
crimes.
also he blew up a civilian bridge yesterday. There was no military value to that. He bragged about it.
but I think we should say that I've said that he should be impeached over these things. I mean, that these are this is not the way America conducts itself in the world. That we have higher standards, and that it is shameful. It's undermining our moral credibility in the world.
We did a poll with DropSite recently, which found that 52% of Americans believe that Trump attacked Iran partly so he could distract from the Epstein files disaster. Do you agree with that?
I think it's convenient that the searches for Epstein have gone down. Unfortunately, I wish it were that simple. I think there is a deeper militarism still in the foreign policy establishment that has been itching for a war with Iran for probably since 1979, and they found a president willing to do it. So, the simplistic explanation, while it may make for good politics, doesn't force us to grapple with the broader problem of how we overcome this foreign policy establishment that has exploded Pentagon budgets, and that we need a real new direction of foreign policy in America.
Just sticking with...
And here's something that is like basically blackpilling. Only Bernie was really talking about cutting the defense budget, cutting into, like just the exorbitant amount of money that we spend on, weapons for this country and all of that. And he's still only calling for a 10% reduction in it, which is so small, so modest.
The Epstein files. Are you taking credit for Pam Bondi being fired this week as Attorney General?
I don't need to take credit. Historians will give Massey and me credit.
Okay.
The reality is that what we did will be seen as the turning point in the Trump administration. We were the first people to stand up successfully to Donald Trump and win, not just rhetorically, but substantively. We passed a law that he was forced to sign. We forced his administration to release 3 million files. We forced Donald Trump now to fire his own Attorney General. And
plus, the entire fucking Republican Party ended up flipping on that.
force the first rift with Trump and Trump voters. I'd ask you, Medhi, because you're very thoughtful about these things, and I welcome a pushback. Is there an other time you remember that a Democrat has successfully led an initiative which has had the majority of Trump voters supporting them and passed something? This is the first time I'd argue since he came down the escalator.
Yeah, it's very hard to find an issue on which a majority of Trump supporters are right. So on Bondi, she's now gone. The acting AG is Donald Trump's former personal criminal lawyer,
right,
Todd Blunt. He went on Fox this week and said, we're done with Epstein. There is nothing more to be released. Is that a violation of the law?
Yes, it is a violation of the law. And look, Blanche, I don't think Blanche is going to be the Attorney General, but if he is, there's some chance he's going to have to come before Congress and he's going to be asked the same questions. Are you going to release the rest of the Epstein files? Are you going to prosecute and investigate the people there? And usually you can lie to Congress and then you do whatever you want. The problem here is if he does not act to release those files and begin investigations, he's going to have the same fate as Pam Bondi because Trump's base cares about this.
You
issue.
say same fate, and you say Congress should do X, Y, Z. If Democrats win back the House in November, what practical first step should they take to hold the Trump administration to account over the Epstein files?
Well, first, they should impeach Trump, and I would argue that the impeachment, there are a lot of things we can pick.
But one of the articles should be a violation of this law.
Well, it should be violation of the law. The first should be the war in Iran, the immoral war in Iran,
but on
and Epstein as well. I mean, there's a whole list of grievances we can have, but we should impeach Trump. We should make sure that we have hearings. I would say have Epstein hearings, have people in the Justice Department, whistleblowers, others called in front of Congress to find out why they were covering up these files, and then start to call.
It's so funny because honestly, there's probably not too many more convictions that could be found from the Epstein files themselves, but the fact that the Republicans and like Trump's admin decided to stupidly just not be in compliance with the law and release them like they were mandated to gives them a legal pretext to have Epstein hearings that could be fruitful.
In every single person who has correspondence of going to the Epstein Island or the ranch and who's gotten away with it and has been silent.
Why didn't this happen during?
I unfortunately voted for Trump this past election, but yeah, he needs to be impeached. Why did you vote for him?
In the Biden era, when you controlled the White House and you had power in Congress.
It should have happened. I mean, look, there was technical reasons, right? We needed the Epstein Transparency Act to release the files. So President Biden would have had to come to Congress, ask us to pass something. And the reality is that this entire country ignored these women as dispensable. Trump saw that. He made it an issue. I became aware of the details of how bad it was because of what he said. And yes, was it a collective failure? Absolutely.
He made it an issue even though he's in the files.
Yes.
There is a story that I know you've been following recently, which about a woman in the files who claims that she was sexually abused by Donald Trump as a child. These are not verified reports. They are based around FBI interviews and tips, but the FBI did speak with her. Some say they did find her credible. Donald Trump, of course, denies the allegations. We don't know it's true. But it's in the files. And multiple interview transcripts, records were held back by the DOJ. Do you believe there's a cover-up, specifically on that issue?
I absolutely do. First of all, I don't know the truth or not of the allegations, but the fact that the FBI would interview this person 4 times means that they thought it was credible enough to...
This wasn't some random tip.
Spartan Spear, thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. I really, really appreciate it.
On a phone call that was dismissed. It's something they followed up.
And Julie Brown, who is from the Miami Herald,
broke the story.
Both the stories. The best journalist on this, deserves much more credit than she gets. She has sources from the DOJ saying that the DOJ, Department of Justice, FBI agents found this person credible enough to interview 4 times. And the fact that those files were not released, the best case for them is that they didn't want to cause political embarrassment for the president.
The worst case is that this could be the biggest presidential scandal in history if even 1% of that is true.
There's huge questions about what Donald Trump knew, what he did, what the First Lady.
Is there anything Democrats can do to get this stuff released if you control Congress?
We are going to subpoena people at the Justice Department who would know where the files are. But look, I've talked. Here's why this matters. Obviously, it matters because of these hundreds of women who were abused and treated as dispensable. But I've taken to calling about this Epstein class. I saw the other day in the No Kings protest, even Robert De Niro is talking about an Epstein class. So it's broken through, and it's because rich.
Well, the ADL and others at AIPAC say it's an anti-Semitic phrase.
Oh, they got to take it up with Robert De Niro now, the taxi driver and Godfather. You know, but the point is, what does it speak to? It speaks to a group of rich and powerful people who believe they don't have to follow the law and have written the rules to benefit them. And it speaks to the wealth inequality in this country, to the idea that we're going into wars that aren't in the interest of ordinary Americans, that we had home foreclosures while bankers did not have prosecution, to a lack of accountability, and we need to
Wow, bankers? Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks, bro.
to have accountability for the elites to restore faith in the democratic project.
We're over on time, but one last question. You are now facing a primary challenge for your own seat in Congress from tech entrepreneur Ethan Agarwal, who has specifically criticized not just your stance on Israel, but the billionaires tax ballot initiative in California, which you support. Gavin Newsom, interestingly, opposes in your party. This candidate, Agarwal, is backed by several Silicon Valley figures, including Y Combinator CEO Gary Tan, venture capitalist Ron Conway. How hard is it going to be for you to beat someone who's backed by some of the richest people in California?
Well, it's a fight. I mean, but this is why people don't speak up in Congress. This is why they aren't for taxing billionaires. They aren't saying that Gaza is going to be a genocide. It was a genocide because they're afraid of a primary challenge. They're afraid of offending rich people. But my view is that we need to stand up for our convictions. I believe I will prevail because the constituency ultimately is for the values I have. But of course, you have to. It's a fight, and I'm proud to be fighting.
A lot of those tech bosses used to like you. Used to back you. Elon Musk used to like you. You pissed them off on purpose over things like billionaire tax?
No, I've been for a billionaire tax since 2016. I think they just didn't notice. But now
the algorithms blinded them to your politics.
But I will say this, where I have perhaps had a deeper.
Guy running for governor of California? No, I don't think so. He's already a congressional representative, and he's rumored to maybe be running for president in 2028. But he is not. He doesn't have any plans to run for governor, as far as I know.
A reckoning, which is I always philosophically had a sense of we need a billionaire tax, we need a new social contract. I wrote about this in my book, Dignity in a Digital Age, but it was very philosophical. It was very academic. The Epstein issue has made me more angry in a raw way, seeing these women treated as dispensable, as throwaways. And there's a greater anger I have at the arrogance of this class of people. And by the way, I've never seen greater, better, more impressive class solidarity than the anger that I saw when I proposed taxing billionaires more. So it's a sense that maybe I had more of a belief in their ability to be persuaded, and now see that a lot of these folks just are fine with a rigged system, and they're going to have to be taken on. But my view is if America has been good for you, you can do good for America, and I still believe that you can build a broad coalition around that.
There's that famous line, it's hard to persuade a man to see your point of view when his salary depends upon him not seeing your point of view.
Yes.
Congressman Khanna, thank you for joining us on the show. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Let's see what the reaction is. How about no more dollars to Israel, period, not one dime? Whoa, Medhi, quiet. Okay. I'm so glad Medhi parted ways with mainstream media. No weapons for Israel, no cash to buy weapons for Israel, no AIPAC or other foreign interests, super PACs, U.S. elections. Any candidate that refuses to call it a genocide, blah, blah. Not a war, a genocide. What do people say about this? Spartan, thank you so much for the 100 bits. What is your stand on the death penalty? What do you think my stand on the death penalty is? I am against the death penalty, and I was disappointed when the Democrats dropped it from their official platform a couple of years ago. And Clearwatch, thank you so much for the 300 bits. I really, really appreciate it. May the ghosts of Gaza haunt all of those who support AIPAC. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I love the death penalty. That's my stance. Okay. Let's fucking do this. I want to see this. Oh, wait, really quick. I do want to juxtapose it a little bit since we're still on the Ro Khanna thing. This Jasper Nathaniel is a really good journalist who has been on the ground in the West Bank and actually been attacked by settlers and was questioning Roe on his record. And at one point, I think he asks him, what does he ask him about? Maybe like Iron Dome funding? Or he does ask him about Iron Dome funding, but there are no, let's see. Iron Dome, two-state solution. Okay, like at what point do we stop treating Israel as an ally is like the question I want to show.
That has, I think this changes through Congress.
Think about what our relations, these things have been called for many years, and including since
American president willing to recognize a Palestinian state and willing to actually stand up for that. Now, I think if it's just loose talk, well, we should consider it depending on who's prime minister, then you have a lot of loopholes. But that's not where Senator Sanders is, or Delia Rivera is, or where I am, which is no military sales to kill people in to Israel, regardless of who the prime minister is.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I have a few minutes, so let's go back to the West Bank. I mean, listen, if everything that's in the resolution happened, it's about halting illegal settlement construction, sort of like canceling some of the land expropriations. I believe it has sanctions on Ben Gvir, Smotrich. Like these things would absolutely make a material difference. But as you know, a lot of these things have been called for many years, and including since long before this particular right-wing Israeli government was in office. I mean, even the opposition leader Yair Lapid is now endorsing the Huckabee vision of taking over everything from the Nile to the Euphrates. So my question is, like, knowing that this is
wow, I met Lapid.
I mean, it was sort of like asked. I mean, he might say that he wasn't being serious, but he said, yes, we have a right to it. He said, we won't do it for political and security reasons, but we have a right to it.
Snark on Hutch, Aaron, stop dodging. His take on Crystal was so bad and worthy of mockery. I mean, if you go through my VODs, it's been a minute since I go through any of that stuff. It's like bottom of the barrel, and I would need to be paid a good amount of money that is not going to be paid in this night, I bet, to cover stuff like that.
Basically what he says. So my question is, like, this is not an issue of a few right-wing ministers. This goes very deep, and frankly, like, when Bennett is also supporting expanding the settlement movement. So, like, how do you think about what our relationship should be with the government of Israel, even taking Gaza out of the equation, which of course we shouldn't do, but for argument's sake, taking Gaza and Iran out of the equation, knowing that this has been banning these settlements and ethnically cleansing the West Bank has been a central project of Israel for almost 60 years. So, like, what?
Well, we should start with the premise that Israel is an occupying nation that is violating human rights, and that an American president should treat it like a nation that is violating the human rights of Palestinians, and that lens should inform our policies.
Sorry, my dog just started barking, so I had to go on mute. Yeah, no, that makes sense. And so, but like, what is the theory of change? What are the things that we could do differently?
I don't think this changes through Congress. I think you need an administration that has a Secretary of State and an ambassador to the UN and a national security advisor that treat Israel as a nation that first and foremost is an occupying nation violating human rights, and that they use the tools in their disposal from the bully pulpit to the forums at the UN to working with other European and allies and nations around the world to the conditionality of the aid we provide or support we provide to get an end to the settlements, to get an end to the occupation, to recognize a Palestinian state, and to ensure that Israel isn't starting wars, whether with Iran or committing, as they did, a genocide in Gaza.
So just to finish, like a sort of philosophical question. I mean,
like, I do think that that's a good answer. The thing is like, obviously, I wonder to what extent politicians should be given leeway to have caution with saying that, like, Israel should not be, especially if they have presidential aspirations, should no longer be an ally, because obviously up and coming Democrats that want to run on that platform can win. But as far as like trying, like, not facing opposition, it's like, then again, they're already going to face opposition no matter what, right? I don't know, it's hard when you're already in Congress and like they ask you positions of like, should the United States take this position or that position on foreign policy? Like, it's hard to know how much impact that has on like American geopolitics, and if some of these politicians, not all of them, but some of them are restraining themselves because they don't want to contribute to like instability just because they're trying to get like a soundbite. But that will also have the side effect, unfortunately, of allowing them to launder in like dishonest positions under the guise of like, I'm just being pragmatic, I'm just being strategic or whatever. Okay. We're going to look at this Ezra Klein op-ed. But before we do that, if you're watching on Twitch and you haven't followed me already, please go ahead and do so. That way you can know when I go live. Same with YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube, please like the stream. That way it pushes it out to other people. And subscribe to me if you haven't already. If you want to support me, the best way to do that is to follow the donation links in my YouTube description box or pinned to my Twitch chat. And follow the Streamlabs tip link because they only take like 3%. You can also send in a YouTube super chat, which I will read out loud, or bits on Twitch, or subscribe to me. That way you can get access to cute emotes or an ad-free experience. I'm at Straighterade _ on everything. And let's see what the hell Ezra Klein had to say. So this was changed. It was like, you shouldn't be afraid of Hasan Piker or something like that. I've been seeing people be like, why did Ezra Klein change it? But I don't think he gets control over the titles, honestly. So this was penned on 2 days ago, April 12th. Ezra Klein, this is why there's no liberal Joe Rogan. And for people just listening, this is a black and white photo of Hasan Piker taking a selfie with a bunch of people at an event. After the 2024 elections, there was a panic among Democrats about the absence of a liberal Joe Rogan. Could one be found? Could one be created? It was an epic exercise in missing the point. You cannot have a liberal Joe Rogan because Joe Rogan is not particularly political. This is like already stupid. Rogan is obviously political. What he is not is perceived as overtly partisan. And I think that that is what provides him with authenticity and makes him seem genuine and relatable. But what people are watching on his show frequently are political guests, people engaged in punditry, talking about politics, but he's nonetheless managed to be viewed as apolitical. And I do think that Ezra Klein is smart enough to know the difference. But to say that he's not particularly political is just wrong. His audience cohered around conversations with comedians, MMA fighters, bodybuilders, and psychonauts. That's what made him politically influential. He could reach millions of people who were not otherwise interested in politics. The problem Democrats actually had, one of them anyway, was that they didn't like Rogan and criticized others for going on a show. They tried repeatedly to cancel him for his comments about trans people and his skepticism of COVID vaccines. To the extent that he is now a right-coded figure, it's not because he started that way. So it's like, you made him do this. You made Joe Rogan become a reactionary right-wing shithead. Robo Jack, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, you guys. We were just going over the Ezra Klein op-ed on why there's no liberal Joe Rogan, but was previously known as a defense of Hasan Piker. This Hasan Piker guy. And I'm going to be shouting out Robo Jack. If you guys are not already following her, what is wrong with you? You should be. Thank you so much for the raid. The problem is Democrats actually had, one of them anyway, the problem Democrats actually had, they canceled him or whatever. To the extent that he is now a right-coded figure, it's not because he started out that way. Rogan's political views are mixed. He backed Bernie Sanders in 2020. He supports they're not really mixed when you realize that, like, he took on the, pseudo-populist bent this entire time, right? And you can see the, why Bernie would appeal to him just as much as, Trump would appeal to him. If you have this sort of lazy, vulgar, disaffected, vaguely anti-establishment kind of sentiment that you like. He backed Bernie in 2020. He supports universal health care and abortion rights. He dislikes vaccine mandates and lacks border control. But it shouldn't, so again, a populist. But it shouldn't have been a surprise when, after years of being attacked by the left, he endorsed Donald Trump in 2024. No, this is fucking stupid. Why does this only go one way? How come no matter how many times they call Pelosi a communist, she never becomes a communist? How come no matter how many times they say Schumer is a socialist, he never becomes a socialist? Why does this only ever go one way? I don't get it. Every single time, somebody is attacked as being further right than they are, magically and mysteriously, they moved further right, and you pushed them into that position. It's not like you correctly assessed that they were a wolf in sheep's clothing, or sometimes a wolf in wolf's clothing, and just everybody can't seem to see it. But yeah, it never ever goes that way with the left. The simplest way to tell people which side they're on is to tell them how much your side hates them. That brings me to a more important than it might look controversy that has burst out over the leftist streamer Hasan Piker. He had a breakout moment over the past year as Democrats began obsessing over the absence of a liberal Joe Rogan, and Piker, who mixes leftist politics with a bro-ish aesthetic, was proffered as a possible answer, a category error, because again, the whole point of Rogan's political power is that his show mostly avoids politics. But it doesn't mostly avoid politics. He is acknowledging that it has political power, but he talks about politics all the fucking time. It's just not understood as political. It's just not partisan. So weird for him to frame it this way. But pick over Piker's years of streaming and you can find offensive things that he said. among them that America deserved 9/11, that his favorite flag is Hezbollah's, that a liberal is the Hezbollah flag. This like already sounds like such satirical, but he doesn't, he just says like, oh, he said like controversial things. That a liberal Zionist is akin to a liberal Nazi. I mean, is this controversial in this economy anymore? Yeah, I don't know about this. The thing is like they don't like to the extent that they want a liberal Joe Rogan, like you can never really create. They don't just want a liberal Joe Rogan. They want a Democratic Joe Rogan, and that's different than a liberal Joe Rogan, because you can have a liberal Joe Rogan, but what you can't have is a like Democratic Joe Rogan that is going to be seen as authentic while also being able to be a Democrat shill or hack. Sorry. Like they want somebody to like, they don't understand that the reason why, like all of these libs that are losing their mind over Hasan having commanding this much attention online and being like the most visible, like left streamer, aside from the fact that he's conventionally attractive, is the fact that he has credibility and authenticity and like resonates with people because he is willing to criticize Democrats, because he is willing to not just be a partisan hack. But the very thing that makes him popular, like if Hasan made this heel turn and became like this #1 like rah-rah Democratic shill, his popularity would plummet. I don't think people really understand this. They don't understand or relate to the idea that him not always looking to frame everything as maximally favorable to one particular party that he prefers over Republicans is a big reason that he appeals to people. He's willing to just say it like it is, call shots where he sees them, and that gets him more credibility. But the thing that they want him to do would undo his success. So it's like what's oxymoronic about like having like a liberal Joe Rogan is in fact not a liberal Joe Rogan. It's the idea that you could have like a Democratic Joe Rogan any more than you could really have like a Republican Joe Rogan, even though Joe Rogan is like literally a MAGA propagandist. But he like works hard to present himself as, a both sides kind of guy, even if he is highly partisan in one direction. But that's not enough for these people, because Hasan to me has been highly partisan at many different points, and it's still not enough. They want him to like officially endorse and align more than he does, even though I think he likely has so much more capital and power by not doing those things. And like it's hard for people to conceive of him being more effective without doing things that sort of intuitively seem like they would be, like again, like the endorsements, like prerequisites for being more effective. Brian Taylor Cohen is so stale, I find the fact that he has any audience to be suspect. You can't have a Democratic left because Dems aren't left. They are center-right with vassal DEI. I mean, yeah, the left to me starts with anti-capitalism, and they are not an anti-capitalist party. Streamer has said offensive things. Isn't really a news story, but then Abdul al-Sayed, the more DSA-ish candidate in the Democratic Senate primary in Michigan, began rallying with Piker. That led Third Way, a centrist group that previously demanded that Democrats draw a line in the sand and shun Hasan Piker and his fellow Jew haters, to send a letter to al-Sayed demanding details about how closely you align with the most abhorrent views. Jonathan Greenblatt, the head of the ADL, said Piker reflected the dangerous normalization of anti-Semitism in our politics. Why are we what is the reason that we're inserting Jonathan Greenblatt, who literally is saying that like we need to discourage like race mixing, Jews need to like stick to their own, like a couple of months ago? We're gonna get takes us to like what constitutes hate and bigotry from that guy. Politico then asked a number of possible 2028 Democratic hopefuls whether they would appear on Piker's show. Governor Gavin Newsom and Rahm Emanuel said they would. Representatives Ro Khanna and AOC already had. Senators Cory Booker, Ruben Gallego, and Alyssa Slotkin said they wouldn't. Isn't that convenient? All of these people don't want to be questioned by him because they know that they're not going to be, like, their positions are absolutely 100% untenable. I think there's rather a lot wrapped up by this controversy, so let's take it piece by piece. Is Piker a Jew hater, as Third Way alleges? In an interview with the writer Aaron Regenberg, Piker addressed some of his worst comments. I find some of his answers compelling and others less so. The comparison of liberal Zionists to Nazis, for instance, is repugnant and not much improved by Piker clarifying that he opposes ethnostates. Why is it repugnant? Because you personally feel slighted by it, Ezra? What made the Nazis notable wasn't their support for an ethnostate. Ethnostates are common. What made the Nazis notable was their effort to exterminate the Jewish people. And Piker's assertion that his opposition is to all reactionary ideology is hard to square with his admiration for Hezbollah. Okay. So those are really good posts from this very author that he cites refuting this point that's outlined here. Give me a second. Yeah, this was good. He said, I'm grateful for Ezra Klein's super thoughtful column today and also appreciate that he referenced the piece I wrote on Hasan. But I need to make one, in my opinion, corrective point. Ezra wrote, what made the Nazis notable wasn't their support for an ethnostate. Ethnostates are common. What made the Nazis notable was their effort to exterminate the Jewish people. I think Ezra would probably agree, if push came to shove, the Nazis were notable before their launch at the final solution in 1941. It'd be fair to say what made the Nazis most notable, but what made the Nazis notable is just not really defendable as a precise statement of fact. The Nazis were the Nazis in 1933 and 35 and 39, etc. They were bad and they were worth opposing before they began their effort to exterminate the Jewish people. And I don't think it makes much sense to say we can only analogize to them or learn lessons about them post 1941. Which I completely agree with, obviously. But to focus only on those comments is to miss much else that Piker has said and believes. He has also said, from pogroms to the Holocaust, Jews have always been singled out by those in power as a scapegoat for the instability and economic volatility that people in power caused. A resilient, nascent anti-Semitism is a constant threat. He has called anti-Semitism gross, immoral, and a hate crime. He has promoted John Ossoff, a Democratic senator from Georgia who is Jewish, as a 2028 presidential possibility. In previous presidential primaries, Piker supported Bernie Sanders, who is also Jewish. It is an unusual form of Jew hatred that calls out anti-Semitism and promotes Jewish Americans for the presidency. I think that's his weakest point. Even though I do agree that the likelihood it drops, having any sort of proximity to somebody who's in a minority demographic doesn't absolve you of claims of bigotry, in my opinion. And, it's maybe one factor in a constellation of factors that you could use to build the case that he's not anti-Semitic. Obviously, I don't think Hasan is anti-Semitic, so this is like a tick in his favor, but overall, in and of itself, it's a weak point. I have deep disagreements with Piker, but he isn't a Jew hater. He's an anti-Zionist, and here I think the real stakes of this fight come into view. We are living through a rupture in both the meaning and the reality of Israel. A Gallup poll from February found for the first time that more Americans sympathize with the Palestinians than with Israelis. Among Democrats, the gap was overwhelming, with 65% who sympathize more with the Palestinians and 17% with the Israelis. The difference, as I have argued, is largely generational. Older Americans still view the Israelis more sympathetically, but among Americans aged 18 to 34, 53% sided with the Palestinians and 23% with the Israelis. This is new. Before 2023, young people and Democrats were more likely to side with the Israelis. This is not the result of an international psyop or a profusion of memes. The Israel that young people know is not the Israel that old people remember. I mean, yeah, no shit, there was far less information coming out about Israel and their human rights violations, or the fact that historians just had not really, it wasn't really understood very well in the West, right? But, I mean, you had enough information to know that flagrant human rights abuses were ongoing. But there's almost a suggestion here that Israel wasn't like this. It's like, dude, it was a settler colonial venture from the beginning. It was always going to be like this. It responded to the savagery of October 7th by flattening Gaza in a brutal campaign that killed at least 70,000 Gazans, taking, why does he say that killed as if it's not still ongoing, Ezra? It's an ongoing genocide. Taking control of more than half of the territory and herding Gazans, more than 2 million people, into the remainder. Life there remains hellish. That's one way to describe living under a genocide. He uses flowery prose like this in place of calling it a genocide. He clearly does not think it's a genocide. Otherwise, he would be saying that. Israel has made hopes for a two-state solution fanciful by slicing the West Bank up into Israeli settlements and abetting constant settler violence and keeping a boot on the throat of the Palestinian Authority. It has used the Iran war as an opportunity to launch an invasion of Lebanon, displacing more than 1 million people and announcing that as many as 600,000 won't be allowed to return to their homes until Israel decides otherwise. The Knesset just voted to legalize hanging as a punishment for Palestinians who are convicted of killing Israelis in terrorist attacks. Yikes. This country probably shouldn't be an ally of the United States. Third way suggests you can identify Jew haters by their use of loaded words taught in social justice seminars, like apartheid, genocide, and settler colonialism. You know, those buzzwords that, you know, there aren't literally thousands of books filled with millions and millions of pages explaining these concepts in great detail, and they're not just buzzwords. If that is out of the test, then a large number of American Jews now fail it. Israel, as it is behaving today, and it is constructing itself for tomorrow, is incompatible with any normal understanding of liberal values. It was an ethno-state from the beginning. It's been incompatible since its inception, Ezra. There will be no Palestinian state to the west of the Jordan River, Bibi Netanyahu has said. For years, I have prevented the creation of that terror state against tremendous pressure, both domestic and from abroad. We have done this with determination and with astute statesmanship. Moreover, we have doubled the Jewish settlement in Judea and Samaria, and we will continue on this path. Anti-Zionism is rising as a response to what Israel is doing. It will simply not be possible to treat it as a marginal viewpoint that can be shamed or shunned with into invisibility. Yes, anti-Semitism often cloaks itself in anti-Zionism. So don't do the anti-Semites work for them. If you keep telling people that if they oppose the Jewish state, then they must hate the Jewish people, eventually they will believe you. This last part I 100% agree with. The impulse to cut off those with whom we disagree reaches far beyond Piker or the Israel-Palestinian debate. It sits at the heart of cancellation as a political tactic. It relies on a belief in the power of gatekeepers that might have been true in an earlier age, but no longer reflects the way attention is earned and held. Tucker Carlson was ejected from Fox News and grew stronger on X and YouTube. Nick Fuentes was banned from major social media platforms and gathered strength in the shadows. Trump went from being banned by he can't go so far to be like, you only made Nick Fuentes stronger, because obviously it doesn't. If you're deplatformed, it really does hamper your growth. Trump went from being banned by every major social media platform to retaking the presidency. But it's not just that cancellation has failed to silence those it targeted, it also weakened those who used it. The Democratic Party and the progressive movement was ill-served by the belief that it could decide the boundaries of acceptable debate. In narrowing who it could talk to, it limited what it could hear and whom it could be heard by. Okay, but the fact that, just to go back to this, Trump being banned by every major social media platform, I'm sure to some people, that made the decision, it was partly ideological, but it's driven by profits. That's why they unbanned him the second it stopped being more profitable to keep him on the platform than to not have him there. I haven't been on Rogan's show, but I have been on some of the shows that in that broader universe, like Andrew Schultz's Flagrant and Lex Friedman's podcast. I was surprised by how frustrated the hosts were about their inability to book Democrats in 2024. They had said things like the broader progressive universe disliked or had conversations with people who were an anathema to the left. And so Dems largely avoided these podcasts, ceding them to the Trump campaign. And hopefully now to the left, because if Democrats don't want to go to these spaces, fine, let the left do it. This was not only bad politics, but also bad democratic practice. These shows had come from nowhere and had gained millions of loyal listeners. They had earned their viewerships by voicing something that has made millions of Americans feel seen, heard, or at least interested. In avoiding those spaces, Democrats avoided contact with the kinds of voters they otherwise claim to represent. This is the mistake Democrats often make when they talk about what they did wrong in 2024. They realize now that they should try to talk to the people who listen to these shows, that they're less likely to realize that they should listen to the people who talk on these shows. Beneath this is an important principle. Conversation is not a reward to be bestowed on those with whom we agree. It's a necessary habit in a democracy. The point is not to find agreement so much as it is to deepen understanding. To talk with others is to believe in the possibility of change, theirs and your own. Whether you like everything that someone has said should be severed from the question of whether that person is worth talking to. And I do think that this is the most salient way to kind of summarize the biggest takeaway from this, or what people are exploring, those that are actually exploring it in good faith. But I think for a lot of people, this literally is just grievance based. It starts and ends with Hasan bad, therefore he should not be interacted with. The people like Alyssa Slotkin, they will say, oh, I'm not going to go on the platform of a guy who says this or that, but she literally goes on Bill Maher and cozies up to him. So you clearly don't have those consistent standards. If Hasan Piker believes all of the same things that he believed, but we're more friendly to Israel, we're pro-Israel, if not just neutral on it, or kept the criticisms to a minimum like PodSave does, they're becoming more outspoken, but largely within, a very, very narrow acceptable boundary that is allowed for that discussion in kind of liberal Zionist spaces, we wouldn't even be talking about this, because that's what this is about. This is not about anti-Semitism. This is about anti-Zionism. That's the issue that they have with him. That is a feature, not a bug. They just overestimated the extent to which people were still attached to Zionism or being pro-Israel in the Democratic tent. The space for such conversations was was once wider. In 1968, William F. Buckley, the arch-conservative founder of National Review, hosted Eldridge Cleaver, the Minister of Information for the Black Panthers, on firing line. Neither man was there to endorse the other's politics. I should like to begin by asking Mr. Cleaver whether he finds it consistent with his ideology to encourage the assassination of Mr. Richard Nixon, Buckley said. Cleaver's answer: I would say that if Richard Nixon was assassinated, it would only result in having another pig in line who possibly would need to be assassinated. Buckley later hosted Cleaver at his home. It was a different time, but it was created a lasting artifact. The interview has hundreds of thousands of views on YouTube and remains riveting to watch. Are there people I won't have on my shows or shows I won't go on? Sure, but those judgments for me are more about what I think will be productive rather than who I think can be included. Similarly, I wouldn't judge Booker or Gallego or Slotkin for avoiding Piker's show. They're busy people, and it may not be how they want to spend their time. That's a nice way to sweep that under the rug, and the fact that they just don't want to be subjected to criticism or scrutiny about their pro-Israel positions or the money that they take from those lobbies. But sure, maybe they're just real busy, right? And we have time for the late night show with Jimmy Fallon and for Bill Maher, but they don't have time for Hasan Piker for whatever reason. But there's something strange about aspiring to lead the country's left-wing coalition and elevating the avoidance of prominent leftists to a matter of principle. That's all the more true now as attention isn't bestowed on the chosen few by television networks and newspaper editors. It's wanderlust and ferocious marketplace that rewards outrage and controversy. The winners of the attention wars today are typically people who said some outrageous things in the past, or are still saying them in the present. When you're dealing with podcasters or streamers who talk unstructured and unrehearsed for hours each week, it's not every day there's going to be if not every day, there's going to be so much said that it's almost inevitable that a dossier of dumb statements can be compiled. To write those people out of acceptable political discourse is to back yourself into a shrinking, sanitized quarter of the public sphere. Booker admitted on Pod Save America that when he said he would never go on Piker's show, he had never heard of Piker. By admitted, you mean Cory Booker lied out of his fucking ass, lied through his fucking teeth, right there to the Podjon host and to the whole fucking audience. Obviously, he knows who Hasan is. His comms director has read him a list of the 4 or 5 worst things Piker had said, and Booker used that as a basis for his response. I don't understand why we have to pretend like Booker was telling the truth. He wasn't telling the fucking truth. Booker got piled on for that admission, but I appreciated the honesty. He got piled on because he wasn't being fucking honest, Ezra. That is, in practice, a version of how many of us make our judgments. And yeah, he should be piled on for that fucking admission, because if it's any insight into how he arrives at any decision that he makes while governing, that is highly problematic. Algorithmic media is an engine of motivated decontextualization. We see other people in snippets that serve the agendas of those who cut them. We are fed 30-second clips shorn from multi-hour streams, 2-sentence quotes ripped from long conversations, old comments that obscure subsequent change. We have to be careful about being lulled into believing these charts represent anyone's whole person. Careful, Ezra, you might have to extend this to MAGA if you're not careful. We should not be afraid of finding out who those people are, of seeking to change them, or of allowing ourselves to be changed by them. Interesting. What a boring ass article. It was the point of a lot of consternation for a lot of libs. It's their 9/11, okay? Ezra isn't a liberal authoritarian. Remains to be seen. Pod Saver so frustrating. One day they speak with such clarity, the next week it's just a ton of throat clearing and Iran bad proxies. Like they got a call after that last episode. I don't watch the Pod Save boys. From what I've seen, I have never been particularly, it's boring. They're usually boring. But they are sort of a metric for like assessing where the faction of the party that likes to consider themselves progressive, but really are not much more comfortable than anybody to the left of like Elizabeth Warren, taking their temperature. Let's see. Fuentes got bailed out by the creation of Rumble and Elon buying Twitter. He absolutely wasn't gathering strength in the shadows before that. LMAO, yeah, this is like a total fucking rewriting of history. It's total revisionism. This idea that Fuentes didn't end up if he hadn't had that assistance, there's no reason to think that he would be in the position that he is today with respect to his platform after being deplatformed in the way that he was. Let's see. Please DM or email Adam Johnson. His book, How to Sell a Genocide, coming out. So we did some appearances on Less Than 1K Subs podcast. Chance he might agree to talk. I saw you referring to his Not Only Netanyahu article. Oh, I should do that. I didn't know that. Yeah, that would be cool to talk about with him. Let's see. At least he came to the conclusion Hasan is an anti-Semitic. I know, but I saw some liberal creators reacting to this article and losing their minds. Not real. He was like, oh, the question should not have been whether or not he's anti-Semitic or whatever. Like, there's other things that we should have gotten into to criticize. And it's like, but the only reason why we have this discourse is because a fucking third way and these like moderate centrist think tanks that force this conversation specifically on these terms. That was not an accident. That was intentional. That is their issue with him. They don't give it, like, they would excuse literally everything else. They would not care about the Crimea jokes. They would not care about like his alleged misogyny or whatever. They only care about this because he criticizes Israel and he's anti-Zionist. That's it. Like, they're not like, you know, like getting mad at Ezra Klein for not knowing about the soundbite from the Tanky deprogram the fucking pot. Like, come on, please. How serious is this? This is like so unserious to think that that was going to be of any relevance or included in this. And for what it's worth, Ezra Klein, I think, did not make the mistake that he made with Charlie Kirk, who, again, when he was like whitewashing his fucking legacy, at no point did he ever quote anything that Charlie Kirk actually fucking said or believed, because your narrative falls apart really, really quickly if you try to say that he was doing politics the right way, and then you have a bunch of quotes that sound like they're from David fucking Duke, okay? At least with this, there was slightly more critical engagement with the things that, you know, Hasan has said, and a more thoughtful point that, you know, you cannot really, depending, unless the statements are particularly egregious, usually you can't really sum up somebody's like entire platform and what they're about by just sort of the most, you know, sensational, controversial, or worst clips that they have, or like, you know, quotes. Do I think he's a misogynist? No, I'm sure he engages in misogyny, but like that's like literally all men and women at times. Yeah. Let's put Joe Rogan under libertarian. Joe Rogan is a MAGA propagandist through and through. This has entered flirf territory, to be frank. What's that? Didn't you know that Hasan's bad? Many people are saying this. I think, but this is like one of the first times that you're telling me that, though. And then on top of it, dude, like, I see this fucking thing from Neera Tanden. So he had said this. This is a clip from
JD Vance.
From the Pod Save thing. I want the Democratic Party to treat me like a never Trumper. Hasan Piker.
In 2028,
yeah,
you vote third party.
I mean, I don't even think that's going to be a problem.
Well, but like a lot of people, including people who share a lot of your critiques of the Democratic Party, hear that and think like, this is the problem. You know, when the stakes are concrete, like a Vance presidency, another 4 years of what we're living through. You know, the people who say they're building a movement would, you know, like rather preserve their own power than, you know, do what winning requires and, you know, hold your nose and vote for what you believe would be the lesser of two evils. Like, how do you respond to that?
I want the Democratic Party to treat me like a never Trumper. I want the Democratic Party to treat me like a triple Trump voter, okay? Because it turns out that's all they're tuned into. So if what it takes for the Democrats to turn around and be like, wait a minute, we're losing this guy, we have to win him over again or whatever, instead of just like taking my vote for granted as they've done so over and over again for the left flank, then, you know, I'm going to say things that may or may not end up being true, but it doesn't matter. We're so far out from the election anyway that it's like, I'm just saying, look, now is your opportunity to find a good candidate instead.
But you see, as we head into these, that like after what we've lived through these last years, the stakes and the stark difference between even a Democrat who you and I might find not up to par, to say the least, versus Vance or whoever the fuck they put up.
Of course. I mean, I hate Republicans. I oppose them. I say that all the time. I think that the Republicans are far more damaging. The biggest terrorists, the biggest domestic terrorists in this country, the biggest terrorist internationally is the Republican Party. And not only that, but it's just like... I want to fight against the growing fascist movement in this country. My frustration with the Democrats is their conciliatory attitude towards that, and
I'm so distracted by the fact that Hasan clearly like dyes his hair. I think that looks like dude just like came fresh out the fucking salon, dyed black.
Lack of investment in this struggle, this idea that, you know, on the one hand you say Donald Trump's a dangerous force. I see that, I recognize that, but then you turn around and you take on his anti-immigrant narratives and anti-immigrant messaging from the 2020 election that you won, and decide you're going to be the sincere candidate that ends up dealing with the growth of migration in this country. it's a failure. If you were serious about being an anti-fascist, if you were serious about combating these forces, you would take it more seriously.
So in response to that, she just puts the Never Trumpers treat the Democratic Party a lot better than Piker does. And then he put, I voted, actively door knocked for, fundraised, platformed Dems and progressive causes for the last decade and a half while they were working to oppose your agenda. The issue is you have more in common with them than you do with me, and that's the problem you're facing right now. So he ratioed the fuck out of her. He got 25,000 likes on that, and she only got like a few thousand. She put, perhaps there's a semantic difference here. Never Trumpers championed Kamala, even though they disagreed with her on a lot of policies. They did so because they saw the stakes of the election and how things like this utter disaster of the last year could happen. They also championed Biden and Hillary for the same reason. I'm glad you've worked for so many progressive causes, but saying you see no difference between Kamala and Trump, and he never said that. He's only said that with respect to certain issues. And blasting that out to millions helped Trump. And so it's on you for, again, like but he never said that. Like if he had said that, that would be worthy of criticism, but he never said that. He said on particular issues, there's just either not enough daylight between them or they're basically the same, right? And blasting out to millions helped Trump. And like, again, she's like totally missing the point. What he's saying is that these candidates, by failing to differentiate themselves from their opposition and actually challenge and confront them, you are enabling people's perception very, very easily, in fact, that maybe there's not too much of a difference. Because if she was dying to come off as kind of like Trump light, then why would people want, nobody wants a half-assed Trump. They just go all the way with Trump. And 2024 was an existential election. Now maybe those statements were taken out of context. Happy to engage in conversation anytime, dude. No one wants a half-assed Trumpy. No, they don't want like a diet Republicans. And then what is the Contrapoints thing? Let's see. Spartan, thank you so much for the 100 bits. We will never know. I bet Kamala would attack Iran as well. She did nothing about Gaza, so we should just assume the worst about all of these people. That is very thought-terminating, and there's no evidence that she would have just struck Iran for no reason, even if she was engaged in, like, hawkish rhetoric. But thank you for the bits. Let's see. I put Contrapoints, and I got stuff about Chaperone. Let's see. Did she delete them? Did she delete them? Let's see. If it's Israel, Hamas, and voting Jill Stein, oh, they're freaking out over this clip that he talked about, like, lesser evil voting. Contra wants to debate. She said, I just think we should all pay less attention to him, not the president, the other one. She's talking about Hasan in this. Let's see. Oh, okay. You guys got the fucking tea. Hold on. Contrapoints calls on Hasan to debate her on her stream. Go chat with Hasan, Nat. Do it. Tell him to invite me on. IDK if you're joking. I wish this would happen. I'm not joking. Debate me, bro. Oh, wait. Now this kind of seems like a joke. Now I actually can't tell. Would be interesting for them to have a conversation, though. Debate on what? I have no clue. It doesn't even seem that serious, to be honest. I think by that last one, you can tell that, like, she's not, I don't know that she's interested. Between the fact that she was like, we should all just ignore him, and this doesn't really seem like, this seems sincere, this didn't. On Israel, Hamas, lesser evil, like, we'll get into that fucking clip tomorrow. But in the meantime, nobody is live at this time because it's like 6 in the fucking morning. I thought at least like Redolent would be up, but y'all are headed to someone named Complainy Laney, who is doing Discourse, and I've never watched, and hopefully I'm raiding into somebody cool. But thank you guys for watching. If you want to support me, the best way to do that, stream app sip link. If you haven't liked the stream already, please go ahead and do so. Subscribe to me, follow me if you want to know when I go live. I will be back at some point, probably tomorrow, hopefully tomorrow, and we will cover even more politics. So thank you guys for watching. I will see you guys later. Until Complaining Landing, I said hi. Bye, guys. Bye.